Good morning. Thank you all for joining us for what will be a jam-packed day of conversations. Some of you are familiar and have been to our event. We've been doing this Techonomy event for now over 10 years. Historically, we've done it on the West Coast in the Bay Area. Last year, we did it in Florida. Here, we're excited this year to be here in New York. You're now part of the Techonomy community. We call everyone Techonomists, so hopefully you'll contribute year-long to our content. You'll continue to come to our events, write for us. You'll meet the team throughout the day. Let's see, some housekeeping. There we go. Please, again, we want to amplify everything that's happening today. Use our social handle at Techonomy, at Worth Mag, hashtag Techonomy24. It's all on the little table tents as well. Most of you have probably already connected to the Wi-Fi. If you haven't, TE24 and welcome exclamation point. We do this a lot for our community and for everyone who supports us. And really, we couldn't do it without the support of our partners. Really appreciate the support. Came last night to the reception, got to see the amazing cars by Rivian, our partners PC Mag, Advertising Week, William Grant & Sons. If you haven't yet checked out the HTC Vive demo upstairs, please do that at a break, during lunch. It's pretty amazing. Calendar, you'll all get this. You'll get our emails. If you're not getting our emails and they're going to your spam, make sure you tell us because we're having some spam issues. March, our Groundbreaking Women's Summit. June, our Accelerate Health. But we'll be everywhere from Miami for Art Basel this year, Davos, so you'll get all of our event calendar. You'll see our magazine around. Please grab it. This current issue celebrates our Impact 150, which is 150 companies that have lined their objectives with the Sustainable Development Goals. So we really like to talk about the mission and purpose of business, so you'll get a copy of the issue. Let me see if I have anything else. And now I want to bring up a friend, someone I've known for now a decade, Andrew Richet, who will tell you a little about the beautiful space we're in today, what happens here. So let me bring up Andrew. Give him a round of applause.
Good morning, everybody. So my name is Andrew Richet. I'm the founder of Civic Hall, and what you might think is a conference center, which is where you are now, is actually the largest digital skills training center in the country focused on providing digital skills training to what I like to call underestimated populations. New York City has one of the most empathetic technology muscles in the world. It is the most diverse technology ecosystem with nonprofits, philanthropies, tech companies, startups, big and small, government agencies, all working together in an ecosystem that obviously wants to make money, but also is interested in making sure that not only while they're making money, they're doing something that leaves the world a better place. And one of the challenges in our industry for many, many years has been that the people who are actually designing the future don't look like the people who are most marginalized or the most in need. And so the purpose of this facility is to create a space that allows the largest grouping of those types of people to study and learn, but then to be connected to tech companies and other employers who want to make them part of their ranks so that the future doesn't look like the present. So above here, this floor is the main auditorium. You may have had breakfast already on the third floor, which is where our breakout rooms are. But on floors 4, 5, 6, and 7, there are 20 classrooms and collaborative workspace. So you could join as a member, you can join as an individual member, you could join as an organizational member, you can join as a workforce development partner. But upstairs, there is a confluence of people collaborating, bumping into each other, doing workshops, demo nights, hackathons, you name it, to create a community of like-minded people who are trying to bend technology towards the public good. And so the reason I'm here is really just to welcome you to Civic Hall, but to also invite you to learn more about it. I'll be here all day. I'm happy to give you a tour, but we'd love to introduce you to some of our members, to some of our programs, and to help you evangelize this, because the goal of Civic Hall isn't to build, I'm not going to live long enough to build more of these in other places, but I would love people to model this facility because they're needed not just in New York, they're needed all around the country. And I think without much further ado, you know why. So with that, I welcome you to Civic Hall. It was built for events like Techonomy. Josh and Worth are welcome here. We're going to try to do more events here. You'll see a lot of us. So have a great day, And thank you very much.
And now, please welcome to the stage Editorial Director of Worth Media Group, Dan Costa.
It was so great to see a lot of you at the party last night. Frankly, I was a little worried by the end of the party how many people would be here for 9 o'clock today, but this is a great turnout. When I was thinking about the theme for Techonomy 24, I thought, what would we need in mid-November in the United States? A conference about leading with intelligence. I thought this was great. I thought it signaled the AI thing, but it also gave us an indication that maybe we need a different type of intelligence. The downside of that is that a lot of the speakers we booked suddenly became unavailable. Kristi Noem, Elise Stefanik, Matt Gaetz was going to speak. He had a great presentation about deep fakes. So you're not going to see that today because they have other things to do. Truthfully, I think in these times it's most important that we actually stay moving, stay engaged. The people you're going to hear from today have all made great contributions and are pushing the ball forward in their own way. We're going to talk to Jamie Teven in a short while, the chief scientist at Microsoft, about how AI is changing the way we work and the way we live. We're going to talk to XD Wang, the CTO of Zoom, who's really been, during the pandemic, Zoom became that software that was on all of our PCs that nobody used, to being that software that was on all of our PCs that we were on for 6 hours a day, 8 hours a day. And now Zoom is moving into this new AI age with a whole new toolkit. They're going to talk a little bit about sort of the regulatory environment and our government operations. X is going to be here, and they're going to talk about how state and local governments are going to be really pushing for a lot of the regulations in this space. But we're not going to get that political. It's going to mostly focus on solutions and on coming together. I personally, this is my, I think this is my 4th or 5th Techonomy. I love convening and bringing people together. I love having the conversations. We're going to have stage conversations. We're going to have a lot of breakouts. We're going to have lots of opportunities to interact with the speakers and have conversations. That's going to happen throughout the day. And then hopefully at the end of the day, if we're not running too late, we're going to have a town hall where everybody can participate and sort of digest the content and the ideas that we've covered throughout the day. So thank you so much for being here. Let's kick it off straight away. I want to invite to the stage Jamie Teven, the chief scientist at Microsoft. Jamie, thanks so much. So everybody knows what Microsoft is. Everybody knows what a scientist is. I think people might be surprised to find out that Microsoft has a chief scientist. And you're not writing code per se, but what does your day look like? What does that job entail?
Yeah. How many people are surprised Microsoft has a chief scientist? Nobody, right?
Okay.
We do a lot of science. And actually, we've been working through a lot of disruption. My job is essentially to drive research-backed innovation in our core products. And you talked a little bit about XD and the work that he's been doing with the pandemic. We certainly had a really significant shift in how people use our core products with the rapid shift to remote work, and then more recently with AI.
So Microsoft, obviously, AI is not necessarily a new thing, but it's certainly with the advent of ChatGPT, you guys were right there at the beginning with OpenAI, had sort of the inside track there. And the amazing thing is that you were able to deploy, and this is true of a lot of the LLMs that are out there, but you were able to deploy so quickly and just give the tool to users as part of your productivity suite. Can you talk a little bit about just how quickly you rolled that out?
Yeah. No, well, and that's a good connection, Dan, then to my role as chief scientist, part of my job. So Satya and I created this role about 5 years ago. So perhaps maybe more surprising is the fact that we didn't have this role prior to 5 years ago. And we created this because, we saw coming disruption. Products like Word and PowerPoint and Excel, products like Windows, products like SharePoint. These were our big successful products, but had largely saturated the market. And we sort of every Fortune 100 company uses our products. They use it to the full extent, and that's great. But Satya was very concerned about, sort of the standard innovator's dilemma and how we move forward from there. And so we created this role of chief scientist to really push on. Actually, so like that was my job, was to go and bug everybody who has these big successful products that are making the company all of its money and be like, no, we have to do things differently and figure out how to break things a little bit. The pandemic actually ended up being very helpful for that, in that it created an external disruption for our products where we had to rethink things. AI was a more internal driven disruption, and a lot of the sort of skills that we developed in working through the rapid shift to remote work ended up being very helpful as we thought about the move to AI.
So a lot of your work is research driven. You understand how people work probably better than any other company in the world. What are some of the insights that you've learned through your research that you were then able to sort of productize and take advantage of?
Yeah, okay, so you were asking about, so one of the things and so I've been doing AI research for decades. I got my PhD from the MIT AI lab at the turn of the millennium. It's an area I've been thinking about a lot. And the techniques that are used right now with deep learning aren't actually that different from the techniques that we were using 20 or 30 years ago. The big difference is the scale that we're able to operate on, the scale of compute that we're able to work with, the scale of data. All of that has led to some really interesting emergent properties in these large language models. And it's that large word is important. That's where you see some of this interesting emergent behavior. I have to say, AI researchers have been some of the most skeptical people when coming to the current generation of language models, because, I spent my whole life sort of aware of all of the hype surrounding AI and what's going on, and generally having everybody expect the models to be better than they actually were. When we first started working with GPT-4 and sort of the current generation of models, it was the first time where I'm like, oh, people don't know. This model's better than they think. They're not like being creative enough or thinking interestingly enough. And then you asked about so we've got this amazing model, and it's just it's one of those, the second you play with it, you can see that it's going to change everything.
What impressed you? Because I think everybody's experimented with it. Everybody's had that feeling, but as a jaded, seasoned professional, what impressed you about it?
Yeah, well, and make sure everybody thinks they've played with the current generation, but often you're playing with GPT 3.5 or older versions too. Make sure you're playing with the latest version. Probably the most interesting thing is the ability of the model to handle a lot of context, so long conversations and a lot of context, and then to manage through ambiguity really successfully. A good example is just, if you ask the current generation of model to write a poem, and it can successfully break the rhyming pattern just a little bit when it makes sense and conveys the meaning better. And so I think that ability to sort of manage with ambiguity has been a real win for the models.
Are there things that you use it for in your day-to-day work?
Oh yeah, I use it all the time. Probably, one of the things that's interesting about large language models, and that relates to this ambiguity topic, is how it allows us to interact with our computers, which historically have been very deterministic interactions, right? You click a button and you know exactly what's going to happen when you click on that button. Now all of a sudden you can interact with a computer in a more ambiguous way, with natural language, with sort of all of the depth that is encompassed in that. And so that's the interesting meaty place where I use language models the most. I think sometimes you see people actually make mistakes and think about language models they're like, oh, it's a computer, it's gonna go automate routine stuff for me. And that's not where the strength lies. The strength lies in some of this messiness. So I really like using the model to get different perspectives on content that I write. You know, I have a hard email to send. And I like to be like, oh, how might this person react to this email versus how might this other person react to that email?
It's interesting. And you prompt it with like, make it more professional, make it more apologetic.
Yeah, although actually, yes, it can help me. But before I even figure out that I want that, I want to know like what are the red flags this email might trigger? How might somebody misinterpret that? You know, and then I can sort of put on tone. So there's a bunch of really interesting things captured in language. And so like with this more apologetic, more professional, that's tone and style. That's an interesting piece captured in language. There's obviously a lot of facts and knowledge that are captured in language. But I think sometimes one of the things that's particularly interesting in language is actually process and like how things get done. And that's the piece that I get really excited about.
It's fascinating because if you think about the history of the digital revolution in work, Microsoft obviously dominated this interface that was sort of driven based on files and folders and applications, and things were all in their place. We sort of moved to more a search-based model where we find information on the web, we find information on our PC, and we sort of get used to just running searches for anything we want to know. And now we're entering this stage where it's much more conversational, and you're relating to your technology and your data in a different way, and it's just a very different paradigm. How do you think, do people need to be trained on that? Does it come naturally because it's a conversation? Like, what's the gap to help people really relate to their systems in a new way?
Yes, no, so it's a good question. And actually, you talk about search. My PhD is specifically in personalized search and thinking about how people find information. And search is really the first AI application that people interacted with at scale. It is the start of a natural language interaction. It is the start of like expressing some ambiguity. And when you look at early search engine use, you actually see people's behavior like kind of had to get trained and shaped. Before web search, the primary type of search that people used was library search. And so they were used to like entering long Boolean queries. And so the very first queries in web search engines were actually quite long. And that doesn't, or at least didn't produce particularly good results for search engines at the time. And so people learned to get really, really short and effective with their queries. With large language models, actually, the more you say, the better. And so we're learning to just chat a lot with the model, like have multi-turn conversations, provide additional context, provide documents and other data as context, because just the more information that we give, the better. And so you're seeing changes in behavior. It's an interesting thing that's happening right now, though, is the underlying technology is changing really fast as well. And so it's a real challenge to figure out how to co-evolve sort of human behavior and figuring out how to use this tool with the tool changing as you're using it as well. And it certainly happens that like somebody will try something today and it doesn't work. I mean, this happens to me, and I'm building the products, and like something doesn't work, and like I then won't try it again, even when it starts working. And so actually the process of like helping people understand what's possible and like prompting them, helping people figure out how they can use the tool is really important.
So I think Microsoft lucked out by getting to the term Copilot before anyone else, because it's just such a friendly approach to, this is going to be your companion, it's going to be there to help you, but you're still flying the plane. So it's a wonderful brand, but like, how have you seen how have you seen the way this technology changes the way people work, the work-life balance? Businesses see this as a way to extract more productivity from their employees. How do employees see it?
So we're doing a ton of research in that space and understanding. And I think in many ways, like, yes, we were lucky with the brand, but I think it's also actually really foundationally, like, it is the basis of like decades of how the company has been evolving computing technology and how we understand that. One of the things that I'm sort of most excited about with Copilot, and this actually relates a little bit to your question about like how do people know what to do or what to ask of Copilot? And that's hard because it's changing, but when you think about intent, and actually when you think about conversations, like conversations aren't just a one-way thing. I don't typically, like if I'm gonna go sit down and chat with Dan, I'm not like, okay, I wanna get something out of Dan and like, these are the different ways I'm gonna manipulate Dan into, into doing things for me. Instead, I think it's a conversation. So conversations can include a lot of grounding, and that's sort of like where we arrive at a shared understanding and figure things out together. And like we eventually arrive at a shared understanding that we can move forward with, and that's sort of the grounded content or the grounded process. But a lot of this is like the process of grounding. And thus far, that's been very one-directional with language models, where I go sit and tell a language model what I want and try to get things out of it. But I think one of the things that we're doing a lot of work on right now is actually building question asking into the system and thinking about how do you not just help people prompt the machine better, but help the machine prompt people better. And I think that really gets at what you were pushing on with Copilot, which is like, in many ways, it's how do you prime people? How do you set people up to bring their best self to what they're doing? Like, how do you ask a person interesting question? Be like, ooh, that's a good way to think about things, or I can do something differently now.
There's also, it seems to me, I tend to be relatively transactional with my LLMs. I just want things from them. But there's a sense over time that I'm like, well, you know what? I don't want to have to tell you my name, tell you my job, tell you what my priorities are every time. Yep. I kind of want you to just remember all those things about me.
Absolutely.
And as those things stack up, you're winding up with a fairly intimate relationship with a software tool that's going to know, that can really, and we'll see this later on today, replicate you and your opinions in a lot of ways. Like, where do you see that going? And does Microsoft want to help enable that, or do you want to be more, this is a business tool, and if you want to have a personal AI, that would be a different product?
Well, the words, personal AI can be many things. But when you think about it, so Microsoft, like nobody knows more about work than Microsoft. We're turning 50 in April. We have just decades of experience in the productivity space. We have been doing research into how computers can support productivity for just about as long. And we know what work is. We know that work is purposeful, that people are trying to get things done. We know that work is persistent and takes place over time. We know that work is collaborative, that really nothing gets done individually. And like, we can take that deep knowledge of what work is and then bring language models to bear and like essentially create a new intent-driven way of thinking about all of those different pieces. And so you were asking with the personalization specifically around persistence. And like, I don't want to have to be telling it the same things, but like actually we have good models for persisting information. Microsoft's a document company. We were sort of founded around creating and sharing documents. That's an amazing model when you start thinking about conversations as a type of document that contains important information that you want to persist and use over time. And then all of that, like those decades of knowledge about like, what does it mean to permission and share content? What does it mean if, somebody leaves the company? What happens to the content that they owned and created? Like, we have precedent and approaches for that. So it actually is, it's almost not a new thing. It's like it's our bread and butter. It's our old thing that we know how to do in the context of this new technology.
Yeah, the interface has changed. You now have a conversational intent-driven interface. All that information may have existed in file cabinets, may have existed on a server or in the cloud, but now you've got a new way of accessing it and surfacing it.
100%. And that's not nothing. Like that, that's meaningful, because then like, what does it mean when the document isn't like a document that we've written together, but the document is our conversation or the knowledge that gets extracted and is reusable from our conversation. And what does it mean actually when those documents aren't just used directly by other people, where like I'll give you this document so that you can read it and be prepared when we walk into the meeting, but instead is used to actually ground the language model and provide background to the language. So it is both kind of the same things, but also importantly different.
So let me ask you that question. What does it mean? What does it mean for individuals who are using these tools and also businesses that are deploying them that now have this new type of archive? What do things look like in 5 years?
Yeah. It's sort of funny. So researchers, especially, like researchers' job is to figure out what's happening in 5 years. And nobody knows like what's going to happen next week, let alone what's in 5 years. So it's a good question. We do have, so we have a lot. One of the things that's been interesting is our customers have been really interested in, they understand what a big change this is. They don't actually expect us to know the answers up front and are interested in, co-engaging in research. We have probably the largest customer research program ongoing now compared to ever in the past. We went out with Copilot, and it was like very hard for customers to get early access to Copilot. This was like a highly curated, just figuring out, because like even early on, it's figuring out capacity and all of that. Like we're just trying to make this work. A significant portion of our customers who got early access actually decided to randomly allocate the seats, the precious Copilot seats within their organization, so that we could run randomized controlled trials of
that's so smart.
Copilot deployment. Yes, it was amazing. And so we can tell, like, with causal certainty, the impact that Copilot has on people's real world behavior. And so there had been, up until just recently, there had been a number of laboratory-based studies. You might have read some of these. They've both been conducted by Microsoft and external. I think the Jagged Frontiers paper is a great example of that. So in the lab, we had all been seeing, like, yes, Copilot helps you generate content faster or summarize content better. What we saw through these randomized controlled trials is that those lab-based gains were showing up in the real world in the context of real workflows. So like people with Copilot generate 10% more documents than they generate without it. And that's like causal. Like I can tell you that that's a fact. And like people read 11% fewer emails with Copilot.
Amen to that.
Yeah.
I was a little worried about the document thing, but cut my email by 10%, I'm in.
And so that's a short term. That's a short term impact. What we're starting to see though is then you see some workflows are better, have more impact, and actually, which is sort of different from the lab-based studies. So the lab-based studies where you like gave a person a task, you actually saw the low-skilled people were the ones who got the most benefit from AI. I don't know how to write a document. You give me Copilot, it will write a document better. When we look in the real world, you actually start to see the benefit go to some of the more high-skilled contexts, because actually it's the people who are figuring out how to redesign their workflows and think about things differently. And that's exactly what you were getting at, Dan, is you're like, I'm generating more content and I'm reading it more effectively. Like, that's dumb. Like, why are we all just going to create more content to like have AI summarize it for us? And that's like, so in the short term, we are seeing very real, very measurable impact on productivity at a scale that like is unbelievable, that you wouldn't have expected to see anywhere. But like the big thing that's coming forward is that change to workflows, and like how does it foundationally change the way we communicate and collaborate? And so that's what I'm really excited about.
Right. Well, hopefully by the end of the day, we'll have some examples of that to share. Let's give Jamie a big round of hand.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And now, please welcome to the stage Chief Scientist and Executive Vice President of Product and Development at Aura, Dr. Zulfikar Ramzan. The Chief Information Officer of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, Robert Costello, and Lieutenant General and Aura's Chief Military Advisor, Charlie Tuna Moore.
Charlie, good to see you. All right. So that was a fairly optimistic start to the day. Now let's get a little more serious, and let's talk about some threats. So we're going to talk about security. In the security space, there's always a battle between the offense and the defense. New technologies get released. Let's just get straight to it. AI is here. It is widely available. It's always been here. It's always been part of the cybersecurity infrastructure, but it's changed a little bit in the last couple of years. Have these new AI developments are they a net positive or a net negative? And you want to start with you, Sully? Zully? Tune.
Yeah, so I'm Zuli, but yeah,
Yeah.
we can. Tuna Zuli. It's not.
Yeah, I'm looking at him and I'm thinking of you.
I think hopefully you look at me and think tuna. You think. Yeah. So first of all, I think to your point, AI and cybersecurity have been together for a long time. First in concept for decades, actually, and then in many ways in the real world, a lot of consumer products today, for example, have been using AI to detect threats now for about 20 plus years. I actually wrote one of the first ones, which is why I know about this. Your banks have been using AI to make sure that you are the right person when you log in. They assume that somebody's stolen your password already, and they're usually right about that. But it turns out nobody can steal the way you act. And so they look exactly at every single behavior and make a determination. Anti-spam technology, which has been protecting your email inboxes, we talk about email productivity. Spam reduction is a big component of that, and that's also fueled using AI. So I think there's been this beautiful coevolution between AI and cybersecurity for many years. Where I see things going are the following. So number one, I think for cybersecurity in particular, a really key attribute with respect to AI is explainability. We look at a lot of these AI models, and they have trillions of parameters. No one even knows how they work at all. But even if I showed you all trillion parameters, what human being can sit there and figure out what this model is actually doing? In cybersecurity, we cannot afford to have that opaqueness, because whenever you have opaqueness of any sort, that's where the weaknesses in systems can come in and not be detected. If a threat actor came in and modified my algorithm in some way and I couldn't detect that, that could be a real problem. So I think explainability is going to be one of the key areas we'll see in the future with respect to AI and cybersecurity. And then in general, we are seeing the tools like LLMs being used inside security operations centers. So if you're sitting there, you're an analyst, you've got tons of data coming into you. If you can have some engine that can process that data and give you the insights and tell you where to look, that Copilot use case, I think, is the most promising one, similar to what we just talked about with Microsoft and their Copilot use cases. Then threat actors themselves are going to be using these techniques, but from my perspective, they've been using these techniques for a long time. It's not like the availability of LLMs has fundamentally changed a lot, except for, I think, with social engineering attacks, where you get emails and things like that are now going to have no grammatical errors. But I will tell you, I'm not sure threat actors welcome that. And here's the thing with threat actors. The worst thing you can do with a threat actor is engage with them up until they ask you for your money and then hang up the phone. Because they've wasted all their time trying to convince you. So they tend to look for people who are kind of gullible up front. And anybody who clicks on an email that's full of grammatical errors and spelling mistakes is probably likely to also fall victim to the crime. Versus somebody who, who wouldn't click on that email normally may be the kind of person the threat actors don't end up converting over. Yeah. So they care about their conversion rates just like most companies do. So that's kind of the full-fledged answer.
The typos are actually helping them find the appropriate victim.
In certain ways, yes. So that's why I'm really curious to see how this plays out, because we haven't seen a measurable change in grammar in some of these scam emails. They still tend to be pretty poorly written. So we're measuring this, by the way, and I'm going to see how this plays out, but we're keeping an eye on it.
So they may be making typos but intentionally.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, right? If you want to convince somebody to, the last thing you want is that somebody tells you at the very end, sorry, I'm not going to give you those gift cards that I, thought you needed.
Cool. Robert, let's talk about the infrastructure and how you're using AI to sort of protect the infrastructure of the United States.
Yeah, absolutely. So over at CISA, we're a relatively new federal agency. We just hit 6 years old on Sunday. But I think to your point, a lot of these technologies have been in use for a long period of time in different formats. So my prior role was more in law enforcement, and it was catching bad guys, catching people trying to bring illicit material into the United States, whether it was radiological or pharmaceuticals, and we were doing predictive AI work in the customs world for probably about 20 years. our ability to target cargo and understand that container probably contains something we don't want to see. That container is probably fine. What we're doing over at CISA, we're taking really advantage of what's available in commercial tools right now. A lot of the technologies running on our endpoints, running in our security operations center, have AI built into them. I think you make an excellent point as well. It can help us amplify our existing human resources. I think I'm like everyone in this room. It is really hard to recruit, retain, qualified staff, and that can be really hard. And I've taken a different approach, maybe. Public service is hard. I can't always pay people as much, but what I can always give them is this great and intense sense of mission. That every day you go home making a difference. And maybe we only keep people for 2 or 3 years now, but they go out into industry with a different format. What AI allows us to do, we're having a lot of our analysts have to learn a lot less of different query languages for each different tool. You can kind of write in plain English and get information back. We're actually in the middle right now of implementing an AI tool for our authority to operate process that we think will take us down. I got it down to about 30 days in my first 3 years. We're hoping to get down to about 7 days before we can authorize a new system to go live. And that's really big. The other thing we've done at CISA under Director Easterly's leadership is we have an AI action plan. We have a way that we work across the line, and one of the portions of it is the safe and responsible use of AI for our mission, and that's co-led by myself as the CIO, our Chief Privacy Officer, and our Chief Artificial Intelligence Officer. And we kind of review every use case. We make sure that it's following the guidelines set forth within the government, and that we can make informed decisions to push forward the mission.
Charlie, we talked a little bit about how you told me, as always, sometimes a good offense is the best defense. Can you explain a little bit about how that works and how the threat landscape has evolved over the last 10 years or so?
Yeah, absolutely. So another warfighting domain is cyber. It's just like the air, land, space, and the sea and the undersea. I know we have some ex-submariners here in the audience, so I had to mention that. Where in all of those domains, going on offense is the best defense. And I firmly believe that's the same case inside the cyber environment. So we can use these AI tools, and the Department of Defense is using these AI tools to automate a lot of our functions for offensive cyber so that we can execute with a speed and agility and at a scale we simply couldn't do without those tools. For instance, being able to scan and look at adversaries' networks, find vulnerabilities, use that automation to then design tools and or weapons that we want to use very rapidly, take those tools into a separate enclave, test them very quickly, figure out what the results will be, what does it mean in terms of attribution or detection, refine them, employ them, and then hopefully achieve the effects that we want to accomplish.
Yeah, so it sounds like all of you are relatively optimistic about these tools being a net positive in the right hands. At the same time, we were talking in one of our prep calls, Zully, and you said for the first time, digital theft has outpaced physical theft. Is that nationwide or globally?
That's globally for sure. Globally. And just in the U.S. alone, it's about a 10x difference, which is crazy to think about because you don't think about cyber theft.
And this has happened. This wasn't the case 10 years ago.
Correct. Yeah, I think we saw a few inflection points. I think the pandemic definitely was an inflection point because people were spending much more time online. And as you can imagine, that's what criminals think about. If you ask Willie Sutton, why did you rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. That was simple, right? And criminals today are going to go rob digital banks and digital vaults. And unfortunately, we spend all this time and energy, we protect our physical homes. And yet cyber is a 10x bigger threat, and we spend so little trying to protect our digital homes.
So what does this epidemic look like? Is it identity theft? Is it ransomware? Is it compromised crypto wallets? Like how do the numbers get that big?
I think it's because it's all the above. In many ways, what's happening is every day new technologies are being introduced into the fold. We're seeing terms like, ChatGPT didn't exist a few years ago. Crypto wallets, that's in our lifetime. These kind of things are proliferating, and as a result, the attack surface for a typical threat actor is fairly vast. It's almost like slim pickings. It's like they're a kid in a candy store, basically, trying to figure out where they want to exploit the average consumer. And one of the things that this has been our mission at Aura for a long time, with the recognition that for the average consumer, navigating this landscape is really tricky. I had a neighbor, and I'm going to call him Bob for the purpose of this exercise.
Kind of cruel considering his name's Bob.
Oh, it's not, I know. I mean, different. Maybe I've been using the name Bob. So no, not to you, Bob. But he's an elderly gentleman. He right at the beginning of the pandemic, the doorbell rang, and I went out, and it was very strange because he didn't normally pop in, let alone like when everything was shut down. And he was kind of pacing outside, so I opened the door. I thought maybe our fence was broken or something. And he's like, hey, I know you're in cybersecurity, Zuli. I think I've been hacked. And so he shows me his iPad, and in his iPad there's an email saying, dear Bob, we know you've been doing some things online that you're not very proud of, and unless you send us this amount of money in Bitcoin, we are going to tell your family about your online activity. I was like, no, Bob, this is a scam. They just send these emails to a lot of people. They hope somebody's going to think that this is real and respond back to it. At which point things got a bit awkward because he started going to a bit of a confessional with me on his online. I did not want to hear this because he's an elderly gentleman. He's a grandfather. I was like, please. So,
TMI.
TMI. It's not okay, but so okay, it's fake, Bob. Don't worry about it. He's like, how do I stop this from happening again? I was like, well, let's see. You need a VPN. You need a password manager. You need antivirus technology. You need something to get your data off the dark web. You need something that will actually take your data off of all these data broker sites, which is probably how they found you in the first place. And I started thinking about what he needed, and it was like 16 different technologies. And the average consumer cannot navigate that. It's too much to expect. It's just completely unreasonable. We have not built up the street smarts in the digital world that we have in the physical world. We had millennia to hone those street smarts. We have had a few decades to build up digital street smarts. And so for me, the ultimate goal here is how do we just put that all together and make it simple for the consumer? And that's really kind of what we're all about.
So the consumer, there are turnkey packages, but you're going to have to buy everything. Cobbling it together doesn't make sense because you're going to have to buy the whole package.
Yeah, I mean, so our view is that you can put it all together in a meaningful way and then help the average consumer navigate that without making it complicated. I mean, historically, security has been a complicated field designed for big organizations and governments. As you push consumer security now in the current realm, we have to simplify security so it's accessible to the average consumer. And we simplify it, in fact, by using AI and intelligence behind the scenes so that things run seamlessly, but we're just predicting everything as things happen.
So, Robert, in terms of critical infrastructure, it's amazing to me how many stories have come out that the power grid has been hacked, that the federal government has lost a huge database of personnel information. There's all these seem like critical systems, seem like massive vulnerabilities. How would you rate the United States' infrastructure in terms of resilience compared to other nations?
Well, I think I'll touch on a couple things. I'll certainly agree with a lot of what you said, but I think also too one of the things that we have to change is kind of change culturally how we think about security. There's a lot of things the individual can do. There's a lot actually on CISA's website dealing with individuals, not just companies, on things that we suggest people do. Turn on multi-factor authentication. Secure your accounts. If you don't know how to do it, calling your bank or elsewhere, they will talk you through how to get your accounts into a better place. We publish kind of like a hack lore thing on several social medias where we don't want people afraid of open Wi-Fi. That's not really a threat vector that we typically see. I think on critical infrastructure, I've actually been now with the Department of Homeland Security for about 17 years, and before that I worked in DoD or in uniform actually. And one of the things I didn't know before I came to CISA 3 years ago was up to, we don't have the exact percentage between us and FEMA, who kind of co-leads some of these efforts with us with the Transportation Security Administration that has pipeline security. Up to about 80% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is privately owned or owned by small municipalities. There is no national electrical company in the United States, no national water treatment company or other things. So when you often look at the resources that they have, say you're a small municipality in a part of the country, you don't have these resources. You know, your IT person might be part-time at best. They're doing other jobs. They're doing it as a volunteer basis. And we know certain nation states want to harm us. We know they want to get in. They want to compromise industrial control systems to have this level of access. So I think one of the areas that we concentrate really heavily on is our partnership mission at CISA. We're actually one of the few agencies that can provide free services to critical infrastructure, private or public. Some large companies don't need our services, but over 11,000 state, local, territorial, and tribal governments and municipalities, water treatment plants, power utilities take advantage of our services. Some of those are just what we call cyber hygiene scanning. We go out once a week, scan your external environment, provide you a report on what you need to change. We have a field force, 10 regions across the country, a state cyber advisor in every state capital, as long as with cybersecurity advisors and every state that can help people or these small companies through that. So I think the threat vector, to your point, is absolutely there. It's how do we make the price higher for the adversary to compromise these? I think that's very important. Increase education. And then another initiative we have is our Secure by Design initiative, with over 200 companies have signed on to do Secure by Design work and have signed the CISA pledge. And I think that that's a really great achievement.
Yeah, it's an interesting point because the fact that it's so distributed and there's so many different smaller operations, it makes it a nightmare to manage, but it also provides some resilience because maybe you take down one power plant, but you're not going to be able to take out the whole network. That would become more difficult. So there's like a pro and con built into it.
Absolutely.
So Charlie, coming from the military, we talked a little bit about the lessons that you could learn from cyber warfare that could be applied to overall the whole overall cyber environment. Can you just talk a little bit about what some of those lessons are that we could apply in the civilian world?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. It's the same environment. I mean, the vast majority of this environment, about 80%, resides in the private sector. So it's not surprising that a lot of the lessons that we may learn would be applicable to enterprises, businesses, or to private individuals. We could talk a lot about the technical aspects of it, but the two thoughts that I would leave you with would be, first, that we're seeing an incredible advancement in the sophistication and the capabilities of the malicious cyber actors and cyber criminals. And yes, a lot of that is being brought on by the development of AI type of tools. We can no longer look at our networks and depend on indications of compromise or known bad IP addresses to determine when something is going on. We have to be able to look at very subtle changes in behavior of these sophisticated actors to determine that we may actually have been compromised, and then be prepared to take the actions necessary to contain them and remove them from the network. The second big lesson that was actually just touched upon, I think, is unfortunately this is a domain of not a matter of if, but when you face some type of an event. Hopefully, for those of you that are business owners, it won't be a significant one, but the odds are you will face something at some point in time. So the investment in a resilient infrastructure for your business or for your home is extremely important, so that you can minimize the downtime or the exposures that you have. You can get back to your business. The companies that I see that do this the best measure themselves with metrics that are time-based. So when they hire another company to come and perform a red teaming action or aggressor action or a pen testing action on their networks, they measure themselves with things like mean time to detect, mean time to contain, mean time to remove from the network, mean time to patch. And I think that's the approach that folks ought to consider.
That's a great point. Guys, great conversation. I hope you stick around for the rest of the day. I suspect people have a lot of questions for you, but we'll get to those in the break. Right now, let's just give them a big round of applause.
Thanks, Dan.
Great. We'll go off that one.
And now, please welcome to the stage CEO of Malo Santo and Senior Policy Advisor at UC Berkeley, ex-IA, and Senior Reporter at PC Mag, Emily Forley.
Great job. See you again. Good job.
First, good to see you.
Yeah, good to see you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to X. How are you doing?
I'm still waking up. My body is on California time, but it's a pleasure to be here in New York.
Well, we're going to wake everyone up, and good morning, everyone. So we'll be talking about AI regulation, which is something that we hear about a lot, but sometimes it's hard to know what is actually happening. So we're going to dig into some of the work that X is doing on the federal and state level and kind of get a picture of what's happened this year with AI regulation and what's to come. So I'll just start right off the bat with, we have a new incoming president. So what are you expecting in terms of AI regulation from Trump administration?
I think the Trump administration has been very clear. Their stance on regulation is that less is better. There is an inherent tension, or belief that there's an inherent tension between innovation and regulation. That for some reason, if we put boundaries around the technology to protect people, that we will not be able to be competitive on a global market. Unfortunately, that narrative is entirely false. Policies are the boundaries that we put around technologies to protect us as consumers, and that's not something unique to artificial intelligence. That's not something that's unique to any technology at all. And the Trump administration has made it very clear that they have limited intention of honoring sort of that technical truth to be able to allow corporations to advance the pace at which they develop and deploy technologies. Now, what does that mean for businesses, or what does that mean for different companies that are investigating or deploying this technology? It means that you're going to see a lot more regulations pop up at the state level. You're going to see a lot more regulation pop up at a city level. And the landscape is going to become increasingly complex. Now, I do believe there will be some level of rules or regulation, but nothing like what we were seeing being developed under the current president.
It was mostly the executive order, right, under Biden?
There was the executive order, but also the regulations had been, the portions of regulating AI had been split up across multiple agencies. So there was the AI task force that was looking at ethics and bias and responsibility. The Department of Commerce was responsible for taking on and looking at and developing policy drafts for open source AI regulations. And then you had the National Security Agency, which is looking at obviously DoD AI implications there as well.
All right, so now you said, 19 states have passed AI laws, and California has really emerged as kind of the leader in state-level AI regulation, at least over this year. They've done so much, so can you tell us a little bit about what you've been doing in California and what they've passed and kind of what you're seeing there?
Yeah, 100%. So California is home to 32 of the world's 50 leading artificial intelligence companies. So when AI legislation is passed inside of the state of California, it affects a large majority of the market. In the past 45 days, California has passed 17 different AI laws, despite the one that you might have heard of being vetoed. These laws provide great, how do I say this? These laws provide great boundaries, if you will, around certain use cases to ensure that Californians are protected from the pace at which companies are moving. For example, who in here is afraid of a future where we might not be able to tell something that's AI generated from something that's human generated? Deepfakes, right? Well, one of the laws that California passed requires that generative AI model providers of all types, so whether you're generating text, whether you're generating images, generating videos, or a combination thereof, are now required to create computational watermarks, which are, if you will, unique identifiers that say this was made by an AI, that cannot be removed. And the systems to be able to detect those watermarks so that we'll be able to know for sure when something comes from an AI versus when something comes from a human, which is very, very important. Mm-hmm. Other use cases around the legislation that's passed in California include things like, hey, if you're going to be using artificial intelligence in the insurance industry to determine whether or not someone's claim should be approved, you have to have a human involved. and your human has to review the claim for longer than a minute, because that's what was happening, at least is alleged in certain class action lawsuits against insurance
So
companies.
just checking a box, basically.
They were looking at it, I think the lawsuit alleges they were looking at the claims for less than like 30 seconds.
Well, that checks out.
And they were like, oh, yep, go ahead, and, like maxing out the claims that they could approve. Another legislation looks at an endemic that we're seeing sweeping high schools around AI-generated pornography. There are a number of what you would call undressing websites where you can take a photo of someone and undress them. That now is a criminal act in California, to take an image of someone without their consent and turn it into pornography. The criminal code was also updated to explicitly make AI-generated child porn illegal. Some of the other use cases around, not use cases, but some of the other legislation that's been passed is around politics, which we now see Elon Musk suing for. There was a law that was passed that made it illegal to use artificial intelligence in a campaign, particularly within 120 days of that campaign coming to a vote, to be able to make a deep fake, if you will, of your opponent. That is now being challenged under potentially violating the First Amendment. So we'll see how that plays out in the coming months. But again, this is not to say, hey, massive AI companies, don't build AI fast. It's to protect the individuals who are on the other ends of those AI systems from certain use cases overreaching or potentially causing harm. So I like that approach. Where we're not looking at the technology broadly and trying to slap a requirement on it, but we're looking at individual, very specific use cases and saying, hey, this is a potential danger in this particular lane. This is how we will address the danger of this application of the technology.
And we're still very early. I mean, actually, ChatGPT came out almost 2 years ago. I think November 30th, 2022 was the launch date. So it's still early. And would you say these use cases are just what we've learned since then that we kind of know is bad? Like those undressing websites, like we know those are bad. So is that kind of where the regulation and the policy conversation is happening, like the low-hanging fruit, or is there more conflict around if it's the right approach?
So I wish I could say that the process was well thought out and as organized as like me and my skin routine in the morning, but it's definitely not, right? I think what we're seeing in this state is that you'll have state assembly folks, assembly people, and state senators who have constituents that are concerned about a particular area, whether that's something like predictive policing or, hey, this big class action lawsuit was filed against this insurance company. It's all over the news. What are you going to do about it as my local rep? And so I think a lot of these regulations that are being introduced or have been passed are coming from constituents who are pressuring individual folks, or the actual representatives' personal passions, or part of their commitment as a part of their platform to come in and do it. It's not like there's someone sitting down looking at all the AIs and being like, this use case, right? I think it's happening just as organically as any other policy does. Now, I will say, in my consultancy, Malo Santo, we have an internal proprietary database of over 5,000 examples, going as far back as 2014, of artificial intelligence harming people in the real world, and none of them are duplicates. So I think that there is a challenge for policymakers where they might not understand the actual dangers of a system or the real harm that it's causing until it gets picked up by mainstream media, even though that conversation may be happening for a year or two in research papers. And it just takes the right journalist to go in and parse through the linear algebra to be able to convert that into a news story. Sometimes those things don't get picked up by mainstream media, so policymakers aren't aware. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to work on at UC Berkeley, is figuring out how can we equip policymakers continuously with the right information so that they can create regulations at the pace at which the technology changes. Now again, regulations not looking at you can't do this or you shouldn't do this, but hey, if you're going to do this, what is the best way to do so to be able to not turn the citizens of the United States into guinea pigs, or the constituents in your region into guinea pigs for that technology. And so, we'll be announcing soon, I can't say it on stage yet, our proposed solution to that we're creating to be able to create, if you will, living courses or living education or living resources that are updated as the technology comes out, specifically for policymakers.
Yeah, it's good work, and education is so important because nothing is easy. And there was a big bill that was vetoed. This got the most media attention. I wrote 3 articles about it myself, so I maybe contributed to that. It's called the AI Safety Bill, and Gavin Newsom was very involved. So can you explain what that bill was and why it was vetoed?
Yeah, so SB 1047, which took the news over the 17 other laws that were actually passed and signed into law. SB 1047, the AI Safety Bill, was around regulating models based on their cost. So if you actually read the text of the bill, it had a flawed assumption that the more expensive an AI model is to train and create, that the more dangerous it would be, therefore the more controls it needed. So the bill specifically called out dollar amounts. Like if your artificial intelligence model costs over $100 million to train, which, I mean, obviously we know who they were targeting with that in California. There's very few companies that can afford that.
Google, OpenAI.
Yeah, the very large tech companies that are based there that have big budgets, right? And so being able to say, if your model costs over $100 million to train, then here's your set of safety regulations. Or if your AI model is fine-tuned version of that, so if you take a ChatGPT and made your own version and it costs over $30 million, here's your set of laws. Now, the reason why that's a flawed premise is the same reason why we don't say, hey, Ferrari, because your cars cost more to make, your seatbelts have to be better than the ones in a Toyota. Right? The safety system should be the same based on the risk, not based on the cost of the actual thing. And I'll give you an example. So New York City, I don't know if anyone saw this in the news a while ago, had a chatbot called My City Chatter, My City Chatbot, My City Bot, something like that. And it was basically a large language model that, like a ChatGPT, that was fine-tuned on all of New York City's laws, rules, and regulations. Now, the challenge of doing it with a large language model is that they don't actually understand language. There's a research paper, excuse my French here, called ChatGPT is Bullshit, that explains that large language models do not, cannot, and will not ever be able to understand language. They're math prediction engines, and because of that, what ends up happening is they make things up. We call these hallucinations. They are always at risk of hallucinations. You cannot eliminate them from the systems. This is a technical feasibility issue, right? And you might have heard of RAG, retrieval augmented generation. Well, research shows that actually makes hallucinations worse. All this to say that when New York City launched this chatbot and individuals went to go talk to it to ask questions about laws and policies, it started making up answers and telling people to break the law. Things like, yes, it's totally legal for you to take your workers' wages. Yes, it's okay for you to raise rent prices in a rent-controlled neighborhood because you want to, right? Which is extremely dangerous when you think about it. And that fine-tuned version of, OpenAI's model or whatever backend it was, guaranteed didn't even cost you more than $2 million to build. So should it be less regulated because it didn't cost as much to build, right? And I think that's the flawed premise underneath those models that is the reason why SB 1047 was vetoed. Now, if you listen to mainstream media, it's, see, look, even California doesn't want regulation. Or, hey, it's because, it had a kill switch. It was the kill switch. No, the literal premise of the bill was flawed.
Well, is there something to the fact that a bigger company is more powerful and can create more harm? Because especially in the AI space, you need to put a lot of gas on that fire to make it burn. You have to have a lot of data centers, you need to have a lot of training data, you need to have a huge staff. So is there anything to that a bigger company might need more regulation, or is it truly, you think it's just a complete non-starter?
So I feel like bigger companies are going to be producing more AI products. So they'll probably be subject to more regulations if we go from a use case-based thing. But there are tons of companies now, and this is kind of the trend in Silicon Valley, where folks are building what they call small language models that are built for purpose for specific tasks that are coming in and competing. So instead of going to like a ChatGPT as a corporation to do all of my marketing copy, I'll go to a company like Writer.com, which was a foundation model that was specifically trained on marketing copy. Instead of going to something like, Claude for legal advice, I'll go to Spellbook AI. Or, I'll go to Hadrius AI, which looks at SEC compliance inside of your financial documents and reports, right? You're seeing a lot more of these small language models that are better at specific domain tasks that are coming out. And so I think it's flawed to think that the size of the company is the challenge versus the scope and breadth of the use case and what the potential harms are for that. I think that if we look at trying to regulate the outputs of certain companies that they're going to push back a lot more. And we live in the US where 19 states already have AI laws. 45 different states have proposed AI laws, and 39 of them have referendums to develop AI laws and policies. And so I'm excited to see how this landscape unfolds.
So last thing, so what do you have your eye on in the next 6 months in this space? I know we just got out of the election. There's a bit of a lull, but will anything be rebooted?
I think I'm really excited to see how the lawsuit against the California law against deepfakes and political ads plays out. I think that sets a huge precedent for the boundaries around the boundaries that we're putting on these systems, right? Like, when does telling someone they can or cannot use a technology to express themselves breach upon the First Amendment? And when does that breach become necessary to protect from disinformation spreading? And how do we find and define that balance on a global stage where I don't believe any other country has gone through that exercise yet? And so I'm really excited to see how that plays out.
All right, interesting. Thank you. Such good information. All right.
And now, welcome to the stage, CEO of North Highland, Alex Bombeck.
It's a pleasure to be here this morning, and thanks to Worth Magazine for including me. As I said, my name is Alex Bombeck. I'm the CEO of North Highland. We are a global business transformation consulting firm focusing on that intersection between technology and workforce transformation, importantly. Personally, I have been involved in the introduction of emerging technologies and helping businesses leverage them now for over 30 years. Right back in the mid-90s when Al Gore invented the internet, I thought, well, that would be an interesting place to go and play around and see what's going to happen here. And so I had the opportunity to not only experience, the birth of the internet commercially. I know it had been around for a long time before that, but commercially for businesses to use. And then in the early 2000s with IBM, with big data, as they were acquiring businesses like SPSS and Cognos and the likes. And then came APIs and middleware, and then mobility and blockchain, and here we are today with generative AI. And there's a couple things that I would bring to everybody's attention, and the purpose really is to talk about leadership's role in emerging technologies, and particularly what do we need to be thinking of as leaders when we contemplate generative AI. And we've heard some incredible things already this morning. The thing that I would point out to in my experience over the last 30 years with these emerging technologies is that the results have been largely muted in comparison to the expectations that were set around most of them. I'm not saying that we didn't get value and that they weren't terrific and we haven't seen dramatic change. I'm just saying the hype and what we expect to get out of them hasn't really matched what ultimately the value that's been delivered. So if I just spend a minute talking about big data. Today, only 23% of Fortune 500 organizations claim to use enterprise data in their regular ways of working across their organization in any sort of a consistent basis. Only 23%. We're 20 plus years into the big data discussion. Everybody ran to build data lakes and data warehouses, but we still aren't using them effectively. And when we look back at these technologies and we ask ourselves, why is it that we keep underperforming when it comes to how businesses leverage them, there are patterns, consistent patterns that even last night I had a discussion with a couple folks, and we always, we talk about the frozen middle of business, and that's where problems exist, and I don't disagree with that, but I think leaders have to take more accountability to break these patterns if we're going to truly get the value out of the technologies that we're bringing to the marketplace. So my firm spends a lot of time working with these same organizations around generative AI. The first thing that the latest data shows, 80 to 90% of CEOs are saying that they are not getting the results, they have not received the outcomes relative to the investments that they have made in generative AI. I think this is about the 2-year anniversary from the release of ChatGPT. So here we are 2 years in, and we're, just barely beginning to scrape the surface in terms of what we can get out of it, what we think the results will be. So I mentioned these patterns that we can look towards. And I think there's 3 things that I would call to everybody's attention that leaders have to focus on if this is going to be different. Because right now, I would argue we have a case of the yets. There are things that haven't happened to us yet, but they will if we don't get rid of this, if we can't flush this from our system. And the first one is the silo, right? How many of you have worked with a generative AI team that gets set up on the side? It's a little skunk works team. We love to call them proofs of concept, or even better yet, the COE, right? The center of excellence that's going to go figure it out. But where does the center of excellence sit? Inside the business, inside the operations, inside the day-to-day? No. It sits out to the side in a completely artificial environment that doesn't represent anything that most of the employees of an organization do on a day-to-day basis. It's not being run in a normal environment. It's not being run typically on the normal systems. It doesn't have regular employees. But that's where we invest our time and our money. And then we wonder when we try to introduce that into the system, like, why doesn't this work? Well, I don't know, because it was built and designed and run in something that doesn't represent anything the regular business is operating under on a daily basis. That's number one. The second is, what are we expecting to get out of it? Almost every conversation I have with a CEO, CTO, CFO in particular, starts with, what am I going to get? What is the amount of headcount reduction you think we can achieve? What are the savings that we're going to accomplish when we roll this out? All of that is based on what businesses did yesterday. How are we going to optimize what we were doing in the past in order to get better results in the future? Those savings are one time. The financial folks in here, right, you can do the math on that. We reduce headcount, we get a savings, you're done. You haven't actually done anything to help your business grow or accelerate at that point. So we spend all our time focusing on the what and not the how. How do we use technology? How do we use it differently in a business? How do we contemplate new workloads and new applications? How do we help our businesses accelerate and not focus on how many people can we reduce? Technology shouldn't be about having fewer people in our organizations. Technology should be about how we get more from the people we have in our organizations. And if we are going to free people from tasks that have now become menial because of generative AI, how do we redeploy that capacity to do something new, something that we hadn't thought of before or couldn't do because we didn't have the right technology? And then the third thing are the people themselves. Technology does nothing on its own. It doesn't. You need people to use it. You need people in the middle, human in the middle, and in financial services is a lot of what they're talking about. But we have to focus on the people. We have to focus on the training and the upskilling, because where people's heads go, if we don't do that, is I'm going to lose my job, therefore I'm going to fight this thing. But the investment in time isn't spent on the workforce. It's usually spent on the technology itself. And all that amounts to, a lot of technology ends up being about implementation. How do we turn it on? Not adaptation. How can the business evolve to use it better? So one just quick example of something we did recently, and I'm going to admit, it was unintentional. We had a state, one of our wonderful states, the CIO of the state was facing a data audit. And they were coming in. They'd hired us to help them clean up their data house, clean up in aisle 5. We needed to get the data ready for this data audit. We said, that's great. Internally at the organization, we had invested over the past year around generative AI, but the ask of the team wasn't to go and achieve anything. Yes, we can write RFPs faster and produce more documentation, but we really wanted to focus on the how. How do we use it? How do we deploy it? So we said to the CIO, look, you're paying us for the audit. We'll do that. But in the process of doing that, how we want to clean up the data, how we want to get it ready could be really interesting. Do you have any issues with that? He said, no, that's fine, go ahead. And in doing that, one of our experts in the transportation space, which had nothing to do with the project whatsoever, started playing with this thing and said, geez, I wonder, now we've got tolling data in there, we've got weather data in there, we've got all this other data in this bespoke LLM that we'd built for them. I wonder if I could actually ask it which bridges we should maintain based on the thousands of pages of manuals that are related to asset management and maintenance that we ingested into this LLM. And it was actually able to give an answer that told us which bridge, what kind of maintenance, which was never anything they'd ever look at, because there's only 2 people that do that. There's no big headcount reduction there. They don't often get it right. As we know, bridges have fallen in this country in the last 12 months. And people have died. But as a result of looking at the how and just contemplating a workload and a question that hadn't been answered before, we were able to get to a much greater outcome than had ever been thought of to start with. So you focus on the how, you get comfortable with uncertainty. Jamie said earlier, strength lies in the messiness. I loved that. That was awesome. So if we can change the way leaders approach this, we have a much greater opportunity to get wildly different outcomes than just reducing headcount in our businesses. And I know many people in this room are doing many of those things. I'm referring to leaders that we work with in Fortune 500 commercial businesses that many of you have influence over. So if I look ahead and I think, well, what can we do differently? Well, let's start with uncertainty. How many leaders are comfortable asking a team to go and set off on a project, they're going to invest in some work and not know what the results are going to be, or not even ask, just say, go play, be curious, be creative. That's not how we're wired. It's not how we hire people. It's not how we develop people. It certainly isn't how we performance manage people. We write a job description. It has activities we expect people to execute. We set expectations, we measure those expectations, and then we give people bonuses or incentivize them based on their ability to meet those activities effectively. We don't say, we'd like you to apply critical thinking to a problem and come up with a solution that I don't even know what it is. I don't know how to performance manage that. I don't know how to rate that. I don't know how to bonus that. But if we can't figure that out and we can't get comfortable with that uncertainty as a leader, why would we expect our people to do anything differently? They won't. There's this great analogy I often refer to at our firm the freedom within the framework that we try to give our consultants. And don't get me wrong, we are not experts at any of this, right? We're trying, like the rest of the world, to get better, to be the best at getting better, I often say. But we give them freedom within the framework, and there's this study that was done by scientists, and there's a playground. If you can imagine, on 2 sides, the playground's a square. There's a tree in the middle of the playground. There's a street that runs on 2 of the sides of the playground. And the scientists said to these families, children, adults and children, go play in that playground, but stay away from the street. You could get killed. Don't go near the street. Everybody went on the playground. They all played around the tree in the middle of the playground. That's where they hung out. Then they put up a little white fence along the edge of the playground, right next to the street, but they put this fence up. They got a different group of folks, and they said, I want you to go play in this playground, but stay away from the street. It's dangerous. You get killed. They spread out across the entire playground, right up to that little white fence. We as leaders have to figure out where we want to put that fence. Where do we want to create the framework to give them that opportunity? And then the last thing is make it everybody's business. Don't make it a skunk works, a proof of concept. Bring AI into the entirety of the business as a leader, because it's going to infect the entire enterprise. AI is about knowledge. It's about the democratization of knowledge. It's about sharing of the knowledge. And we have to ask our entire organization, not just one group, not just one function, how to do that. Because I will tell you, the worst title I ever had in my career, Chief Digital Officer. I am wholly opposed to the entire notion of digital transformation. Why? Because it delegates the understanding of needing to know something to a single individual or a group. And that's just not the way it is. So when somebody asks me, what do I think about digital transformation? I go, I don't know what it is. Everything is digital. Every transformation is digital. And the same should hold true with AI. So let's get rid of this case of the Yets. Let's not let these things happen again. And let's see if we can get leaders to break these patterns so that we can truly get what generative AI has to offer us. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. So we're about to go into a break, a networking break. Many of you have noticed on your badges there's a colored either circle or square. Want to give you a little insight. We did an experiment using publicly available LinkedIn data for all of you. Ran it through a platform that we're working with, Ascend, Tom is here, to pretty much optimize networking time. So throughout the day, you'll look at each other's badges, you'll see pink, green, or yellow shapes. We encourage you to find someone with a similar color but a different shape. So if you are a yellow circle, find a yellow square. And really, we will see at the end of the day, we'll ask some people about their interactions. Did they find it any different, the people who they wound up meeting and speaking to? So please use that as a guide. For everyone who's standing, there are chairs up front. I know no one likes to be in the front row, but there are some nice soft seats up front. So when we come back from break, please use them. We'll break for about 10 minutes, and we'll be back with Craigslist founder Craig Newmark, obviously also the namesake of this auditorium we're in all day. So yeah, take a break, meet some people, and we'll see you back in 10.
Excuse me, gentlemen.
Back to the stage, Dan Costa.
All right, all right. Of course, nobody's going to sit down until I actually get on stage. I know how this works. We've done it many times. So how's the morning going for people so far? Good? Good. We got some hoots. We got a couple hollers. Some claps from the tech team in the back. I'm pretty pleased with it. I'm pleased with the diversity of the conversation, the diversity of the topics. I think it's, and we're going to keep that going through the afternoon. Now I want to bring up a very special guest. Virtually, I should stop walking around because this will be a fixed camera type of deal. But hopefully, if all works out, Craig Newmark should be waiting online. Craig, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, fantastic. Can we get his video? Oh, there's video's up. Craig, how are you?
I'm doing very well. Started the morning by hearing Larry and the other Larry.
Fair enough. It's ironic a little bit because we are all sitting in the Craig Newmark Theater, and you are sitting at home.
Right now I'm in San Francisco. I've been listening to Larry the Coyote and also Larry the Raccoon. But you are in what I call the me auditorium.
Fantastic. So obviously you're very well known for your philanthropic efforts. You've supported military veterans, you built this hall, but lately you've been turning your attention towards cybersecurity threats. And I just got to say, how did you find that as a cause? Why did that strike you as something that needed your attention?
Three things intersected after some decades. In 1975 at school, I did work on cybersecurity. That happened again in '94 at Charles Schwab. In parallel, increasingly, I've gotten interested in military families and vets. That was a big thing. And this whole idea of patriotism. How do you protect the country? Because the third effect was I started thinking a lot about what my parents did in World War II. So the theme is now, how do we work together to protect the country? This is particularly true in light of the observation that our foreign adversaries are already attacking our infrastructure, particularly water and electricity. And I've read a lot of science fiction over the years, and so I'm way aware of what bringing down our water and power supplies could do to us.
So you recently pledged $100 million for cybersecurity. What do you hope to do with that money? How do you want it to be spent?
I screwed up and I kept failing to mention that was the second $100 million contribution, because the first $100 million, which was expected to last until 2026, it's spent. So the big thrust of the effort is to enlist all Americans into helping each other protect ourselves, our families, our homes, and then to do what we can to help protect infrastructure, like I say, particularly water and electricity, because those systems are very vulnerable, already coming under attack. And I'm no Paul Revere, but somebody's got to play that role, saying that we are in trouble, and that's only increasing.
Yeah, except this time I don't think we have to worry about the British so much. Thank you. So it's interesting. You're the founder of Craigslist, and your approach to security is also a networked-based approach, a grassroots approach. Can you talk a little bit about how you see that playing out and what you think this network needs to do in order to protect the country?
Well, you're right about the approach. Starting from first principles, I realize that I'm not all that smart, not in the ways I need to be to lead an effort. I can lead by example, but I'm not good at top-down stuff. So what I'm building with a lot of help is a network of networks to do what's needed. Two big thrusts. One is, how do we acquire and recommend tools so that regular people can protect themselves, their homes, and their families? The other one is, how do we assemble a network of volunteers who really know what they're doing to help small utilities protect their infrastructure? The deal being is that the people who are really good at this are already volunteering, which is great, because if they charge for their time, government and utilities couldn't afford them. So doing those two big things while asking everyone to remember, like in World War II, everyone has a role to play. Again, that puts me in the uncomfortable position of being Paul Revere, which mostly means I've started to piss off utility staffs across the country.
So tell some stories about that, because I think you're pushing back against some entrenched systems here. What is the thing that surprised you most as you started to do this type of work?
The pleasant surprise is that people everywhere want to do a better job, and sometimes there's management reluctance. The lawyers are there. There are policy people and lobbyists can be in the way. The idea is to basically go to them and work with them. Tomorrow, I fly to Washington for an exercise. The focus is military families, but it's a lot of the same people. I should mention, when I talk about protecting the country, this also means working with the people who've sacrificed a lot to protect the country, particularly military families and vets, because military families don't get paid enough to provide food and housing for their families. So we need to pay a lot of attention to that.
Yeah, and I think also we've talked about how those military families are also part of the cybersecurity solution, where they're volunteering, they're lending their efforts. Can you talk a little bit about trying to activate them and connect them with all these utility companies?
Well, the start has to do with two efforts training people. There's something called Vets for Tech, which is about training vets and their spouses for technology jobs, including Salesforce work and cybersecurity in particular. For active service military, there's a program called Skills Bridge, comes out of Department of Defense, and it has to do with placing active service members while they're being paid at companies where they can better learn their skills and presumably get hired right away. Both are a big deal because there are hundreds of thousands of open cybersecurity positions.
Can you talk a little bit about, at this point, I of course know you as the founder of Craigslist. It's there, your name is right in there. But I think that newer generations will really remember you for your philanthropy and for your philanthropic work. Can you talk a little bit about what your approach is to philanthropy? How do you pick your causes? How do you allocate the money, and how do you prioritize?
Currently, the way it works is acknowledging my limitations. I've built a significant network of networks of people who are really good at things, and then I can get advice from them. Beyond that, I wing it. In philanthropy, I have the major advantage of not knowing what I'm doing, so I have to get help all the time. A lot of this requires social skills, and like I say, when I talk about being a nerd, I am the real deal. In the late 60s, I wore a plastic pocket protector and thick black glasses taped together. That was me.
So, at the same time, you're building this network of networks that's an inherently social activity. Craigslist is a precursor to a lot of the social media we have today. Like, what tools do you use to maintain that network? Are you just on a lot of email threads?
Mostly, I just talk to people however I can, in person, online, through different social media sites. And a lot of it just means just need events to work together. Today in San Francisco, there's going to be an event about networks of networks to help people with cybersecurity. Late tomorrow, I go to Washington. On Thursday, there's a big event for Blue Star families at Union Station. And among the honorees will be Don Bacon, a Republican from Nebraska, and then also Chrissy Houlihan, who's she's a Democratic congressman.
So, that brings me to this point where I think we've alluded to it a couple of times today, but, we're standing in Civic Hall. I think we all know that the next couple of years are going to be a real challenge for our civic institutions and our civil society. At the same time, you've kept pushing the ball forward and made yourself engaged, made yourself useful, made your money help the people who needed it most. Is there anything you can tell the audience here in terms of how to stay motivated over the next couple of years?
I'm not good at motivational speaking. In fact, I suck at it.
That's a tall order, I know.
This is going to be based on everyone. Yeah, everyone needs to work with each other and help each other out and stay focused. Do what you're really good at. Me, I see an imperative, an emergency when it comes to cybersecurity, because I know, already our foreign adversaries are attacking our infrastructure. That's a big deal right there. So I'm trying to stay focused where I can do some real help. I actually kind of gave up on politics some years ago. People keep using phrases like liberal and conservative, which I think are frankly bullshit terms. The idea is that I find good people who are doing good work, and I support that. Slowly, I start to do other things. In particular, I've started working on AI for customer service. That might become a thing for me. Aside from that, now and then there'll be a personal indulgence. When I talk about pigeon rescue, I'm not only joking, I'm also serious.
All right. You know what? I want to be respectful of your time, but you opened the door, so I want to know about pigeon rescues. This will be the last question, I promise.
Very briefly, yes. Well, very briefly, I love birds, and I may have a sense of humor. So a pigeon rescue combines both. But here in San Francisco, we even have bird feeders up, and even as we speak, I see a lot of little birds flitting around.
Well, amen to that. Craig, thanks so much for taking the time, dialing in. I really appreciate it. Hopefully next time we'll see you in person.
Agreed. And do remember that a nerd's got to do what a nerd's got to do.
True words. Thank you, sir.
Take care.
Now, welcome to the stage, former chairman and CEO of CNN, Christopher Licht, and chairman of Worth Media Group, Jim McCann.
How are you, Chris?
I'm great. How are you?
Good.
Good morning.
When I heard former chairman, I thought maybe there's a news release I didn't read this morning.
I was introduced the other day as a media observer now.
What, you watch TV?
Yeah, so I feel like we all are.
Well, there's been lots to watch lately, but just for those who aren't completely familiar with your career, and there might be one or two in the room, you've had an amazing career so far. It could cool off after this interview today.
It's all riding on the next 20 minutes.
But you're an award-winning producer, journalist, author. It seems to me, as I look over your career and seen all the things that you've done, and been a fan of yours of a long time now, Chris developed, as you heard in the announcement, that he was the CEO and chairman of CNN Worldwide, which is probably the most resourced news organization on the planet.
Without question, yeah.
He also took a show called The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, which was not a hit right out of the gate. And you were asked to take over the show, and you did, and turned the show around, made it the huge success that it's been. You created a CBS This Morning by putting an unlikely pair together, and Gayle King and Charlie Rose, and a couple of people scratched their head when you came up with that idea, but boy, did it work.
Weren't a lot of focus groups that pointed to that.
And of course, the Morning Joe show, which has been a long-running success for MSNBC. So you're responsible, I think, Chris, for shaping so much of how we look at the world today. And you're still early in your career, but I wonder what my job is as a parent, as a grandparent, as a business person, is to try and anticipate how things are changing and where they're likely to go next. And it seems to me, Chris, that what we saw on Friday night on Netflix, and Shelley Palmer was with us last night, and he had on his blog yesterday talked about the fact that streaming isn't coming, it's here. So what did we learn by that fight, or what looked like a fight, on Friday night? What did we learn about where media is going?
I think that we learned that people still have a sense of wanting to be part of a community. And if you think about it, I would not place myself or even my wife or my 13-year-old in the category of boxing fans. I think my 13-year-old liked Tyson because of The Hangover. But
and he wants to get that tat.
Yeah, really. But we all coalesced around the television.
Yep.
And so that's not anything different than when we as a society coalesced around the radio or coalesced around the television, but now we're coalescing around streaming. And I think that's very informative as to predicting the future, which is some things will not change, but how we view them are changing, have changed. When it comes to big events, whether it's the NFL or whether it's boxing, people will go where it is. I think it's not as important that it happened to be on a streamer. But they had technical problems that they're going to have to work through, particularly with the NFL coming.
Yep.
But they'll figure that out. Just like when you used to watch, before cable, and your rabbit ears may not have gotten the best reception. This will.
I
all
tried
sort
to put
itself out.
aluminum foil on my Netflix connection. It didn't work.
Didn't work. But and look, there was one of the streaming platforms got involved on election night. With Brian Williams and Amazon.
That was really interesting.
Yeah, yeah. That's and again, it's sort of testing the notion of, do you have to have a massive infrastructure around a news organization that has to serve a population for 24/7, or can you just pick the 5 or 6 huge things that people are going to be interested in, and broadcast those or stream those?
So look out for us. You know how to make something that's watchable. You know how to create something that has great community following in the shows that you've turned around, produced, invented. What happens? So can a place like CNN afford to have the infrastructure it has if they're not going to get that high demand, or there's only a demand for certain stories at certain hours? That's a big infrastructure.
It's a great question, because I'm bullish in general on society's hunger for news and information. I think if we're talking about, can you continue to spend at the rate that you are with a declining revenue of the subscription model?
Still makes a lot of money.
It does, but you're a businessman. You have to look not this year or next year, but in 5 years. So I happen to think the business people and the money will find a way to get to where the audience is. That could be in rolling up different disparate operations that have built communities already. I don't think we quite know how, but we know that there is a thirst for actual information, and there's a thirst for engaging with different kinds of ideas. So someone will find a way to monetize that. I think I know there are people out there actively working on that. But if you're asking me, can a major news organization, whether it's CNN or anyone else, afford the same level of spending and infrastructure without changing the business model? Absolutely not. And you're seeing that right now where people are cutting back on what they spend. Unfortunately, getting truth and getting news and information is really expensive. Talking about it is really cheap.
Yeah.
So you've got to be, from a larger standpoint of what's best for this world and what's best for this country, you've got to be investing in getting information as well. I happen to think, and you didn't ask me this, but I'll tell you anyway, I happen to think that truth and trust and actual information will become a commodity. It'll become a scarcity. And there are people that make business decisions or people that make governmental decisions based upon something being actually true. And that could be a source of revenue of people who pay for that. A Bloomberg terminal for truth.
Yep.
I think you guys have talked a lot about AI.
But
AI needs to have actual truth going into that so that it's garbage. It's not garbage in and garbage out. So there'll be a market for truth and information that's very separate from, commentary.
You caused me to think when you said a Bloomberg terminal for truth. Isn't that where the Bloomberg organization is going now? They're firewall protected. They invest a lot in gathering news information, starting in business, but now not just. Aren't they the bellwether of where we're going?
They're one of the organizations that does a very good job of it and manages to stay away from sort of the, you're leaning this way or leaning that way.
Yeah.
But I think it'll become even more intense.
The journey of your life is one that's had no rough spots in it at all. It's just been smooth sailing.
It's been great, yeah. Up until like a year and a half ago.
Except that you wrote a book back after a 2010 experience with a really warm and loving title of What I Learned When I Almost Died. Tell us about that.
I had I guess about 14 years ago, had a massive brain hemorrhage. Out of the blue. It did happen after an argument with Joe Scarborough. These are just facts. The doctors...
Joe and Mika, who were on their way to Mar-a-Lago.
These are just facts, and I have not... the doctor said no. It was completely unpredictable. There was nothing caused it. But I've not let Joe know that, so he has walked around with the guilt that he almost killed me. But yeah, I ended up in the hospital down in Washington D.C. The book was written because when I sent an email to Joe and Mika saying, "Hey, I'm not going to be at the next thing that we're going to go to because I'm at the hospital," they called the only person they knew who had experience in this kinds of things, Joe Biden, who was the vice president at the time. And Joe Biden got very involved and got me a great doctor. And so it's a really fun story. But the reason I wrote the book is you reevaluate just about everything when you're laying in that hospital room. And you start to realize that if there's anything not in your brain at that moment, then it's probably not worth having in your brain. And that promotes remarkable clarity, and that has served me well from that moment on.
It sure must change the way you think about everything. And but you got back on a horse. You got back into that crazy career in media, but you decided you were going to do some other things, and you had an interest in flying, and you pursued that. And I love the story of while you were learning, you decided maybe you'd take your son along on a little trip.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's always been one of those things where you go, yeah, I'd like to be a pilot. That seems cool.
Yeah.
If I wasn't in TV, I think I'd be a pilot. I think it has something to do with control, but whatever. But so now I found myself with some time, and I don't have a hobby. I really didn't have a hobby. So I'm like, this seems like a cool hobby.
Your hobby was work.
Yeah. And so I picked it up, started learning, and got to a point where my flight instructor said, plan a trip across the country. And I said to I have a 16-year-old and a 13-year-old, and I said to my 13-year-old, what do you want to see in the country? And he, got on the computer and picked a bunch of places he wanted to see in the country. And to my wife's like, okay, that sounds great. The three of us took off in a Cirrus four-seater and left from New Jersey and flew across the country to Santa Monica and up to Seattle.
So you're still not licensed. This is still in your training
I
days.
passed my written last week,
Yep.
so I'm pretty close.
No, when you made the trip.
Oh no,
Yeah.
no license. We stopped at 110 airports
In how long?
Over 8 days. And saw the St. Louis Arch and Grand Canyon and Sedona and Catalina and Mount Rushmore, and actually got out and went to some of these places and actually saw the country. And it was very interesting. My son had an experience in Oklahoma with a 75-year-old guy who owns a machine shop, long story about how we ended up at his machine shop, and got a lesson in how to make wealth from this gentleman. And he said, Dad,
come on, share this with us.
he said, Dad, people are nice, because he's only known like New York. So I go, yeah, people are nice. He goes, I think we should move to Oklahoma.
So Jenny, when are you moving?
Yeah, I don't know that we'll be buying real estate in Ada, Oklahoma, which is where we were, but it was an opportunity to kind of see the country and spend 68 to 70 hours with him in a small little airplane.
I had a very similar experience growing up. My father took me once to a bowl game.
That sounds about the same. But no, I have the luxury of some time, right? Because that's how these things work. You get the crap beaten out of you, and if it doesn't work out, you have a little bit of time. And I've decided that it's very important that at the end of this time, of which I still have a fair amount, how am I different? How am I better? How am I a better husband, better father? Am I a better business person?
Are you?
You'll have to ask Jenny about those things. She's like, my kids right now are like, so how's the job search coming? Like, because Jenny's like, oh wow, you're parenting thoughts. That's great. Well, welcome. But I think when you and I spoke, I told you I have taken finding out what's happening in this business, whether it's entertainment or news, as a job. Mm-hmm. And I've met with almost 280 people.
It's amazing.
And that is a full-time job, and it's remarkable when you're not looking for a job, and you're not talking, because these are meetings where I genuinely want to hear how what's going on. You learn a lot.
Yeah.
Like if you shut up and listen, you do learn a lot, but you do get a much bigger. You almost, in a utopian society, you'd want to give leaders 6 months to go do this, because there's so much that's happening out in the world, like very interesting, cool people doing amazing things. I mean, I would have never met you had I been, still in the 24/7
Boy, do I
world.
wish you had a job.
And then you meet these people and their ideas, and you see where the future is going, but when you are in these very intense jobs, you barely have time to do anything.
So let's end on that note, Chris. With the 280 meetings that you've taken so far, first thing that comes to mind was wow.
Technology is much further along. That's going to further democratize viewing. I through all these conversations, I probably advise a half dozen companies now. And one of them, they have built a virtual control room that can take 25 live inputs and completely change the way that YouTube creators, Instagram, TikTok interact with their followers. And I think that technology, coupled with the fact that more now than ever, there's an ability to have a relationship and build a community of followers or like-minded people. I think that there's going to be this convergence of the technology, the communities that will then roll up, and then I believe will become the next mass media. And I don't know that it's going to be a reinvention of the current world. I think it's The best example I can use is anyone that lived in San Francisco in 2002, 2003, if you ever tried to get a taxi, it was a horrible experience. You would call this number, it'd be busy. Some people at the back number, and you could maybe get an answer there. And then this horrible car may or may not show up, and they were like, screw you, you're lucky we were picking you up.
Yeah.
That was literally, and then all of a sudden, Uber comes along. And so this massive disruption that completely changed, starting in San Francisco, the ability to get a ride somewhere, did not come from the taxi companies going, you know, I think we can make it easier for people.
It never
right?
comes from the
It came from this industry disrupting force, and I think that probably is what's going to happen.
Well, I suspect that the next big changes in media, you'll be right at the center of it because you're a talent and I know you're in hot demand, and I'm so glad you shared some time with us this morning.
I'm really happy to be here. Thank you.
Chris Lick.
And now, and of course, Worth Media's Dan Costa.
Of course. All right. So moving on, data, AI, and the enterprise. Let's start off, for people who may not know, Dark, maybe you can just explain a little bit about what HTech is?
Yeah, very shortly, we are engineering services organization. So basically we provide engineering services to a variety of different organizations, whether tech or non-tech. And one of the things that we set out to do from the very beginning is to build products. So we are very much focused on building the products with our customers, for their customers, or directly for these organizations. And we work with technology companies, we work with the Fortune 26 out of Fortune 100 companies, but we also work with the non-technology companies. And this is where the biggest struggle is. And this is a huge portion of the organizations that are not so commonly covered in these kind of talks. So we'll double down a little bit speaking about these organizations and the challenges that we have faced and how we want to overcome them.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point that we talk about enterprise companies. We're going to have Mark Leiter from Boeing on later on. These are already digital companies that are just trying to stay ahead of the curve. But you're really helping companies that are like maybe behind the curve or a generation or two, and they're just trying to stay competitive. So there's a whole range of different solutions that you need to offer.
Yeah, that's right.
So, Sonia, one of the things that kept coming up in our prep call was this idea of data readiness. And that, it's nice to say you're going to launch an AI solution, you're going to take advantage of AI, but there is no AI without the data that drives it. And the truth of the matter is many businesses are just not data ready for what's coming next. Can you explain that concept?
Yeah, sure. And I'm going to start by saying that data readiness is not what usually first comes to mind for many, which is being technically capable of implementing a data and AI solution. And that doesn't mean that the technology doesn't play a huge role, because it does, but it's not the only factor that should be considered when talking about readiness and when entering the delivery and then evolution of data and AI products. We approach it differently, and we take this holistic viewpoint by defining readiness as alignment between technology and data, people, processes, and business strategy overall. Because the nature of these solutions is very much different than any other solutions that we have built so far. It's very dynamic. It is constantly evolving. And it very much depends on the entire ecosystem in which these solutions live. So how are the user needs changing? How is the technology landscape changing? What happens on the market? What happens with the business? And what happens with the data fueling these solutions? Because data is changing too. So it's about getting there to enable an organization to have this level of adaptability across all the organization. That's readiness.
So you don't have to throw anybody under the bus specifically, but give us an example of a company that was just not data ready. And what did it look like? What were the symptoms?
Well, I think we heard examples already today, right? If you remember the talk about the New York chatbot, that's not data ready.
Either the inputs or the outputs.
Yeah, because when you're not ready, then you cannot anticipate the unknowns or the unexpected behaviors. And data and AI solutions are really very probabilistic, especially when we are playing with emerging technologies. We never know what's coming. So not being ready is not being capable to act on changes that are coming and that you don't fully understand yet.
Starko, so how do you solve that problem? How do you go into an organization and say, look, how do you diagnose it, and then how do you make recommendations that eventually push them forward?
Yeah, we did learn from our own mistakes. We created beautiful products that nobody used in the organization, so that's the first step.
Like what?
Well, we built a solution for one of the companies that is transporting oil across the world. So we help them optimize the way how they fuel their vessels. And it was supposed to be much, much better, but the organization didn't want to adopt it. Why? Because a single person could lose a job. So it took us a year to persuade that single person to actually give a chance to this solution, for that solution to augment that single person. So every change that you're introducing in the organization, with every paradigm shift, with every platform shift, which is now happening at a very, very rapid pace, we need to think about individual people that are working in these organizations. So what we set out to do very early on is to make sure that whatever we are building with organization or for the organization, we try to build it in a way to co-build it with the people that are going to use it from the start. So now we have a special part of the organization that is dedicated only to the beginning phases of this, understanding if we have the human capacity and capability within the organization that we work with, and we make sure that over the period of developing that solution to have the capacity to adopt that solution in the organization. So it's very hard for the leaders in the organization to actually do that by themselves. So we tend to avoid in all of these interactions to work with the leaders only, because they have one viewpoint. People that are in the trenches, when you say to a person, a single person, hey, from tomorrow you're going to use this solution, and you have your KPIs based on the outputs that you're building, that person is going to say, hey, I'm going to miss my KPIs, I'm going to miss my bonus, I don't want to do that. So it's very important that we focus on the people that are going to use these solutions moving forward, and this is why we are looking from the three standpoints. One is the product itself, that is built in by understanding the processes in the organization and how the new technologies can actually bring more value into these processes by understanding the people that are in the trenches. That's why we try to move away from the layer of the executives, the leaders, the ones that actually created the silos in the organizations, and to focus on the people that are going to adopt these solutions moving forward.
That's a really great point. I think, everybody understands at the executive level they can drive efficiencies, they can increase productivity, they can do all of these things, and they launch these systems, create these tools, but then if everybody underneath doesn't buy in, they have enough power to stop the implementation, to delay it, to block it, and that's actually, it becomes more of a psychological issue than an engineering problem. So you really do have to, in order to drive adoption, you have to get that buy-in from the people that are actually working and doing those jobs. Is that part of how it seems like it's almost not an engineering mindset. You need almost more people skills to do that kind of sales.
Well, it's a culture change eventually. And that's the people aspect of our approach to assessing data readiness in a way. It's a culture change, it's change management that needs to happen, and unless the organization understands that that is something that needs to happen, then they're really facing a huge risk of not having a solution that will be used. Even though that solution is the perfect one, the most sophisticated one, if there is no adoption, there is no success.
So that's sort of the downside and the risks and the blockers. Can you give some examples of when you've been able to overcome those and solve problems for clients and some good use cases?
Well, I can actually, I can give you an example of one of the clients that we have worked with for almost a decade. It's a maritime company. And we were there from the very beginning, from a huge data chaos, when all of the operations were done manually. And we were their partner in this entire journey that eventually transformed their business. When we started, all the operations onshore or inside different departments were done in a manual way. All departments had their own ways of working, their own applications that we're using. There was no communication or standardization between them, and the processes were slow and unreliable. There were a lot of mistakes. By establishing this foundational platform for management of the information and centralizing their data and process in one place, we help them establish that standardization across the operations onshore. And that opened new opportunities for them. That required a lot of change management. We helped, but eventually that's something that the company should do internally, because no one likes someone external to do the change management inside of their company. But yeah, we can help there. Anyway, the new opportunities opened with that foundational work that we did, and then we added some new real-time insights from the vessel on top of that platform and enabled them to build an entire voyage planning system on top of it to optimize the costs, to optimize the plans for different types of voyages that their vessels were on, which further created a new opportunity to use their own proprietary data that they were collecting over the years to build an entirely new product and add that product to their portfolio, which was a routing system. So not only it was possible to integrate that into the platform and implement some new features, add new features and functionalities, but also it was a standalone solution. So it opened a new revenue stream. That's how this entire end-to-end process was done. And that's how you do the readiness right.
Excellent. So what advice, you figure many companies are on this journey, the change management never really ends, but so what advice do you have for companies in order to prepare for this transition, particularly as AI comes online?
I think it's today, this is just a new platform shift. So we've had these platform shifts in the last 30, 40 years, every decade. So starting with the internet, then 2000, then we have mobile phones, social networks, different kinds of interactions. And all of the technology behind it was basically built purposefully to support these platform shifts. Now we have a new platform that's AI. What it is, we don't know. We think we know what it is today, but probably in 5 years from now, it's going to be completely different. So, and it changes so rapidly and so fast that it's very hard to think that one person in the organization is going to be able to make decisions that are going to drive this organization to be more competitive on the market or to win on the market. So we need to be very careful about the aspect of AI being a new platform, which means that we have to have a lot of people in the organization that are going to understand it deeply, to know the drawbacks, to know how to use it. And co-pilots are just one small fragment of it. So if you look at my kids, they are 6 and 4, for example, for them, mobile phones and YouTube interaction, that way of interaction is something that they learned, and they have it as something that is happening from the beginning of their lives. The problem with AI and most of the people, we need to start embracing this as a new platform, as a new interaction. And we need to build the systems in a way that they not interact only with the humans, but actually to interact with other agents. So this is a new shift that we need to introduce in our thinking of how we are building products. So instead of having human-to-machine interfaces. We are going to have human-to-human-like interfaces that are then interacting with other machines. And there is going to be a world behind our interface that we are not going to understand very quickly. So one of the biggest things that you can do in your organization is to invest into the knowledge of the people. So to let them be creative, not to silence them, to give them the data, to give them the opportunity to build products, to test out, to fail, in a controlled environment, of course, and then pick the best ones. And as Alex said, it's not going to be a single responsibility of one person, it's going to be a responsibility of all of the people. So if you have, we are actually in our organization going through like a small transformation right now, and we see the resistance from different departments, like for example, finance. Sorry guys, if you hear this.
This is being streamed, so they could be watching right now.
So there is a huge resistance because they don't understand naturally. It's not in their natural workflows that they have to understand the technology. They see it as a means to achieving the goal, but they don't understand how they can leverage it to be more efficient or to actually contribute more to the organization where they work. So out of that resistance, you have more resistance on the other side, on the third side, on the fourth side. So it's very hard. Even for the organization that is advising other organizations how to do, we see internally that is happening also to us. So it will take time. It will definitely take 5 to 10 years for this paradigm shift to happen. But it is happening. It is coming very fast. And we need to make sure that we are investing as much as possible into education of our personnel from the ground up.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. And the reason that education is so important is because there's a translation layer that's being removed from a lot of organizations where it's not funneling through the chief digital officer, the IT department, the CIO. They're going to be marketing people. They're going to be entry-level staffers that are interacting with massive databases. And the knowledge is there. And they just have to know how to ask for it. And when you're building these tools, that's sort of the perspective you need. They need to be trained on how to ask, and then you need clean data to be able to deliver it to them in a form they can understand. Anyway, great stuff. And I'd love to hear that you're dog fooding it yourself and encountering these same challenges on your own. Great conversation. Hopefully you'll stick around for the breaks and people can ask you some questions.
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Let's give them a round of applause.
Now please welcome to the stage former Chief Digital
Hey, Igor, good to see you. Dinesh, good to see you. All right. So I think this was a good primer to start us off. We talked about, in the enterprise, some of the challenges. All of you are actually deploying solutions and have operations. And I think maybe the thing to start, and all of you have long histories working with AI. We know that AI is not a new thing. However, I do think that there's probably things that have happened in the last 2 years since ChatGPT came on the scene that have changed the work that you do. So maybe we start off just, tell me about a project that you've done in the last 2 years that you're proud of, that you're embarrassed by, that is significant in some way, and then we'll take it from there. We'll start with you, Mark.
Sure. Well, first, great to be here. Thanks for having us. So for Boeing, one point I want to make is, every company starts at a different starting point. We have 70,000 engineers and technologists. We've been doing AI work for a long time, everything from autonomous space flight and drones to satellites to factory automation. So you start from a pretty high level of sophistication. But if you want an example, I think we were 5 weeks into 2023 after OpenAI dropped ChatGPT on the world, and the CEO asked me, so what are we going to do with this? And a few months later, we came up with an agenda. And one of the things that struck us very quickly is that we had a whole wild west of people experimenting with ChatGPT in unsecure versions. Our biggest customer is the Pentagon. We have a lot of proprietary and classified confidential data. So we knew we needed a secure
platform. So that was our first priority, and we partnered with Microsoft. And interestingly, the early internal thoughts were this could take us 6 to 9 months, but we did it in 10 weeks thanks to their help and a big swarm. And we got up and running what we call Boeing conversational AI. I can come back to why it's conversational versus generative. But we rolled it out to all 170,000 people. And according to Microsoft, it's one of the largest secure implementations of an LLM in the world.
Wow. Not bad. Tough fact to follow, Igor.
Okay. Look, I miss the punk rock days of AI when there were like 12 of us in a research conference and not 5,000 in a carnival.
Yeah.
So what happened a couple plus years ago? We had the AI industry that broke a bunch of taboos, right? Nonprofits suddenly became for-profits. They stole a mess of copyrighted content. They had an alignment problem where now these platforms were allowed to emit hallucinations, also known as lies. Let's see what else happened. You got baited to upload your sensitive information in there, not knowing that it was getting spilled to overseas contact centers and things of that sort. And then because everybody's getting baited that this is on the path to AGI, people start thinking it's divine. The scientists start saying use it for mental health support, and it starts triggering suicides. So that's what actually happened in the last 24 months. So some of us that have been working in enterprise AI, like the 3 participants here, are like, okay, enterprise AI requires accuracy, scale, security, and speed. And for many, many years, we started working on more serious constructs so that we can support, in our cases, things like Air Force, things like we're the AI for strategic intelligence for the World Economic Forum, we're the knowledge cloud behind NVIDIA, and things of that sort. The things that actually run the lights, critical infrastructure, and things of that sort. So I think AI got splintered into 2 different worldviews, and that's what you're going to see over the course of the succeeding years.
So, it's fascinating for me. Unifor, my company, has been in the business of AI for 16 years, and much like folks on the stage, we've seen this industry evolve, we've seen the AI models evolve. And the transformers concept came out in 2018, so there were several of us already on the transformer-based AI model architecture. So in that sense, almost nothing changed 2 years ago. But on the flip side, from a vantage point where we today have over 1,500 enterprise clients, over 750,000 users, our entire business as a provider of end-to-end AI solutions to these enterprises shifted. And there are 2 key trends that I want to talk about that have emerged in the last 2 years that did not exist even the year prior. First, I call it the revenge of the CIO. In the era of SaaS, in the last 2 decades, each one of us selling SaaS solutions were trained, and we trained our go-to-market machines to sell to business. Marketing department, sales department, HR departments, each one solving their own needs with some form of AI or machine learning-based SaaS software. Now, AI is a centralized architecture subject. We just heard from Mark, the CEO called him. Not every company has a Mark, so it goes defaulted to the CEO. But there is a centralized authority in each enterprise emerging who, whether it's coming from the board or the CEO, is now responsible for all things AI. And in relation to that, AI stopped being a point solution SaaS, and AI is now a company-wide architecture. Because the company cannot afford to have several different corporate guardrails, several different strategies of LLM partnership. These are expensive moves, so it has to be a corporate strategy. And so the new architecture that's emerged in the enterprise, I call it the 4-layered cake. And it could be edible for some, but this layer cake starts with a data lake. This is where the enterprise stores its data, and there has been an acceleration in the last couple of years for enterprise to bring all their data in one place. We've seen results from Databricks, Snowflakes. Those companies are playing in that zone. The layer right above is the knowledge lake, where this is the first layer where Gen AI gets to be applied, but now on the data. So Gen AI, using concepts like retrieval augmented generation, is starting to make data more searchable, all right? So that's the knowledge lake. It becomes the knowledge of the entire enterprise, which then starts to fine-tune LLMs or other forms of AI models. And after a few months of early experimentation, just like we heard from Mark, each one of Unifor's customers, whether it's a telecom company, a bank, an insurer, they first thought they all will have like one big LLM fine-tuned for the company. Almost the whole world's enterprises are beginning to realize it's going to be a bunch of small models and not large. So the layer right above the knowledge lake becomes a model lake, because you're going to have tens or hundreds of these small models, each one functionally trained for marketing needs, HR needs, billing needs, customer record needs. So the model lake is the layer where these gets orchestrated. And finally, the layer on top, which is where the rubber hits the road, which is where the ROI is, which is where the users interact with AI, is the AI agents, which is the new way of saying AI apps, or what used to be SaaS in the past. So this 4-layered cake has emerged as this architecture, putting the power back in a centralized authority, CIO in most cases. And that's a huge shift in the way enterprises are consuming AI in the last couple of years.
Wow. I'd love to hear what you guys think about that model. It just seems, the promise that I hear is that these solutions can run across an entire business. And instead of getting your CRM from Salesforce, your Workday application, your Office productivity suite, you're creating solutions that can do kind of all of these things. Is that what we're talking about here? This knowledge base that everybody can tap into?
Oh, everything's going to become obsolete. So I used to lead the AI team at IBM. We discovered the baby version of Watson over 20 years ago. They didn't want to greenlight it. I departed, did my last startup. It turned into Alexa. So Brian was Alexa's code name, by the way. Alexa's my older sister's name. If I asked you this question, do you have a non-disclosure agreement signed with me or not? Guess what? You already know the answer to that. It popped in your head. Guess what's not in your head? A Salesforce license or a DocuSign license. So I think where this stuff is going to go is that everything's going to get dumped into a central repository, and you won't care that it's structured, semi-structured, unstructured information. And at a split second that you need something from it, it'll actually come, filter, and give you exactly what you need based on the authorities that you have, access control, zero trust, and things of that sort. It's going to completely disrupt what you know as an ERP, a CRM, ITSM, and things of that sort. That's where it's going. By the way, somebody once asked me, what's the future of speech recognition? Because we were involved in early Siri, Alexa, and things of that sort. And I said, you not saying anything. And I'm like, and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, you saying anything is going to become an exception. Because once you have things like your healthcare devices and things like that saying right now, you need to have water, they'll change the menus, they'll bring you the perfect things that you need to eat, book you to the perfect thing, the right car is waiting for you, the perfect flight. You never have to do anything again. That's all the agentic stuff that's going to be coming over time.
Well, I'll add, Igor made some good points, but I always like to make an audience like these things real. So let's pick a few examples. How many here have read the press release from Klarna in the last year or so? So Klarna is this buy now, pay later company out of Sweden. And they made 3 very significant media announcements in the last year or so. The first one, they said they were able to take OpenAI, use their company's knowledge, train OpenAI, and replace 100% of their customer service representatives. 100%, right? All 700 people. So that was an interesting announcement. They followed it up a few months later by saying they have turned off all the licenses in the company of Salesforce and Workday, not to replace it with competing products, but to replace it with a fine-tuned version of the same OpenAI on the company's knowledge. And then they came out with the cherry on the cake. They said the result of all of these activities in the last year is that Klarna went from making a $44 million loss the year prior to $66 million profit in 1 year swing. And they attributed all of that to AI delivering efficiencies in departments, AI delivering efficiency in replacing that SaaS software layer. What have we seen in the world as a reaction? Salesforce now wants to call itself Agentforce. Our customers, whether it's a telecom company or a bank or an insurance company, are doing similar initiatives in-house to replace a bunch of predictive analytics software and Copilot software which used to be sold by SaaS companies in the past, by in-house knowledge-trained LLMs, replacing each of those workflows one after the other. And we all know how these dominoes fall. All it takes for Wall Street is one major Fortune 500 coming out and saying what Klarna said. Klarna is still private. The minute we see one large bank, one large insurer, one large telecom company report a similar earnings message, that they increase EBITDA by 10% because of AI replacing some software or headcount, the dominoes start to fall. And I can tell you, being in this field, that we are not years away. We're months away from these announcements beginning to come.
Look, I'll just add to that. I think, one, it depends how broadly you think about AI, right? So AI has been around for decades. It's delivered tremendous economic value, right? We talked earlier about fraud detection, everything that we see in social media with algorithms, search engines. It's everywhere. So there's a lot of chatter always about, is AI going to create value? Well, it's already created a tremendous amount of value. So it's really, to me, it's about this new class of generative conversational tools that are game-changing, one. Secondly, I also think starting position, again, is everything. I've been in two recently, over the last 15 years, two big global companies with a 100-year history, Nielsen and Boeing, tremendous legacy debt, tremendous silos, data everywhere. And I always say, there's three things that you'll find in every big global matrix company that nobody owns, and that's people, money, and data. Finance doesn't own the money, HR doesn't own the people, and everybody's got data everywhere, and sometimes it's in millions of spreadsheets. So there's a vision of putting it all together, but the reality is often far from that vision in many companies. And yet you can get a lot of value out of all those different data sets and all those different applications to drive value. And the final point I would make, again, I'll use Boeing, over 4,000 enterprise applications, probably another 6,000 engineering applications. One thing I'm seeing and what I predict is there is a conversation right now where there's software and then there's AI, and the reality is they're going to blend. And eventually, it's all just intelligent software. You're not going to know anymore, is this an AI tool or a non-AI tool? It's all getting intelligent. Every single enterprise software company is building AI into it. We heard from Microsoft at the beginning of the day, they're all in. But again, so is Oracle, Workday, SAP, Salesforce. So if you just think forward into a world where all software is intelligent, all software is AI enabled, there's still a lot of experimentation going on. I think you're going to see a tremendous amount of innovation. But I think it's only going to be smaller, very focused companies that can really pull off a truly integrated data warehouse anytime in the near future. Most of them are going to have to deal with a huge spread of complexity.
Got it. It's interesting. It brings up this idea. We see the big tech companies making massive investments. Obviously, the big tech players are going to be on the field, but then there's smaller companies, startups. Everybody's got .ai after their name now. Like, how are the smaller companies going to compete against the larger companies? Does AI and the demands that it requires in terms of financing, in terms of energy, and talent, tip the scales? So, Igor, how do you see the AI landscape in terms of delivering enterprise solutions?
Yeah. When I started my last company, I put model ships in front of my office as a way of broadcasting our culture. One of them was Titanic, because I'm like, big tech is going to claim that they're unsinkable and they're going to get to these topics before we get to them. There's two ways to make an organism. You either drop it in the rainforest with plenty of food and water, or you drop it in the desert and they adapt differently, more compute efficiency and things of that sort as well, with necessity being the mother of invention. So I think big tech's going to do their big tech thing, and I think startups are going to do their thing, and there's going to be interesting discoveries on both sides. And by the way, don't be afraid of these technologies. I know it's easy to think that there's a race to the bottom and people are going to be, jobs are going to get disrupted. You know how many jobs are going to be lost? Zero, nothing. People fetishize reducing costs and things of that sort.
Mesh just said 700 people lost their jobs at Klarna.
Yeah, in the short term. In the short term, okay? You're going to have low unemployment still. Everybody's going to be expecting you to be 10 to 100 times more productive. That's what's going to happen. Otherwise, it's two farmers standing at their fence and saying, hey, my horse can eat 50% less oats than yours. And they keep dropping the amount of oats. Next thing you know, the horse dies, meaning your organizations die. Humans are still the center of innovation, creativity. My parents are both artists. Remember what artists give you. They give you what you need, not what you want typing into prompts All of your phones have cameras on it. It did not make Steven Spielberg obsolete.
All right, all right.
I'll just go back to your
ahead.
point on startups with all the new .ai. To me, that's no different than 25 years ago, everybody being .com, right? So we don't do that anymore. Same thing, I think, is coming with AI. It's just embedded.
In terms of the timeline, Umesh says this is happening in months. Igor seems pretty bullish. I mean, how do you see it?
Yeah, it's happening right now. Again, you cannot walk into any enterprise software, any technology company, and not see their AI roadmap. So if you just fast forward and just assume it's embedded capability, then you get back to what you're really trying to solve for, which what are the business problems? What are the challenges? What are we trying to do to drive performance? And this is a tool.
Is there any advice you would give to companies that are, because you've heard stories about companies that during the beginning of the hype cycle spent all this money on AI solutions that actually didn't move the needle at all. And they cost a fortune to build, they cost a fortune to maintain, but they were misaligned with their goals. Is there any advice you can give to business owners how to avoid that and go straight to achieving real results?
I'll just start on let my colleagues weigh in, but I'll just say, for us, what's been illuminating with Gen AI, again, I'll contrast it, there's enough people here who remember the internet. The internet came out, there was a tremendous amount of hype and promise, but the technology wasn't ready. The infrastructure wasn't there, the data wasn't there, took a long time. I think it's the opposite with Gen AI and conversational. The technology is ready out of the box. The hardest investment is with the people, is actually teaching people how to use the tools, drive adoption. The technology itself is not that expensive, except for a few specific applications, but generally the ROI is tremendous, but you have to really invest in people more than anything.
Igor, you agree with that?
10 years before you had an Amazon Echo in your kitchen, we hid it in Disney World and Epcot Center to see how children would react to it because they're little Imagineers. So the point is, I don't know how long it'll take, but the point is there's been these little experiments brewing, you know, in some cases right under your noses where you didn't realize it was that style of technology. I know that you read the Wall Street Journal every day and your C-suite, you know, talks to your boards, talks to your investors, and everybody's like panicking how to do the big mission stuff. And you know what I say? Release it to the interns. We don't know what use cases are going to actually trigger and change the course of history that tend to be more accidental. The good news with this technology now is the cost basis went down as you can take more shots on goal on that creativity.
You want the last word?
So look, I'd say it's very important to realize that this snapshot of time, 5, 10 years from now, as we look back at this time, how will we remember this moment where AI was unfolding? I don't think we remember this moment by the products we were building, the models we were training, or the companies we were building. We remember this moment by thinking about what did we do now that put society in a better place for adopting this transformational technology. And I think while we are in this infrastructure build-out phase, which is why hyperscalers, right now we see a lot of action with NVIDIA chips and hyperscalers and data centers, but just like the internet, Cisco became the world's most valuable company in the early 2000s when there was the internet build-out phase. We needed networking before internet could take off. But where did the real value get created? Applications like Google, like YouTube, like Uber, like Salesforce. And that's going to be no different in the AI era. So there is a startup that we may know of right now or don't know of right now will become the large cap company with AI. But to wrap things in a bow here, even as we speak, we are crossing the chasm with early adopters. And here's what early adopters look like. I want to leave the group with one other example so we all walk away knowing what's happening today, not in the tech company space, but in the enterprise space. We are all telecom consumers. We all receive a telecom bill every month. How many of us today can read our telecom bill and explain it to our spouses or our grandparents? Nobody. You know how many calls our favorite telecom company, AT&T or Verizon, get every day just for people asking, why did I get this $4 extra or $5 extra? Over 100 million calls between those two. Over 100 million every month. And so a telecom company has just put a billing SLM, small language model, trained on their billing methodology into production and said, look, historically, with over 5,000 people, we haven't been able to solve this problem. We run analytics software. We have 5,000 people in our call center just picking up those phones and answering, why did you get $5 extra? We now have a billing SLM that's trained to answer not only the best question about billing, but also it's an agentic workflow. So if you're a loyal customer and if you're really calling to find out why that $5 extra, we'll tell you, but we'll also reverse it one time. The impact of this billing SLM, you don't need 5,000 people in the call center anymore. That doesn't mean, I'm with Igor, that doesn't mean that we are going to stare at massive job losses. The AI companies that are building these solutions need a lot of manpower. The need of the hour, and this is where the role of government and corporate citizens becomes really important. If we know what we know now, we should be aggressively reskilling our workforces. We should be focusing on education to make sure the next generation of graduates that are coming out are trained to work on the side of AI as opposed to traditional jobs. The cost of not doing it is a societal imbalance. So it won't be just the country that has access to the best GPUs or LLMs that's going to win the race. US in the lead right there. But it will be countries that come up with better policy for wealth redistribution, reskilling in the era of AI, and which is why I go back to, when we look back at this time, it won't be about the best LLM, the best technology. It'll be about what were we doing to put policies in place that 10 years from now, we'll be proud of how the world adopts AI.
Well said. Well, one takeaway, definitely don't go to work in a call center. I think that's one takeaway we all agree on. Gentlemen, thank you so much. This is great.
And now, please welcome to the stage founder and CEO of Syrinus,
Lee, take a seat. So we're going to shift gears a little and talk about sort of the venture landscape. Lee, why don't you give us, for those unfamiliar with Syrinus, give a sense of what you guys do and sort of the vision of the company.
Yeah, so we're media and fintech product for early stage venture, powered by the global human capital of the world. And what we try to do is we try to give access to people like the three panelists that were before me, an ability to score, price, and rate early stage startups.
So you say human capital, right? So humans still need to be in the loop. We just heard about the importance of humans. So talk about, when you talk about revolutionizing early stage investing, it sounds bold to do that. What's broken? What's the problem? Let's first look at what is the problem that you saw addressing it.
Well, I think it services well for venture capitalists. I don't think it services their investors very well. And so what I'm seeing as broken is that there's just not a lot of predictability in early stage, even up to Series A and B. To me, it's more like that. I have a background in sports betting. It's more like you're placing a bet, and then you're riding the power law. So the power law primarily long tail hold, but focusing on that short tail is vital and critical. How do we improve the outcomes? How do we impact society and invest in people that are overlooked, that don't have a Stanford degree, that are in the middle of the country? I think that's the big aspect.
So, when we first met, I was really intrigued when you started talking about an expert network, right? A group of humans that are really domain experts in a variety of ways, and allowing them to participate in evaluating early stage investments. Talk a little about sort of how you're applying AI to first then look at your network of humans to really evaluate some of these and give their feedback as you look at investments.
Well, if you have an AI venture firm that's trying to predict outcomes, I don't think you understand venture or AI. We have to have humans in the loop. One of the primary things is that technology is evolving so quickly, the industry is evolving so quickly. So if you have a fund 1 and you're doing great, by fund 4, if you're applying the same thesis, you're probably going to lose. And so what we do is we make stakeholders out of all the brilliant people in the world. We give them chunks of equity that's liquid, because we're also a liquidity platform. We're a primary market for investors, and we're a secondary market for liquidity. And so we give them these chunks of equity to come onto the platform, and then we have an AI on top of that that makes it super efficient. So, like I said, the 3 previous panelists, they're super busy. Our job is to make it very efficient, very quick, entertaining, and engaging for them to basically make their bet in like a few minutes. And then we provide attribution back from that, from the market, to really filter out and understand who are the best of the best in the world, and the AI does that. It provides different weightings for different individuals at different aspects of the business, and then we filter that up, and we get to basically a score that basically says this is investment ready, or it should be bounded by these 2 prices when you do invest.
So many of us, know when we think about expert networks, we talked about things like GLG as a historic way that, as an expert in a certain area, I would get an email. It would say, hey, take a look at this, answer some questions. What you're doing is you're taking an early stage pitch, slicing it into very specific pieces, knowing then where to push it to an expert. And then almost, if you think about Reddit or things of voting up, voting down, and making it super relevant ultimately for the investment.
Right, so the stage 1 is you just submit an elevator pitch. It's like 30 to 60 seconds. It's a video feed. We have a media side where we're filtering the best news and the best advice of venture media. And then you have like a section for startup pitches, and you can scroll it like a TikTok, and it's like basically just a bunch of elevator pitches. And we pass the top 25% of those through. The founder gets tons of feedback from thousands of individuals about the state of their elevator pitch. The top 25% go through. From then we go into a more deeper due diligence of like 5 videos, a pitch deck, and we have a very structured data room that we can then push to these people. And we then pass the first 5% through. So we're a primary market. We have a bunch of angel investors on the platform. We're not a matchmaker. We actually have 125 million behind us that we're going to deploy to that top 5%. It's not a fund, but it's access to capital for the founder really quickly. Worst case scenario, they get this amazing feedback of all their blind spots. They can submit as many times as they want, refine their pitch, and if they're lucky, 1 in 20 are going to get funded in 2 to 4 weeks.
So when you think about your background, you talked a little about your background in gaming and sports betting, but you have a doctorate in physics. So talk a little about how your schooling, your education led you to this, and what maybe makes you, why did you see this as a problem that based on your education that you wanted to tackle?
Yeah, so I was doing my PhD, invented a camera, spun that out of Ohio State, and got out to the Bay Area for like a decade. I'd say like halfway through, I dealt with venture capital, so I got VC investment, and I just kind of saw their blind spots, the things that they wanted us to focus on, and that company ended up dying. And so in 2016, I was like, I'm really interested in AI. It seems to be the next big thing. I built an intelligent system, something similar to this, for sports betting. And then met my partner at a craps table in Vegas, and I was trying to sell this idea and invest and get investors for it. And he's like, well, I'm like amazing. You don't need anybody else. Let's just start using the tool. And we've been doing that for about 8 years. And we've been taking the proceeds of that and running it back into venture. So we started 2 venture funds, Cobalt 1 and Cobalt 2. I moved back to Ohio, closer to my roots. The state of Ohio gave me $5 million to a free roll for the state, so we now have like a $10 million fund. But just looking at the way people were analyzing deals, the way that they were engaging GLG, the way that they were engaging other experts, I just saw sort of a blind spot. And I just think that for the future, the people that can raise the money for funds aren't necessarily the people that know what's going on in industry. And that's the big gap I see in venture capital. And then, I see VCs that, it's a lot of paper wealth, but imagine if you're a sports bettor and you don't know the outcome of a game for 10 to 15 years. How do you know you're good? How do you get better? You need to know now. And so we want to provide that market feedback. And then, I often say that VCs are the troglodytes of finance. I apologize if there's VCs in the crowd. But it's because if you just apply basic finance, this whole idea of investing and holding, waiting for that big parlay to hit to cover the other sins of your investments, That's fine, and you can do that. But if you just apply some basic finance techniques to the venture model by providing liquidity, reinvesting those compounded liquidity multiples over a 10-year period, you can be a 1 percentile fund with never having hit a unicorn. And where I'm at, which is in the middle of the country, the odds of hitting a unicorn are extremely small. And so how do we sort of leverage the fact that ventures incentivize to pump valuations at the middle stages, and how do we take that and provide it back to our investors and our partners so that they can compound that tendency over a 10-year period?
So, you talked about data. We've heard a lot about, the massive amounts of data that are being created. You wind up sitting on a lot of data, right? This unstructured video data that ultimately you're turning into actionable insights. I'm assuming there's another business when you start to think about, as you amass more pitches and more experts, there's a data business as well, right?
Yeah, it's definitely a data business, but I liked how the previous panelists were talking about the different structures. Like, AI means a lot of different things to different people. There's core modeling, but then there's like intelligent systems. And so there's going to be a lot of data generated at the lake level, but then how do we build that real knowledge graph data, that reasoning data in the next phase, when we start looking at the actions of all the people on the platform? Because there's sort of the active questions, right? There's the active understanding of an individual when they like a part of a presentation or they put their money behind it, which is a great signal. But then we have all the media on the other side that's interesting and engaging, and we're passively looking at the actions of those individuals on that side. And there's a wealth of information there that can then infer and inform the investment decisions.
So who wins, who loses, right? So we look at, the venture firms, the LPs, the people deploying capital, the startups, in this model where we can make smarter investment decisions about deploying capital, about placing our bets, who's ultimately the winner? Is the startup in the end, the early stage startup the winner? Is the asset allocator the winner?
I think the winner is the startups because a lot of founders are not going to be overlooked anymore. We're going to find alpha in really interesting places. I think the winners are going to be the accredited investors, the trillions of dollars of wealth for accredited investors that would never get into venture because they don't have transparency around what the deal really is, and they don't have liquidity. And so if we provide this product, and when we pull this off, there's a whole wealth of new capital that can infuse into Serenus. I view us as sort of like the 538 meets Robinhood. But I think that's going to open up a ton of new capital into venture, and that's really going to impact the country because, I grew up super poor, farmer in Ohio, entrepreneurship saved my life, getting involved in this, and I think that I want to provide that to other people like that, and I want to provide that to investors that may be in real estate or restaurants or whatever that are accredited, but trust the brand of Serenus, trust our collective wisdom, and then they can manage their investments, day to day.
You mentioned Robinhood. When you think about sort of investors, we've seen problems, right, with certain people not fully understanding the types of investments they've made. How do you see that sort of as the education component of, as you make venture more accessible to a new population, the role you also have to play on educating them on, there are going to be the winners and the losers. It's not a guarantee. How do you kind of step in and sort of help guide them through that process?
Well, you have sort of a media feed that we're filtering with the best content and the best creators in the world. So that's step one. But I think step two is encourage them to be in sort of a Serenus index fund, because there are going to be a lot of losers. But in an aggregate, we're going to invest in 1,200 deals in the next 3 years. But as an aggregate, the asset class can perform very well, and educating them on sort of recommending when they should take advantage of their liquidity and then reinvest and recompound that, I think the returns on that are going to be great.
So for the people here, obviously we have experts in the audience in a lot of different areas. We have some startups. What do they do? The platform is currently accepting expert applications, startup pitches. Talk about sort of, how people here could potentially get engaged.
Yeah, so first, the app's in the App Store, so please download it. If you're an expert, really we want you to be venture partners in Serenus. And you know, you're going to make a great amount of equity and a lot of fun startups by taking place on the platform. And then we can connect you to founders, and then like sort of a venture studio model, you can make those social connections for the rest of your life and help guide those startups. And it's liquid equity, so it's not something that's like you have to, as an expert or advisor, you're waiting 10 to 15 years to take advantage of. I think that's for the experts. For the founders, we're never going to take money from founders, and you can submit as many times as you want. You start off with an elevator pitch. It's very video focused, but I think that the feedback that you're going to get, at a worst case scenario, it's going to bulletproof your idea and your opportunity before you ever do talk to another venture capitalist or another angel investor. You're going to know sort of the questions that you would get, the blind spots, the concerns, and really where to focus your message.
And historically, that was an investment banker, or you hired someone to do that. You may have been paying them. You're providing that as a free service to founders.
Yeah, it's free for founders, and it always will be.
So I know there was someone mentioned, I think it was Jim earlier, Tyson, Jake Paul, put on your sports betting sort of hat. We've seen a lot more betting happening, betting on the presidential election. When you look at the data, predictions on the presidential election, on that fight, have we seen people getting it right, from building these systems?
Yeah, well, I'm going to require all my founders to fight Jake Paul now for funding. But I think that markets are polls. Vegas has opening lines, but you can't really bet a lot of money on them. What they do is they're moving the lines as people make bets. When they put their decisions down with money, they're changing those lines to where they get to an optimization. But there's still tons of poll bias. Just recently in the election, there were tons of poll bias. But I think a few people that are really data focused and not very political were right. And so, we knew that there was about a 3% shift towards one way versus the other in the polls going into that election. And it's because even deeply liquid markets have a deep bias in some situations, even in the meta-analysis. And so, we've made money, sports betting, and those are extremely liquid markets with very sharp lines. So we just want to bring that into venture.
Well, so I encourage you all to download the app. Thank you, Lee, for joining us. Thank you for your support. We are going to break for lunch now. Lunch is going to be served on the 3rd floor. There's going to be 3 breakout sessions over lunch. There'll be one on the AI and finance, one on healthcare, and one on sustainability. So the rooms upstairs you'll be able to find. So please join us upstairs, do the HTC Vive demo, which is all data visualization and interaction, and we'll see you upstairs. So thanks again.
Thank you for having me.
Check. If you're on the call, can you hear this microphone? I just got like some sound. So I won't be able to hear you now, but if you're on this call, could you just talk for a little bit? I just need to make sure I'm getting sound from you. That's great. I'm seeing audio. I just can't hear you right now because we're not sending you to the main speakers. Would you mind actually opening your chat and for now just respond to us in text so we can communicate with you?
Dan Costa.
Why, thank you. Thank you. So, thanks for your patience. John Chambers was supposed to be here virtually on Zoom. And it turns out Zoom is a platform that requires you tell people the right time to be on the line. You haven't solved that yet.
Yeah, I think if I'm in my regular spot, I will see more audience. This is supposed to be John Chambers' session.
That's right. It's interesting, although, you know what? I actually think that this is a case where AI probably would have chimed in and said, you know what, you've got a calendar, you've got a schedule, you've got an email that you sent, you agreed on this thing, and the numbers don't all match up. Something might be amiss here. You could imagine AI catching something like that.
Absolutely. And we should get down to the business. Stop joking.
That's right.
Because especially John Chambers is going to be
That's right.
upset.
That's right. He's probably listening in right now. and let's hope he's there when we finish. So, obviously everyone is familiar with Zoom. I referred to it earlier today. Having come in from the tech sector, I've known about it for a very long time. But we think of it as that thing that kept us connected during the pandemic. Video conferencing for work, video conferencing for family, for social. Like all tech companies, you have evolved into an AI company. Is that just something you have to do, or is it something that Zoom is uniquely positioned to take advantage of?
Yeah, I want to just reflect a little bit. Before I joined Zoom, I was Microsoft Azure AI CTO. And I helped Microsoft get all the AI services ready, including get the AI into Microsoft Teams to compete with Zoom. Zoom was the #1 competitor of Microsoft Teams. That's not the reason why I switched, okay? And I really think that generative AI with ChatGPT, OpenAI, redefined what this whole world is going to be. Did you hear me? Redefined what our future is going to be. I joined Microsoft more than 30 years ago. I spent 30 years in one single company in that journey. Microsoft was much smaller. And I remember IBM was the bigger brother. IBM is still around, very important. But the position between Microsoft and IBM switched. I was 30 when I joined Microsoft. And I reached 60. I thought if I do not switch, I have no more chance. So that's why, one of the reasons why I joined Zoom. Zoom is smaller than Microsoft. But if the history has its own lesson, Zoom has a very good chance.
So why? Yeah, go ahead.
I just want to share the story, right? It's the AI that is going to level the playing field among all companies, whether it's Microsoft or IBM or Google or Zoom or any startup. So I hope I answered your question. It's a tremendous opportunity. This is very much like we're back to the first industrial revolution. James Watt invented the steam engine. Now everything is up to all of us, how to make advantage of it.
So a lot of people have come on stage today and said that this is going to level the playing field. It's going to enable innovation. Small companies can compete with big companies. But there is this narrative out there that OpenAI has so much money and so much compute, and Microsoft is funding them, that's a winning horse. And Google's too big to fail, and Anthropic's backed by Amazon. So these big players are going to dominate the space. Why do you believe that these smaller companies can go toe-to-toe?
Well, I think OpenAI is a fantastic leader in AI. Microsoft purely depended on OpenAI to get the Copilot out. And there's actually a surprising smaller company, half the size of OpenAI, which happens to be in San Francisco as well. It's called Anthropic. They offer something that's equally exciting. Those are the two leaders, smaller companies. This is really American story. American innovation story. In Silicon Valley, one after another startup. They surprise big companies like IBM, Apple, Microsoft, and Google. Those two leaders provided unmatched quality that gave every company an opportunity to innovate, including Zoom.
So we started our prep call, and I've been creating AI-generated transcripts of all my prep calls so I can make my notes, I can get my questions. You saw my AI note taker on the call and was instantly dismissive. That it was a subpar product and that I wasn't using the best tools. Talk to me a little bit about what the tools are that you're building into Zoom that are so much better than what I'm using.
I do not know if you received the Zoom AI companion note. It was very warm, friendly, and accurate. Mm-hmm. That's my opinion. He might have a different opinion. And what is actually worse about Dan is AI companion was included and no additional cost. He knew nothing about it. He paid using his wallet for lower quality third-party services to get dismissive note-taking services every day. You see, that's why AI is really disruptive. That was based on last generation AI. Now, with Zoom AI Companion, I'm not advertising. I love Microsoft as well. I spent 30 years in Microsoft. I love the company. It's a fantastic company. But the Zoom AI Companion is so attractive. When Microsoft advertised in Super Bowl, they said, Copilot is like AI Companion. Go and check Microsoft ads.
Yeah, so what is your AI companion designed to do? Because it's more than just an extension of video conferencing. It actually creates action items and lets you get more work done. And explain how it works a little bit.
So AI companion is really like a companion, not like your co-pilot, okay? It does, first, federate the best of the best in the industry. So we combined OpenAI and Anthropic models. Those are the two leaders. We also like Gemini. Google got its offering that is beneficial. We use the open source Llama from Meta. We have our own proprietary language model. We created an orchestrated layer in the back end that offered unmatched quality than any of them. So when you use AI Companion, we not just give you the meeting minutes. We tell you what your next step should be. Who should be doing what? That's the action. That action item will flow from the meeting to Zoom Docs based on your need. You can write a blog. You can write a set of slides. The slide will not be as beautiful as Microsoft PowerPoint. That shows how much I love Microsoft. But it's good enough.
Good that you're leaving them something.
It's good enough, like when I was at Carnegie Mellon as a postdoc. I was writing black and white transparency slide. Content was there, just doesn't have the animation and the beautiful format. So Microsoft AI Companion got 3 advantages. Number 1, backend is federated using the best of the best. Number 2, we focus on the action information flow. It's a system of action to help you to finish your task better. Now the action-oriented information flow will flow from the meeting you have, which happens to be the most important business function. That's why we're meeting today. Into docs, into chat, into email, into calendaring. So it's no longer focused on the last generation Office, which is focused on the document. Jamie was here, my colleague, former colleague in Microsoft. Microsoft is a documentation company in terms of Office. That's the last generation in the desktop era. Google innovated to focus on collaboration. So Google Docs focus on multiple people, up to 100 people working on the same document. Beautiful. They got a 25% share from Microsoft Office. Now, Google era dominated in the web. It's all wonderful. They are the king and the queen of productivity. But in the new era, we're going to focus on the action. Zoom AI Companion is the system of action to help you to get the work done in the whole life cycle of your project, no matter whether you're in meeting, in docs, or in email. That's the differentiation. That's why we are the leader. We at least aim to be the leader in the generative AI era. We are fully embrace AI. Number 3 is we have no legacy. We don't have anything other than meeting. So we can design the whole user interface to be AI native with these Zoom Docs or Zoom Tasks. We can really just offer you the best of the best to tie the back end and front end together with what I call artificial intelligence-centric user interface. It's not the GUI, like the graphic user interface we know. is not the ChatGPT user interface as defined by OpenAI. We are bringing those two together seamlessly in Zoom Workplace. That's what we do.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting to think about it. You said the meetings are the most important thing we do at work. And this is sort of a meeting here. But you can imagine, and we've got people in the audience now that are running transcripts of everything that's said. All that's going to get uploaded into an AI, which is going to create key talking points. We're going to be writing stories based on the content that's discussed here on stage. And I can just imagine all of that is facilitated by this type of interpretation. And it's, you can do it on a Zoom call, you can do it on a Hangout, but you can increasingly do it in everyday meetings. And it's going to be it's a new interface on the work environment. And there's no reason why Zoom can't be the tool of choice, because there's no lock-in the way there is with like Microsoft apps in that generation.
You're absolutely right. If you look at Microsoft Copilot, it's a great leader and a pioneer. But they focus on Microsoft ecosystem. There's no way you can actually get Google Docs into Copilot and massage those information together. You can use Google Gemini. It's equally exciting, competitive to Microsoft Copilot. But then you're not going to get a Microsoft document into Gemini, massage those information together. Zoom AI Companion, we not only support the Zoom meeting, we embrace Microsoft and the Google ecosystem. Whether it's OneDrive document or Google Drive document, or Gmail, we welcome all. You can actually upload a Google document and OneDrive document, then ask AI Companion, what is the difference? Compare and contrast those two. You can even ask questions about the information not in the web, in the document, not in those two documents. You know what? We integrate the Perplexity. I don't know if you know.
So it'll go out and search the web for answers to augment the information that's already inside the document.
Yes. Inside the document, outside of the document, everywhere. Information is power. Knowledge is power. Zoom AI Companion gave you that. Google is a great search company. It's a verb. Google is a verb, like search. Just like Zoom is a verb of meeting. But we changed that. Google Gemini with Google Docs can ask questions about the document. There's no search integration. Are you surprised? As a search company, defined by the Google verb. But the Zoom AI Company does all of them. That's the difference. That's what I call American innovation spirit.
So we've had a couple of companies up here that are building the knowledge bases and sort of the back end for businesses and enterprises. Do you want to make that part of your business too, or is Zoom the front end that gets people access to the information that's residing in a knowledge base?
In Zoomtopia, we announced we're going to introduce Customer AI Companion. We'll let you bring your own data, customized for your enterprises, like the Boeing experience. They use Microsoft large language model customized for Boeing conversation AI. Zoom is going to offer the same capability through Zoom AI Studio. So this is coming. But we're going to offer unmatched federated AI stack to help all enterprises, whether it's big or small, to take advantage of the best of the best.
So a lot of these, we're focusing on how the large language models are processing text and creating action items. What else in terms of Zoom's offering, how is work going to change? How is this going to affect the work that users get done? Is it just going to make them more efficient? Is it going to make businesses more productive and profitable? Like, how are these tools going to shape the future of work over the next 5 years?
I really think that generative AI will give everyone extra day. Our CEO, Eric, already mentioned this. Most of us can and need to work only 4 days a week because of the productivity lift. If you look at the history of productivity, started from the first industrial revolution, right? The productivity is really growing exponentially. At that time, I don't know how many days people worked. Now today, it's 5 days a week. In the near future, it's going to be 4 days a week. All of us will benefit from AI productivity. Instead of laying off everyone, we should focus on the future. Everyone will benefit. So you have more time to do what you like. Enjoy your life, enjoy your friends and family. And if you need to play golf, play golf.
And you think employers will still pay for 5 days a week, even though we're only working 4 days a week?
I believe this is the productivity future. You know, we work. Why? Because we want to make everyone happier. This is, you know, human nature. We need to seek happiness. Why do you want to work 7 days a week? You want to be happier. That's fine. You want to work 7 days a week. But for the majority of the population, if they have the choice, I believe they like 4 days a week better than 5 days a week.
So most of the people on stage have come down on the side that this will not result in a net job loss, despite some massive layoffs in the short term. Would you agree with that? That there'll be more net gain than net loss?
I cannot predict the future, and I'm very optimistic. I believe that once you have this amazing tool, and for the first time in history, knowledge and intelligence, they're no longer valued as much as we used to value them. This is actually the biggest difference between the previous industrial revolution and the intelligence revolution. Today, I assume all of you are here because you're smart, you are intelligent, but that value will diminish. You get rewarded by working less.
So let's end on a practical note. Just in terms of you using the Zoom tools and being in the ecosystem, how does AI Companion save you time and make your life better?
I have to share my personal story. I was a poor student in Beijing's Tsinghua University. And I was writing a paper using typewriter. I borrowed that typewriter because I couldn't afford to have one. And I wasn't a very good at typist. So I have to correct the error. Then I spent a lot of money purchase liquid paper. It was expensive. I treat that as gold liquid. That was 1982. Then, in Microsoft, my colleague and I wrote a book, Spoken Language Processing, 800 pages. We changed it at that time with the publisher, Prentice Hall. We said we will format everything at our own cost because we like our format better than the publisher. They agreed. We used Microsoft Word. 800 pages, amazing work. We formatted everything like editor. That was 2000. Last year, my colleague in Microsoft, Peter Lee, wrote a book, Revolution in Medicine, in less than 6 months because he used ChatGPT. You see the generation gap? To type one piece of paper would cost me a few hours. And as a poor student in China at that time, I had to actually really question how much liquid paper I need to use. To Microsoft Word, Microsoft revolutionized desktop computing. We could publish 800 pages without a publisher involved, formatting everything, meeting the standard of Prentice Hall publisher standard. To using AI and the people working together, publishing a book in less than 6 months. For me, I cannot actually have a Zoom meeting or any meeting without the AI companion taking the notes, telling me what actions I need to take. This is just a tremendous productivity gain. This is also, I really don't want to advertise the most accurate action item you could ever dream, better than my chief of staff at Microsoft. When I was at Microsoft, I had the chief of staff. Every meeting, chief of staff will always give me the action items. And Zoom was a poor company, smaller company. As the CTO of the company, I have no chief of staff. But AI Companion fulfilled that. Actually does a better job.
So no call centers and no chief of staffs. All right, thanks for that inspiration, H.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. That's great.
And now, please welcome back to the stage CEO of Worth Media.
Okay, so if you don't know John Chambers, you're in for a treat. John has been part of our Techonomy community for about a decade now. I've gotten to spend time with him over the past 10 years. He was at Cisco Systems. He was the CEO, chairman, and executive chairman. During his 25 plus years at Cisco, he helped grow the company from, which I was amazed by, 70 million in 91 to a $47 billion company when he stepped down as CEO in 2015. So amazing growth over those 25 plus years. He started JC2 Ventures in 2018, which we'll hear more about. Hopefully, do we have John there? Oh, there's John.
I'm all ready to go, Josh. Good to see you, my friend.
Great to see you, John. And we just had the CTO of Zoom here, so if we have any Zoom connectivity problems, we know who to go to. But John, I talked a little about the growth of Cisco. How many acquisitions did the company do under your leadership?
We did 180 of them, Josh, and we kind of rewrote the textbooks. In the early 90s, acquisitions in high tech almost always failed. We took a step back and said, how do we do them differently? And it accounted for probably half of our growth at Cisco was our ability to move into new markets and new areas by acquiring small acquisitions and growing beyond. We did a dozen over $1 billion back when $1 billion was a lot of money on it, and probably 75% of them ended up hitting or exceeding what we projected the market would do. We also made mistakes, and we learned in terms of how do you move forward, what works in acquisitions and what do not. But I really believe in them as one of the key forms of innovation. Do it yourself, partnering, or acquire.
Right. And we'll talk about, obviously, probably take a lot of those philosophies, what you saw in those acquisitions and how you apply it to what you're doing now in venture. But so obviously over those couple decades, you had a front seat to the internet boom. You took full advantage, understanding how to leverage that. Obviously, you built some of the core infrastructure that the communication was flowing over. Talk a little about what you saw in the internet boom over those 2 decades, and now what you're seeing with AI. What are the similarities, the differences in what you're seeing in the market today?
Well, the internet boom was something that occurred very gradually, and it really didn't get going to the early 1990s, even though the internet had been around for a while before that. And when we originally said it was going to change the way the world works, lives, learns, and plays, they said, you don't get it. You move around zeros and ones between techies. But it would dramatically change all aspects of our lives. And that played out for the next decade very strong. Cisco benefited with an average of 65% growth year over year for the decade on it. And we shared that success with our shareholders. You invested $1 in stock in Cisco at that time when we went public. And by the time we left, it was worth $15,000. So it was a tremendous run. I think AI will be very similar. That we are in the very early innings of AI. And remember, at Cisco, it was mid-1990s when you look at Jeff Bezos, and they said, with Amazon, what was the biggest hurdle you had to get over about selling things online? And he said it wasn't selling things online. People didn't understand what the internet was. So the internet had been around, and it was very gradual before people really realized where it was in terms of its opportunity. The AI boom, however, will occur, in my opinion, at 5 times the speed and 3 times the impact of the internet. So you're going to see it change rapidly. Today's world, while everybody talks about it, and we in high tech thinks everybody's adopting it, it hasn't affected hardly a small percentage of the workers in the Americas, using it as an example. I think this next year you will see it move across all industries, and by the end of the year have a major impact. So similarities in terms of the impact on the economy, changing the way you work, live, learn, and play, just getting started on AI, tremendous productivity from both groups. Speed of AI, however, like I said, 5 times faster and 3 times more impactful than the internet.
Yeah, I think I heard an analogy this year. You know, many of us who are old enough to have received that AOL disc in the mail, and we first got onto the internet and said, "Wow, there's this new thing called the internet." The internet had existed for 20 years. The same thing, November 2022. ChatGPT opened access to the public, and we're like, "Wow, there's this thing called Gen AI." But as many of us know, enterprise level AI had been around for decades. So I think, to your point, John, it's interesting to see now how people are using it, and we're learning every day. So we're in this sort of rapid growth phase of AI. Are we in another bubble? From an investment standpoint in AI companies, and what are the companies that you're seeing that are going to win, and what are the ones that are starting to realize maybe the investment is not going to be there?
So I think the capabilities with AI are still in the first inning in terms of its capability and direction. The internet boom went on for a decade through the 90s, and in 2001 we had a terrible train wreck. But during the 90s, it was large growth, huge build out, et cetera, of that, and broad-based acceptivity of the internet capabilities and function. We're just beginning to, as I alluded to earlier, get it started in companies such as agriculture or finance or in the healthcare or universities and education. So I think there will be some spectacular train wrecks among companies in the AI segment. But I think you're looking at least a decade-long run here. I think AI will drive the market this year and for the decade. I think it will get 7 to 9% productivity increases, which means we're at the very start of what it could return. And in terms of key areas I'm interested in, I bet on AI 8 years ago when people couldn't even spell it. That's when I started the majority of my startups in AI. We're fortunate enough to have gotten 9 unicorns out of that group, 3 exits by acquisition, 3 exits by going public, and pretty good momentum in today's market in terms of direction. What I'm most excited about, you saw this last week, Bloom Energy solve, in many people's opinion, the problem we're going to have with energy on AI data centers. And you saw the stock go up, what was it, 140% in 2 days when they did that at scale with the big example in Ohio. Areas I'm excited about, business to business enterprise. I think the first section that took off was customer service, just like it was in the internet. First section I went after at Cisco was entering your orders online. Second was customer service. Customer service, probably 38% of U.S. enterprise companies had a major focus on that 18 months ago. Today, it's over 70%. Hot areas are now areas such as coding, marketing, et cetera, that you're seeing a similar takeoff. One that's underestimated, cybersecurity, and cybersecurity combined with AI will get very hot. That's where you see a company like Safe that is growing 100% year over year, that really provides the data for cybersecurity experts in their companies to allocate resources and to be able to tie that even to cyber insurance rates they get, is growing well. I like the concept of a company called Pindrop, where you do deepfake analysis, and it's something that Zoom ought to look at carefully about putting across all of their video capabilities. And I think you'll see many players in video conferencing use it, where you have the capability to determine true deepfakes with as little as 5 seconds capability on it. Fastest startup I've seen for an established company is what they're doing with deepfakes. They built their product, Josh, in 3 months, and another quarter they had already gotten 7 to 10 references and paying customers, and in 15 months they'll probably be at a $5 million run rate. You can do the math. That normally takes a startup 5 years to get there. So the speed of change with startups and established companies will be much faster and much more impactful than we saw before.
Great. So you talked about the positive impact on, for investors. A lot of this morning we've spent talking about the future of work. We had someone well up here earlier, Umesh from Unifor was on stage here talking about the Klarna example of eliminating 700 call center jobs down to zero. When you think about the impact on the economy and jobs, do you think this will just be a short-term sort of challenge? How will we manage through that?
I might disagree with the CTO of Zoom. I think it's going to have more impact in the short term than we realize. In the long run, it will absolutely be a net job creator. But you can do the math. If you're growing at 7 to 9% productivity per year, which I think well-run companies will over this next decade, you've got to create an awful lot of jobs for the jobs that you destroy. We haven't really focused on re-educating people, training in college on what skills you're going to need, how you retrain workforces, and those programs are on fairly early stage. But you could have certain aspects of tax preparation or consulting where 50% of the jobs disappear in a couple of years of it. What Umesh has done at Unifor has been amazing. They're growing almost at 80% year-over-year growth rate. They have the largest enterprise customer service wins around the world, and just won one a week ago for a 20 million a year type opportunity with a key partner out of Europe. They're in the top 3 of AI business-to-business, pure business plays. So you are going to destroy a lot of jobs, you'll create them, but I think we need a national focus in the US and other countries for saying, how do we retrain people? And for the companies, how do they retrain their workforce now before it becomes a problem for them? Best example of that is Post in France. They started focusing on AI literally 7 years ago. They bought AI companies, they used startups, etc. Out of the 280,000 postal service people, they have already trained 250,000 of them on AI. What does it mean to them? How do they redo their business, moving from letters and packets, which are dropped rapidly, to delivery of everything from pharmaceuticals to meals to culture? And now they're doing certification among their employees. So I think that type of approach needs to be broader based across more companies. If we don't, I think you're going to hit some challenges, especially in the next 2 years in terms of job destruction versus job creation.
So, I think one of the things you do at JC2 is not just deploy capital, but really are an integral part of understanding, helping your founders and startups navigate, deal with, boards, CEOs, customers. What are you hearing as you're interfacing, with CEOs and boards? What are they thinking about deployment of AI? What are the what's on their mind, and what are their worries? And where do they see the largest gains?
So in the sequence you raised, Josh, a couple of questions. You're right. I'm not a traditional VC. I'm more of a strategic partner with my companies. I get very close to the CEO. Umesh probably said that to you on it. I've seen every movie, and Josh, I've goofed it up at least one time. By the way, if your audience agrees with everything that I say today, you and I have failed. I want to get people uncomfortable in terms of the direction. In terms of what am I hearing, let's start at the board level. The boards, the questions I get, and I interface to a great number of board members and boards as a whole, and boards and senior management of Fortune 100 companies. I've done 2 in the last 2 weeks as an example. What the board wants to know is, where is their company really positioned in AI? And where are they not on their strategy, but their implementation? And what are they going to be able to do different to grow and survive and not end up getting eliminated? Where most boards now realize that if they're in the Fortune 500, the odds on them being on that list 10 years from now is only about 1 in 3. So they know they've got to change. Second thing the board wants to know is, where am I versus our peers? In other words, where are they on AI implementation versus their counterparts? Are they using it effectively? Are still back in proof of concept or strategy stage? They want to know what's actually going to occur. And they're putting a fair amount of the pressure on the CEO and management team to be very candid with what is differentiable that we're doing or not, and what questions should they ask. The CEOs and top management team's questions are very similar to the internet, except at a faster pace. The internet in the early 90s. The first thing they want to know is what is real and what was hype. They want to know what they could be doing that would get real productivity gains. They want to get a feel for where they are versus their peers, not so much in terms of keeping score, but knowing, are they keeping up with the market that is changing rapidly? They want to know how should they be structured, something, Josh, that I didn't think worked before with having a chief digital officer, a chief innovation officer. There were exceptions, but as a whole, when somebody got that role, it was really hard for them to be successful because it wasn't structured right. We're now seeing AI leaders reporting directly into the CEO that grow across the entire business. Organizations like Tata, which is one of the best run companies in the world, but also one of the best in Asia. Chandra there has one person overseeing all of the AI strategy implementation for it. Down to fundraising, if you look at what the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is focused on, and I was in Europe this morning, Israel this morning, Saudi Arabia, back to the East Coast and West Coast before the session today, they have one major fund they're going to do in terms of AI implementation and focus on both how do they use that within the kingdom and then how do they build businesses on it and go across the board. So instead of doing that in a bunch of silos as companies or countries might have done before, it's coming together. So I think people are saying what is real, what is not, which sequence should I go on in applications, which industries will occur, and which approach.
Great. Well, John, we knew that 15 minutes was going to go by quick, and you imparted a lot of wisdom for the group. So hopefully we'll be able to do this next time in person, and really thank you again for joining us today.
Josh, it's a pleasure. I think it's 10 in a row we've done together, and look forward to seeing you next year as well.
Great.
Thank you for the time today.
Thanks, John.
And now, please welcome to the stage Head of AI at Qualcomm, Dinesh Sukumar and Dan Costa.
I'll take a seat there. All right. You do not have a mic. Well, we can get you one. In the meantime, let me ask the audience. Raise your hand if you think you need AI on your smartphone. Really? What do you want to do? What do you want to do with it? I thought we'd get the opposite response. So obviously you work at Qualcomm, which makes chips that power smartphones and other things. But it's not just a phone-based application. But why don't you answer that question? Why should we have AI capabilities on our phones?
Great question. I was questioning the same statement for 20 years. As I started my journey, when I was starting doing the Droid phones about 20 years ago. Hopefully you guys still remember that. And the first product requirement I got when I was designing the first Motorola Droid phone was a single line saying that it needs to be small and needs to place calls. That's it. I said, from then, the last 20 years, the concept of phone has changed. With a very strong prefix called a smartphone. Obviously, smartness comes with a lot of things in it, with AI being one among them. And obviously, when a smartphone had come in, the intention was all about taking photographs, was all about taking videos, making things better, capturing a lot more details under the table kind of thing. And most recently, as my 65-year-old mom keeps suggesting, it also helps remove wrinkles in her face. For all her selfies that she can post to her social channels. So I'm excited because she's excited. So it has come a long way, for sure, on how AI and smartphones has really improved on consumer experience. But we've also kind of gone from, I would say, vision-based use cases into productivity, wherein you have a lot more interaction using voice, as an example. You don't need to be using your thumb and be an expert typing all kind of stuff using a virtual keyboard. Using voice as a command, can it start invoking certain applications of your choice? Can you also use voice as an example to come up with enhancing productivity in terms of, I would say, summarizing notifications or coming up with suggestive replies. And I use this all the time because I'm more than 90% always forget that I need to pick up kids from school. And I need to come up with innovative experience.
90%?
90%. So I need to come up with some innovative excuses for my wife. So, and she's tired, right? So I use my AI assistant on my phone to really suggest, what should I be the excuse this time? I'm there, I'm not there fully. I'm almost there. So I would say, from a Qualcomm perspective, we have been investing a lot on actually making sure how AI adds value to the user. In the space of consumer experiences, could be content creation, content consumption, and productivity. And I kind of showcased some of the examples. We have launched with Samsung, we have launched with Motorola, we have also launched with Vivo, Oppo, Xiaomi, Honor in Asia, and those kind of markets.
So the other thing I think is fascinating is it's not just about the phone, it's about mobility in general, and the edge, as we call it. But talk a little bit about the work you're doing in the automotive space, and the AI really being the interface to understand what's happening in your car in a way that's never been possible before?
Oh, great question. This is something exciting personally for me is I drive a 20-year-old car. I'm just, a fan of it. I got that from my first car when I was a student.
What kind of car is it?
It's a Honda.
They never die.
They never die, right? So I'm almost close to 100,000 miles. So hopefully I can extend that a little bit more. But one of the biggest challenges I have is every time there's an issue with the car, I need to make sure I understand the color of the light, it blinks on the dashboard, the shape of the light, and the frequency of the light. And then I have to open up my dashboard, open up my 300-page manual, and then depending upon the stats I see, I need to find out exactly what the problem is. And that takes me, give or take, 15 to 20 minutes. And obviously, after driving it for 20 years, now I'm by heart. I can, like an LLM, I can say, okay, exactly this is the problem, and this is what I'm supposed to do. So at Qualcomm, what we're doing is we're working with a lot of tier one automotive manufacturers, and we're trying to see, can the dashboard be intelligent? Can I use voice as a primary interface to talk to the dashboard and suggest, hey, if there's a problem, can it come back and suggest? If I ask a question, hey, can you tell me what the issue is? It comes back and suggests, I believe the issue could be A, B, and C, because the physical large model that's present in the dashboard has been completely trained on the manual of the car. It has a lot of environmental intelligence. It has contextual intelligence and provides you a recommendation that these could be the issues. It also comes back with a further suggestion, suggesting that I think you need to take the car for service. And you have a calendar free on so-and-so date. Do you want me to make a booking? I would say, absolutely, why not? And then you make it happen. So this is, I think, your next level of, I would say, semi-autonomy, wherein the car knows you, understands the context, and is able to provide you a solution. And Qualcomm is actually in the forefront doing all this stuff on silicon. So it's much more faster, easier, and customized.
Yeah, I think it's a fascinating example because you're taking, I don't know if you call it a small language model. It doesn't need to answer every question. It doesn't need to give you recipe advice. But it knows what it knows, and it knows this particular data set, and it simplifies the vast knowledge of information and creates an interface where anyone can query it. So it's like, I feel like that model that works in the car, I feel like that same application process is going to be replicated in all sorts of different areas. Maintaining, you could imagine your home having similar features. Doesn't need to be mobile in that case, but it would, just to have that interface is something we've never been able to do before.
Oh, absolutely agree with that. Another personal example is my wife keeps calling me that I'm an LLM because no matter what question she asks, I give her some standard response. Right?
Well, you just admitted to using the LLM to give the responses.
Exactly. Then I said, okay, fine, maybe I need to train myself to be more task-specific and domain-specific, so at least answer the question she's asking for. So I think, that's what we do at Qualcomm is now we have kind of transitioned from the hype of large models into really making sure, can we train it? Can we make it customized for a certain domain, for a certain task? And this task could be as simple as, heating up your room, or heating up your house as you're trying to approach your house. You don't have to go to your app and then say, Ecobee Smart, turn on the heater, I'm approaching the house, and keep it at 70 degrees because it's cold. It understands that, I'm on my way home, and it does all these things. So, the expectation is with the advent of small language models, obviously, you have a lot more user experience enhancements, and it exhibits itself in many ways. It could be in conversational AI, Could be in simple tasks like your smart buildings or your smart rooms, and last but not the least, also help me personally in getting the homeworks done for my kids, which I'm supposed to do, but I ask my personal assistant to get it done. So hopefully, that works out too.
What are some of the challenges just technologically in running these models on mobile processors? We think about big giant data centers powering ChatGPT and that require these huge server farms. How do you get it to run on a mobile processor? How does it scale there?
A great question. I think one of the biggest challenges historically has been these large models by definition have a very big memory footprint. So the question really becomes is, can I host these models on my mobile or handset devices? When you look at the popular LLM, in this case Llama, which was launched about, I would say, 2 or 3 years ago, the 7 billion version of it occupies about 13 gig of memory. That's a lot. And if you look at most of your phones, hopefully everyone here has Android, not Apple. But if it is Android, it has a higher amount of memory, whereas for Apple, it's smaller. And when you want to host these models on either an 8 GB Apple device or a 12 GB Android device, a 13 gigabyte model won't fit in your RAM, in your memory footprint. It becomes very difficult. So we had to come up with innovative techniques at Qualcomm. We have done this for the last couple of years, wherein we have done a lot of extensive studies to transform a very big model of this size to make it small enough while not losing the accuracy. And we were able to transform that from a 13 gigabyte footprint to a 4 gigabyte footprint, and then it is now available in your smartphones. So that's definitely an issue, and we can kind of continue to improve on it. The second thing is, as I mentioned, again, using my personal example with my wife, is I need to be adaptive. I need to understand what my wife is asking for, and every time I give a wrong answer, I need to update my response the next time she asks the same question. If not, I'm not learning, right? That's what she keeps saying. So the important element is, when you happen to have these models on your handsets or phones, how do you make it adaptive? How can you make it self-aware so that if it's not helping a consumer, if it's not helping a user, how can it change? And that is a little difficult because either you have to have a feedback from the user, either thumbs up or a thumbs down or you suck, something like that. So it takes that feedback and does some kind of an iteration to improve as one element, or it self-learns. At Qualcomm, we're putting a lot of investment to go toward the second option of self-learning, wherein it understands the responses and then dynamically update that so that the attachment of the user to a smartphone from an AI enablement standpoint continues to increase with time. That's a difficult proposal, a difficult problem we have in hand, and that's what we're kind of putting a lot of focus from a systems team to really push the innovation of AI journey on smartphones.
It seems to me there's also a privacy argument to be made. I know Apple's made a big thing about this. There's certain functions you can perform on your phone that you don't want to leave your phone. Certain encryptions and various. Can you talk a little bit about the types of applications you would want to be contained in a mobile device?
Yeah, that's a very important area of focus for us at Qualcomm as well, is user privacy and security as well, as you mentioned. Now, it kind of come in two phases. One phase is if you're doing any kind of biometrics to activate a smart device. A smart device could be a car, a handset, or a PC as an example. Your biometrics, a facial footprint or a thumb footprint, your eye, whatever it is, that biometrics cannot leave the device. It's absolutely important that it resides within the device because that is your footprint that activates your financial transactions, your navigation transactions, whatever may be the case. If that gets compromised, we have a problem. So we at Qualcomm put a lot more emphasis to really make sure that level of information is fully secure. The second portion of it is what we call as PPI or personal index information, which is about your age, your behavioral traits, what do you look at, what do you prefer, those kind of things. And those is important, preferably is because we use that level of information to do what you call as prompt management. So that, when you want to use small language model for personal assistant or chatbots, it understands your emotional intelligence, it understands the contextual intelligence a lot more better, and then provides you a response. We usually call this as personal knowledge graphs, elements around you. And these knowledge graphs, to a large extent, historically has been on the cloud, and now there's been a lot more emphasis on moving the knowledge graphs onto the device. When you're trying to do this on device, the critical element is who has access to those knowledge graphs. Can all the applications that you download from the web has access to it? If not, how do you contain that? So that's where at Qualcomm we're putting a lot more focus, working with OS players like Windows, Android, with OEMs like BMW, Microsoft, or Samsung, and then try to see what will be the handshake and how do we get that done. But this is, and I would not say it's a solved solution, but there's a lot of areas of focus that we're putting this year for that for sure.
So we've talked about phones, we've talked about customized content, we've talked about automotive. Are there any applications that you've seen that are coming down the pike that involve these next generation processors that you're really excited about in a different category or even just new applications in the mobile space?
Yeah, I think the big thing people call these days is all about AI agents. Sounds like a James Bond movie, but these agents is all about wherein you want to go towards an appless environment. In my phone, currently I have, 75 apps, and I tend to forget what applications I even downloaded that for. And it's the same thing for a PC, and I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same thing for automotive environment. What we're trying to move forward is, can I go towards an agentic flow, wherein based off of voice as a command, it translates my command into an intent, and based off an intent, a certain action is taken. So that way, if I have to compose an email, or if I have to summarize my notifications, or I have to pick up flowers for my wife because I forgot her birthday, something like that, I just have to give a command, an action is taken, and it verifies with me that if this action can be taken, and it goes from there. And the exciting part on top of it is this is all within the device. And how do you expand that concept between device to device? What I mean by saying that is if my phone or a handset is dying out, so I open up my PC, that context is now transitioned from my phone to my laptop. So it knows exactly where it stopped and then continues the conversation. Or if I'm going from my PC and going into my car, that conversation then continued in my car. So that kind of knowledge transfer is very critical, and it really helps from a user perspective. And last but not the least is how do you move towards the cloud? There are going to be always elements wherein edge cannot solve all problems, though I wish at Qualcomm we can do it. But if somebody asks me a question about scientific computing or something about the patterns of stars, I have no idea. Right at that point of time, I have to make sure I kind of leverage the appropriate large model working with the cloud vendor to provide that kind of response. So these are some of the exciting things we're really trying to push for, and hope we can get a lot of them launched much more sooner than later.
Yeah, I love that. We're moving from the apps and the files on a desktop to the field of apps on your mobile phone to just having the intent and communicating with the device, having the need, and then having it perform the function without you having to find ways to navigate to your workplace.
Exactly. That's the goal.
Perfect. Thank you so much for coming on stage. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Nicely done.
And now, please welcome.
So appropriate walk-on music?
Yeah, that guy's a good singer. I like his music.
We'll talk a little later about the music and sort of you will hear you play that song and some of your others. So really want to spend the next little while talking about sort of the other hat you wear, your other life. Let's start with sort of your early career. I was fascinated to learn you were at EY.
Yeah, that's right.
So you were a management consultant?
I was a management consultant in the health sector. I had spent 4 summers during college at the University of Southern California. And when I graduated, I walked into a job working mainly in hospitals, improving care. So whether they need a new radiology department or transcription going from a dictation to typing out prescriptions and these kind of things that were transforming back in the early 2000s.
So you had a front seat in healthcare. So is that what led you? Talk a little about Major Inc. What the company does and sort of what led you on down that path to starting the company.
Well, I was not planning to go back into business as it is ever really. As a singer, I pretty much enjoy my life going around singing and making songs. But during the pandemic, everything slowed down. There was no work, and And I unfortunately succumbed to the COVID virus. I'd been vaccinated and boosted, and I thought to myself, well, the mRNA technology is great. It keeps me out of the hospital. It's saving a lot of lives. Mortality rates are down, but I want a prophylactic. I want something that blocks the virus altogether. And so when I was at school, I had done a little bit of science. I spent a summer in a wet neuroscience lab working on localizing motor memory. So I understood how to read papers, how to write a research paper, and I started reading everything that I could about the mechanism of the COVID disease, in particular SARS-CoV-2, and I understood that the spike protein binds to the ACE2 protein, which then allows for the virus to enter the cell to replicate. And I thought, why don't we just block that interaction? I'm sure there's somebody working on it. I started reading all of the literature, and I found a bunch of different papers, different mechanisms. People were trying to create ACE2 decoys so that it competes for the viral load that enters enters your system. There were people working on virucidals that were attacking the actual virus. But what I was looking for was just somebody to put some glue in the lock so that the ACE2 protein would not allow the spike protein to bind. And I found this brilliant scientist named Dr. Gomika Udugamasuria at the University of Houston. I read his paper, and I immediately emailed him and said, why is this not available for everybody to use? And then I began my education in how difficult this industry is. And I said, look, maybe I can just donate and sponsor some research to see whether this is viable or not. The paper that I read was an in vitro paper, and I sponsored the in vivo research, and it was successful in the mammal model that we chose. And I thought, this is huge. So I started a company with him, licensed the IP from the university, and then tried to march it up the hill to gain some traction on it.
So talk a little about the need for capital, right? So we talked about philanthropy may not be enough. What have you seen in the development in biotech and sort of access to capital and sort of how capital could be used to scale these types of businesses, and where people here, both as investors, as corporations, could sort of help support these types of initiatives?
Right. Well, okay, so the numbers are different from different reporters, but it costs about $6 billion to make one drug, right? So, and that is coming from a history of drug discovery and development that is wrought with failure. Lots of, like 99% of drug candidates fail. And it takes a lot of work to just get one particular drug lead that you're going to try to then take to the clinic. It's very capital intensive. A lot of the basic research that happens to understand what is the mechanism and function of our biology is coming from taxpayer dollars. We pay our taxes, goes to the government has the NIH. The NIH then offers grants research grants to brilliant professors and scientists around all the universities in the country. They're doing the basic research is kind of like understanding the roadmaps of our biology. And then there's translational research where these scientists like the one that I'm working with are trying to build the machines that can drive on the road. And these machines are medicines, they're drugs. In translational research, just getting to the drug leads is very expensive. And then from there, getting that drug lead to preclinical, before human research is also really expensive. And that's where I came in to work with Dr. Gomika, was to help translate from what he'd done at the bench into a mammal. And it's not a small amount of money, but it's not the bulk of the money that's necessary. And where you end up reaching what they call the valley of death is in between this preclinical area and getting to the clinic with the FDA. So the NIH and many other institutions within the government are offering this kind of early research dollars, But then there's kind of the onus is on the technology itself to be so attractive from a paper that's been published or from somebody who can, industry to come in, adopt it and say, this is what we want to license out of this university, and we want to invest and make this drug viable. But there's that gap. There's a gap in there, and that gap is about a $7 to $10 million gap. And many scientists don't have the desire to be enterprising, and it requires folks from the outside industry. There are really some really smart, investors that understand how to grab IP out of universities. But for the most part, a lot of it's coming out of the big Ivy League or big name colleges and universities that everybody knows, from the Harvards and the Stanfords.
So when we talk, a lot of today, obviously we've been, the theme is leading with intelligence. Obviously it's a nod to artificial intelligence. When you see AI and how AI may help address sort of, again, maybe the probability, so we could start to find better investments and a higher probability that they'll go to human trial, where do you see the role of AI in that journey of the development all the way through sort of bringing these treatments to market?
I see it right from the very beginning. I think it's going to be really beautiful to get some collaboration across the spectrum of scientists to share data. When they share data and create, the ability for LLMs to process all of this data that they kind of keep siloed because you want to be able to publish before you let the cat out the bag. But it's important because this basic research will allow us, AI, analyzing basic research, will allow other scientists to make better and more improved decisions earlier. It's really important, I think, as well when it comes to predictive modeling. There are companies like AlphaFold and others that are working on protein design and how many potential protein molecular structures there could be. Well, that's really important. And to be able to predictively model those things, to design them in silico, is really important. One of the things that I'm cautious about, and I know there's a lot of people investing in AI for drug discovery, is that there's always going to be a bottleneck at the bench. It has to work in the physical world. And so you have to be able to take that in silico model, synthesize it in the physical world, test it with an assay at the bench, and then test it in a mammal, and then eventually test it in humans. What I'm excited about is that that potentially AI, if the FDA is willing to adopt, could take decades and decades of data and feed it to a model, and we can have so much more information about what is safe and what isn't. And I don't know that that's going to be possible.
Right.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, we said we wouldn't have a political conversation about the regulatory environment, but is government ready, regardless of is government ready to think about these topics and really understand the broader implications?
I don't know that the government is ready. I think that it have to come from an educated populace. I think that we're going to have to really understand that in order for us to improve healthcare, and improve the kinds of medicines that we're taking, we're going to have to use technology to our best advantage. Nobody at the FDA wants to be the person who made the decision that ended up causing losing lives. And especially if they were saying, well, deniable plausibility. The AI said it was going to be okay. That's not really going to work. So ultimately, we will have to find ways to reduce the risk of allowing AI to be a leader in the regulatory process. But I firmly believe that it's an important step for the way forward.
Right. Well, Alo, later on we'll have a conversation before you perform, about music and AI and Uh-oh. Fire drill.
Fire drill.
Later on, we're gonna wait a second.
Sorry.
So later on, we'll have the conversation about AI and music and creativity. We'll expand on that, before you perform. But any closing thoughts? Obviously, we have a lot of people here across industry. What do you see the next couple of years as far as thinking about the impact that AI will have on broader society? Are you optimistic, pessimistic?
I'm optimistic. I really love technology and the advancements of technology. I think that it hopefully will give us an opportunity to, as was said earlier by Mr. Huang, maybe we could work less. And with that working less, we can spend more time with people that we love and that we want to experience this amazing, beautiful experience with called life.
All right. Well, Al, thank you so much for joining me for this conversation, and we'll all look forward to seeing you perform later on today.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Be able to
So hopefully you guys have gotten to experience the demo upstairs of the integration between HTC Vive and Flow. Before today, how many of you have had a VR headset on? Keep your hands up if you've had it up for an enterprise application, not for gaming. Okay, so some hands still say it up, because this is where we're here to really talk about the enterprise and how enterprise is embracing virtual reality. Just one. Okay. False alarm this time. So I think we're going to start with a quick video, and Jason, you're going to walk us through currently, sort of what Flow is doing. So let's cue the video, and why don't you tell us sort of a little about what we're seeing?
Sure. Thank you. Hello, everybody. This is the partnership with HTC and ourselves. Flow Immersive does the visualization. How do we have a great conversation or collaboration around data? And being able to float that data above the conference room table where we can all interact with it, with virtual laser pointers, with remote avatars, if that's the case, so that we can see a greater level of detail than we're used to seeing on a flat screen. I mean, how many times has the most important point of your data been buried in point number 3 on slide number 20 of some PowerPoint deck, and the CEO or the C-suite just doesn't get it? So in this kind of a meeting, we completely change that dynamic. Everyone has the ability to see the detail that's not over-summarized. Maybe it's those couple of transactions at the end of the month or the quarter that totally changed that over-summarized report, but you didn't realize at the risk that it was only 2 transactions that made the difference. How do you see that data? How do you see that detail? Financial services, consultancies tend to be of a lot of our customers, as well as we've been in the UN, et cetera. I'd also like to mention that this feels cool. It feels like something new, but it's really just giving you a sense of mastery and control over the data, over your visualizations, and your ability to get a great mental model into the eyes, into the minds of your audience. We all have 3D mental models. That's the way our brains work, but we don't know how to communicate them well to others. And then, of course, the bottom line is make great decisions about that data. If we can't understand our problems and visualize it and can't communicate about it, or especially if we don't know how to continually track those changes, then how are we going to solve humanity's problems or our enterprise's problems?
Right. So you say, the company's been around for 9 years. Obviously, this technology is fairly new. They changed the tone at least this time.
May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? May I have your attention, please? May I have your attention? This is your fire life safety director. We are now investigating a water flow switch on the 20th floor. Once again, we are now investigating a water flow switch on the 20th floor.
Okay.
Please stand by for further analysis.
Yeah, waterflow. Yeah, flow. So, how
shameless plug?
Yeah.
God.
wait. How has this technology? So the company's been around for 9 years, helping companies visualize and interact with their data. How has it changed? How has the advancements in VR sort of changed? Sort of what the company has does.
So we initially thought we were going to do something more like the PowerPoint of VR, but the data visualization is what was more true to my background maybe than that, and that's what our customers most responded to. The big change the last 6 months is with what we call pass-through VR, where you can still see the real world as well as the VR, and the true AR glasses that are coming out. And as those shrink, but even just, let me just say, when you can still see each other across the table, that's where it's appropriate for enterprise, and it feels less gamey. Because I'm not a gamer. None of this is about games. This is about really helping us solve problems.
So Dan, when you saw the hands go up when I asked the question about sort of people who have had even a headset on, this is a group that is fairly tech forward, is early adopters. I would say probably 20 to 30% of the hands went up. So still not a lot. Does that surprise you? Does that when you're sitting there looking at what the opportunity is, does it surprise you that still so few people have probably experienced, especially enterprise VR?
It doesn't. Just in that, I think asking anyone to do their job or do the things that they're supposed to do each day, but then put this clunky goggles on your face and trust that it's going to make you feel well. Right, and you go, okay, I just don't want to do that, right? I think when we go back and look at things like, 3D TVs, you just ask people to do this exact same thing that they were doing before, and but wear glasses, and people are like, no, I don't want to do that. I already have glasses, or you're asking me to take on something else to do the thing that I'm doing here on the couch. So that's when we start really looking at what are those real applications that make a difference in everybody's business and everybody's daily interactions. How do we improve that? How do we get better performance inside of the corporate environment? And 8 years ago, the only thing you could do with these headsets or goggles was gaming. So I think it's been a really good progression, but now what we're seeing is enterprise take over in investment and looking at the applications and how they can actually improve their daily interactions or performance for the year.
And you both talk about this idea of collaboration, right? We collaborate now around a singular data set. And for anyone who's put a headset on, it is isolating, right? It's almost sometimes the opposite of making it feel like you're around a table. The pass-through and the way that HTC is designed, the augmented reality type features. Talk a little about sort of how collaboration is now happening. Is it literally people standing around a table together, all with headsets? Is it people who are remote interacting with other people? Is it a hybrid model? Jason, first talk about how are you seeing the adoption and how are people interacting? Are they in the same shared space? Are they remote? And what do you see is working?
I think that what we see is a huge hybrid across everything, meaning some people are at home on their computers, someone's stuck at the airport on their phone, and then there'll be one group of people who are co-located, standing around and seeing it in their table. Those remote persons show up as an avatar, and it could even be multiple remote locations dialing into the same space. So we can't expect everybody to put on a headset. We can't expect the senior person on the team to have a headset wherever they may be, stuck at an airport. And just imagine a meeting where the most important person in the meeting can't get into the meeting. I mean, that would be ridiculous, right? So that flexibility is absolutely key for adoption. And there's value each step of the way. You certainly don't get a worse experience on flat screen, but in parallax where you can see more with two eyes than on a flat screen, and it is
Right.
It is a different experience.
But that, from a technology standpoint, requires this ability to really interact in near real time, right? Zero latency for anyone who, we all know on Zoom when someone's talking and there's a delay, someone talks over them. In this case, when you're talking about collaboration, everything needs to be happening at the same time. How do you think about this connected headset and and the networks being able to provide this seamless, sort of ability to collaborate?
Sure. So, I mean, we've actually developed the Viverse. I think that's the new phrase everybody's terrified of, Erse, at the end of everything, metaverse. And just Jason's point, it's already in your hand. It is your computer, it's your tablet, it's your phone. It could be a wearable. It's going to become these very light glasses. Another flow plug.
Another flow message?
Yeah.
Well, it's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
Please resume. Okay.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you for letting us resume.
Okay. But just to kind of, I guess, double down on that, it's already in your hand. It's already the products that you're using today. You can put on these wearables, and you can actually have that low latency or no latency types of experiences where you can visualize products, you can look at data sets and data flows. You can have the headsets on and connect it to a Wi-Fi network, or what's going to be in the future is going to be 5G connectivity into these headsets, which resolves security, resolves latency, and it allows us to actually get to lighter technology going forward. But today, you can have all of your teams in multiple locations. You can have anything from 1 to 2 users to 50,000 plus users in an experience today, having that simultaneous experience. And we've already seen it at scale being used on the gaming side. It's even easier to do on the enterprise side. But we are already looking at 400 megapixel polygon images and renderings inside of these environments and taking people from multiple locations. So you can do very advanced things today to, one example is we work with Blue Origin. Blue Origin reduced time change management approvals on design changes in the rocket by 100 hours because their engineers were in California and LA, Alabama, Houston, and in Florida, and they had to put these people in the same place and make a decision instantaneously. So they've reduced their change decision times by 100 plus hours.
So when we talked earlier about obviously AI and increasing productivity, you're starting to see that even just this collaborative environment being able to have real results, right? It's not just a nice to have, right? We're going to start to see that this is increasing productivity, more efficiency. And obviously we've talked a lot about AI. Jason, I think one of the things we talked about was AI as a way now to interact with your data, right? So now we're standing around the data. We've talked about various types of searches. How do I query the data? AI is really now allowing the users to manipulate and interact with the data in a way that they weren't able to before.
Exactly. When I first started the company like 8 years ago, I got up at a hackathon and said, I want to make Iron Man. It was only in the last maybe 6 months that the AI has come far enough that I feel like that's the experience I didn't know I wanted, I needed. Where when you get into an augmented reality situation, you don't have a keyboard, you don't even have a mouse, you maybe have a laser pointer you use in your hands. How do you have a system where you have a sense of mastery and control over what you're seeing? And just being able to speak to the AI and literally ask it some of the most crazy questions you can imagine. These simple things like, give me a 10-day or 10-year moving average. It writes the Python code and throws it back into 3D space for you. Or I had a pharmaceutical example where it was a time to eye opening metric after anesthesiology, after surgery. How long does it take for people to wake up? So you've got this metric column of data, and you've got maybe 50 other categorical columns, and I said, just ask the AI, because I'm a data scientist, but not that serious, I guess. How would I go about finding what categorical columns optimize that time to eye opening? And I said, oh, here's a bunch of different algorithms, and I would recommend a random forest regression. You don't have to know what that means, because it then wrote the code and spit it back out and said, here's the top columns and here's the amount of impact that each one had. And then I could ask it a second time, now give me various combinations of those columns so I can present to my customer what, a good guess on what's having what impact.
Right.
There's no way you could do that with an AI. It's like, it's next generation. You just feel so, I'm sorry to talk about the feeling so much, but it is so human to be able to have those questions answered. It doesn't feel high tech anymore. It feels more human.
But I think the other thing that's key there is it's answered instantaneously, right? And this is
Exactly.
data. This is data analytics that would have taken normally weeks, maybe days if you were very efficient, but weeks and even months to compile and put together. And now you're doing it in seconds and visualizing it. And for most of us, when it comes to retention and input, we are visual. Humans are 99% visual learners. Like that part you can't take away.
And you touched on briefly, you mentioned the word securely, right? So obviously a lot of people here who sit in organizations that have data that should not leave the confines of their organization. We've seen obviously all the stories now of people uploading their content to ChatGPT, not realizing they're putting their proprietary private data into a model. Right. Talk about the importance of, in these collaborative environments, keeping the data secure and how you're sort of addressing that.
Well, from day one, when we started our immersive journey of building augmented reality devices, virtual reality devices, mixed reality devices, and then the platforms and the software that would support it, we've always been focused on enterprise level security, whether it was your single sign-on capabilities, how it was firewalled off. We have even deployed into on-prem solutions to the point where it's allowed us to go work with the DoD. It's allowed us to work with some highly secure environments, and we work in the special operations community. These are all because of the things that we've done from a security standpoint, making sure that the cameras, making sure that the interactions, the content, everything is secure and protected. Other companies out there, like those cameras, those microphones are the business model. For us, our brand actually stands for innovation, technology, and humanity. So everything that we do is designed to actually benefit you, the end user, whether it's a corporate company or a customer or an individual user. Privacy for us is paramount, and that's how we treat it all.
If I can just add, HTC has the security side down in a way that unlike their competitors. Then also on our side, we can do entirely on-premise installations or private cloud. So we at Flow would never see your data, never have access to it. That's absolutely key for any sort of security review.
Right. So Dan, this is obviously one enterprise application. We've seen healthcare, military training, all these various applications for VR, XR, AR. What excites you most when you think about what industries will be truly transformed by virtual mixed reality? What do you see having the biggest disruption?
So one of the things that's really super interesting for us that we're seeing lately is the neural technology that's being implemented into the headsets. So now we have things like eye tracking where we can measure stress, we can measure performance for the individual user. We're actually getting to the point where we can see cognitive performance. This is being done through our PTSD research, especially with the VA and other labs, and we're getting really, really positive results, like 90+ efficacy. We are working on a series of learnings there with veterans, and we're getting great results. We're getting people out of crisis, out of that mental health crisis, and we're getting them into a great state to recover and move forward. To the point where we had a headset recently in the Ukraine, in a hospital there, where we had a PTSD person that was nonverbal for 3 months, and in 40 minutes we had him back to verbal and in actual therapy.
Wow.
So we're making a really big impact. Now how that knowledge will transfer into, the corporate world, how we can actually bring human performance improvements and not abuse to humans, I think we're onto something, and it's really going to take off. It's going to be great.
Right. Well, I encourage everyone here during the reception later to experience the demo, to try it out. It's pretty amazing. Jason, Dan.
Just upstairs.
Yeah, just upstairs. And really thank you for joining us today.
Yeah. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience while the fire marshal resolved that issue. Now, please welcome to the stage. Dan Costa.
All right. It was a pretty great panel. On fire, I'd say. Oh, thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Gloria.
They're tired. They're tired.
They've got another couple hours of me,
yeah,
and then the bar will open. Maybe we kick this off with a little video interlude. Here we go.
My approach to leadership development is unique as it focuses on women's relationship with power and their socialization. I have developed leadership intentioning tools that position women leaders to create an equitable and productive workplace. I also emphasize on intersectionality and racial justice in women's leadership. I encourage women to shift their thinking about power from an oppressive idea, which leads to remarkable breakthroughs. The challenges in achieving a seat at the table include differing generational perceptions, power dynamics, and resistance to change. Younger women may find it harder to realize that gender differences in opportunity still exist. As Gloria's twin, I am here to help. Ask me anything at twinprotocol.com.
So maybe explain what we just watched there.
So, have any of you seen, the goddess with 12 hands? So for me, the opportunity to play around with and actually have a digital twin is sort of like that. It's, so let me tell you a little bit about Take the Lead first, which is that our mission is gender parity in leadership intersectionally by the end of next year. So we've got a lot of work to do, all right? We're 10 years old, we've got a lot of work to do. And we do training, coaching, role model programs, and thought leadership. But it's really time consuming and resource consuming to do this one person at a time. And so when one of my board members, who is one of the founders of Twin Protocol, offered to create this digital twin for me, I was like, oh yes. This is the opportunity to actually make all of the knowledge, the research that I've done, the books that I've written, everything that I've done, make it available to more people, just make it accessible. And as I thought about that, I will also just add that about me, I have had the good fortune in my life to have a half a century worth of engagement directly and observationally in the women's movement and in helping women achieve equality in their lives and in their leadership. And I've been thinking about what to do with all of this background that I have in that area, my papers, all of this history that I have. Well, I don't want it to sit on a shelf. I want it to be accessible and available to people. So this is a new way to do an archive, actually. And I think it's very, very exciting. I also kind of tend to like shiny objects. So, as soon as I had the opportunity, it sounded like a lot of fun. I will tell you that the first iteration they did of this twin, she said, her answer to the question, that first question, was, well, I know women would be good leaders because they're good caregivers. Ooh. And I'm like, whoa, that would have never come out of my mouth. So then I began to learn some of the issues that we'll probably be talking about here.
Yeah, I mean, I think more broadly, we want to talk about how to make AIs more human and imbue them with the best of humanity. But I mean, so just to get into the background, you uploaded all of your books, you uploaded all of your papers. Is there anything else you contributed to the model?
Oh, there's a lot more. I mean, there's a lot more books and papers. There's a lot more in the papers, a lot more in the history that needs to be done. There really is quite a lot. But what the Twin has now is all of my books, my podcasts, the things that I have done for Take the Lead, which is just 10 years old. Well, I'm a lot older than that.
So so that archive exists. I think the fact that it's based on your work and your voice, even though it got it a little bit wrong out of the gate, is one way of sort of informing the model, because you created your own digital twin. But James, maybe when you see something like that, and obviously your focus is on artificial integrity, how do you react to it? How do you think about imbuing a digital twin like that with the integrity that you're sort of pursuing?
So I think it's fantastic to be able to scale leadership development, to be able to scale anything that humans need, right? So I think that is the exciting part about it. I think, as Gloria and I talked about, there's obviously fail-safes that need to be put in. It needs to have diverse voices. It needs to be adaptable to different demographics. It needs to make sure that it's not just a Western perspective on leadership. So I think, as you said, because it's Gloria's information, I think that it's authentic to her. As we look at expanding it and multiplying it, I think we need to make sure that it does have that human first element and protections to make sure that it's accessible and trustworthy by everyone.
Yeah, I think that, it's just fascinating to think about scaling yourself individually. And I mean, as an author, you understand, you publish books and you want to get them translated into multiple languages. This is literally turning your advice and your personal knowledge base into a product that can be accessible by how many languages now?
32 languages. I think there was I don't think we have it here, but there's a video of me speaking it in Japanese and in Spanish so far. But they can have me trained in 32 languages, which again makes it so much more accessible, and particularly in areas of the world where there is much less access to the kind of training that we do and the kind of resources that we can provide to women to help them succeed in this world. There are so many areas of the world where women literally are not even allowed, theoretically, to get this kind of learning. Well, we can fix that.
Yeah, I think it's a great application. I also think that it doesn't just have to be about leadership training. This could be any transfer of knowledge. Yes. that can be democratized, translated, and scaled. I do want to go back to the fact that, but how do we keep ensuring that it has that integrity part, that it's doing the right things? Is this something that needs to happen within the companies that are building these AIs? Is there anything we can do as consumers to make sure we're training them properly?
I think all the above, right? So, artificial integrity is about changing our relationship with technology, trying to make it more human. And when you think about a digital twin or digital AI, I think the development process, you have to start with a commitment from the very beginning to think about all of the things that you just mentioned. The rush to go out and just create something without thinking about who will be exposed to this, who will be using it, how is it adaptable to them. So the development team needs to make sure that the people who are affected by it, whether it's leadership development or a tutoring app or whatever it may be, that those who will interact with it are at the table. The developers are trained and are incentivized to build AI systems that have that integrity, that are adaptable. You mentioned adaptability. I think the languages are one thing, to translate it, but are the systems able to have that nuanced understanding of the differences in the way that people think about different subjects, whether it's leadership development or education or healthcare or whatever it may be. So I think there is somewhat of a danger to make these type of situations one size fits all, because we would not do that in a one-to-one interaction at a human level.
If I can add an element to that also, after I jumped headlong into saying, yes, let's do this, and I began to see the results, I also realized that I have very little control now over who might take this intellectual property that I have worked very hard to develop. And while one of my first mentors in this world told me information leaks, it's like water, and you can't control it, it's going to go outward. I do have concerns about how this, we'll start with just the basics of the intellectual property itself. I mean, how do you have the artificial integrity for that to make sure that it remains? But also, in the leadership program that I have developed, it has some very unique characteristics that are the linchpin that actually moves women much further, much faster toward leadership positions. And when that is not a part of the curriculum, it doesn't work as well. I've seen this happen. And so if it could be taken and misused in that way, I would have much more concern about that even than about somebody simply taking lock, stock, and barrel one of my books and doing something else with it.
So you're more worried about somebody taking your knowledge and doing it badly,
yes,
than not taking it at all.
Yes, right.
But it is a fascinating thing that, like, there's no reason to think that ChatGPT couldn't do a pretty good facsimile of you as well. Read all of her works, see how she would react to things, replicate her speaking style, and I think that would be totally legal at this point. Like, there's nothing to stop it from doing that.
That's the question. Maybe you have some of the answers.
Well, I'm not a copyright expert, but I think you're right. Yeah. Once we put things out there on a ChatGPT, they're there. It's not, the company is able to see it, and indirectly, other people who are using the system have access to that information as well.
So this is, and I didn't think you'd be able to solve that. That's a big problem.
Thank you.
That's a tough one. No one has solved that yet.
I will say I have been trying to get my ChatGPT to stop saying I empower women, because I always say I don't empower you. I can teach you how to know the power that you have and be open to embracing it and using it. But you have the power, and that is one of the key things that I do. And ChatGPT keeps spitting out how I empower people.
Because it's not that it's copying you; it's that it's copying you badly.
It's also again, it's the what it knows from the culture at large, what it knows from how it has been programmed in general, what people tend to say in the general culture, and we also know that something like almost a half of AI has been shown to be gender biased. And again, it's all based on what goes into it as to what comes out of it. Something like 25% is both racially and gender biased. So there's a lot of work to be done, James.
So I'll just say, play devil's advocate here. I know there's a lot of engineers in the audience. And I think some of them would say, look, these models are built to learn and to be predictive language models, trying to identify the next word. When engineers try and step in and put their fingers on the scale, you wind up with weird distortions. Google had a lot of great and or terrible examples last year where things just didn't make historical sense because the engineers were changing the results. Do you see that as a risk at all? Well, just the historical facts were being distorted because Google engineers had certain diversity guidelines that they were applying to the algorithmic results that were just sending off red flags.
Well, I think it happens both ways, right? We've seen, I think they overcorrected. There was an effort to be less biased and be more diverse, and they tilted the scales in the opposite direction. And I think that over time, we're going to go through these pains, right? This is a although artificial intelligence goes back many, many years and decades, the generative AI is relatively new, particularly in the public form, right? And so we are going to go through these growing pains, and I think that's just one of those examples. But the technology is one thing. Making this technology more human first, I hope will be the next evolution of what we start to focus on.
Is there anything that consumers, obviously we want engineers to take these considerations into effect. You've got building your own product, so you can build it ideally the way you want to build it. But is there anything that consumers can do as they're interacting with these AIs, as they choose between different AI providers, in terms of their background or their priorities? Like, what can consumers do to sort of help be on the side of the good guys?
Yeah, well, what I would say about that, I've been thinking about since November of 2022 when ChatGPT came on the scene, there's been a consistent drumbeat that AI takeover is inevitable. And I'm starting to believe it's a little propaganda. And so what consumers, I think, can do and should do is we don't need to roll over and surrender so quickly. And one of the things I thought about, not necessarily consumers, but they are consumers of AI, is when I think about the writer's strike and how they pushed back. And they said, no, not so fast. And I think that there's been this rush to try to convince consumers and businesses that we've all got to rush out and embrace and buy and implement AI systems and kind of throw caution to the wind. And I think what consumers need to be doing is standing up and pushing back. And that's with our policy, the government, your local mayor to your governor, to your business and the leadership within the business. I think we need to pump the brakes as we move forward, because I think it's being pushed on us, and the collateral damage, I think the companies are willing to deal with. I hear about more of a risk-based approach. With AI ethics is more risk-based. And there is very little interest in trying to understand what the human side is in the rush for profits. So kind of expanded it beyond the consumer, but that's what I think we need to all do, is kind of stand up, not surrender, don't roll over, and push back where appropriate.
Excellent. Do you want to add to that?
I would just go back to the power metaphor for a moment. It's power is nothing on its own. It's just pure energy. And I would say the same thing about AI, that it's what we do with it. It's really what we do with it. We can use it for good, we can use it for ill. We have to understand the risks, but like with any technology, and particularly any new technology, give it a try.
All right. Well, I know people are going to have questions, but we're going to go lead into a break right now, so people will be able to come up and ask you in person, in human.
Or AI.
Or AI, which is available online. But so we're going to head into a break, but let's give them a round of applause as we go. Thank you. And it'll be a short break, 10 minutes. Robert Silvers is going to be up on stage. You don't want to miss that, so don't go too far. Let's go that way.
Robert.
So good to be here. Thank you.
We're so happy to have you here. In 2021, is this working okay? No. I don't think it's close. I think it maybe needs to be turned on. There we go. In 2021, President Biden nominated you, Robert, to be, and the Senate confirmed, fortunately, you as Undersecretary for Policy at the Department of Homeland Security. Robert drives the direction of the agency across all of its missions, including cybersecurity, AI safety, border security, immigration, international affairs, trade and economic security. That's a pretty big plate you have there.
Yeah.
So this is your second stint at DHS. You worked both under President Biden and before that under President Obama. First, a genuine thank you for your service to our country.
Thank you so much.
That's fine. During your time not in government service, you're a very accomplished partner at a prestigious law firm called Paul Hastings. Tell us a little bit, Robert, about the idea of government service. I like the idea of not lifelong politicians. I like people coming from the private sector into government. And you're a living example of what's so special and unique about our system, which is that people come from very successful careers in the private sector and then lend their time and their energy and their intelligence and their capabilities in a public setting. Tell us how you feel about having done that twice. And there's a rumor that there's been an election and maybe there's about 60 days left in your tenure.
So I can confirm the rumor. Public service, government is one place where with your career you can make really big things happen. Yeah. And sometimes it works slowly, and sometimes it works not as functionally as you would like. But when you can get certain things to click in, you can make really big changes that are for the good of the American people and the good of the world. And I've always been attracted to security and defense and how those who would want to harm us might try, whether it's the Chinas and the Russias or bad criminal actors, and how we can organize as companies, as a government, as a country to defend against all that, so we have an architecture of security around what makes this country so vibrant, where there can be so much innovation, so much of what's being celebrated today at the conference. And it's through my tours of public service that I've been able to contribute toward that in a really enriching way.
Robert, share with us how you became a very accomplished attorney. I wouldn't expect you were doing a lot in cybersecurity. But in your first stint in the Department of Homeland Security, you saw that back in 2015, there was a lot of interest in the cyber world, and it was really no one organized within DHS to take control and steer the path of how that would play an important role in our country's security. And you said, hey, tell us about your conversation with Secretary Johnson.
Yeah, at the time, this is about 10 years ago in the Obama administration, I was in this generalist job called Deputy Chief of Staff for the whole department. And so it was covering all those different missions that you mentioned, counterterrorism and the border, and when there were hurricanes and disaster response and the Secret Service.
How many people in DHS?
Just 260,000.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a huge organization. It's massive.
And up until 2015, not a lot of people paying attention to cyber.
That's right. And that was an area where the threats were coming in hot, but we weren't built for it. We didn't have a mature line of business to deal with that. Companies were just picking their head up, thinking about how they may be targeted, and it was an area where we needed to really build out really fast. And so the Secretary of Homeland Security asked me, I need you to focus on this, get us up to, and I was spending more and more of my time on it in what was supposed to be a job kind of overseeing the whole organization. So eventually he said, get in there, you go run that,
Good for you.
And I said, okay, and there was no plan around that. I mean, 2 years before that, cybersecurity wasn't even on my radar as a potential career direction for me. But I was kind of, in the right place at the right time. I kind of have a career motto of like always run into the burning building.
Yeah.
When something's hard and important and needs attention, be the one that will throw yourself in there, because that's where opportunity lies.
Yeah. Grew up here on 86th Street?
I grew up on East 86th Street, so just I guess 72 blocks that way.
And funny, you don't look German. Remember
Yorkville.
there used to be a German neighborhood.
There's like one or two legacy German delis and beer halls up there, but you wouldn't. It's a vestige.
Yeah.
Just like if you go to Little Ukraine,
Yes.
there's a couple places that still serve the oxtail dumplings. But
and where'd you go to undergrad?
I went to Penn in Philadelphia, and then I went to NYU Law School just that way. So I was really, New York for a long time, but then I was invited to the Obama administration.
How did that happen?
That happened that a partner, I was a junior associate at my law firm, a partner with who I worked.
Always at Paul Hastings?
No, this was Melvin and Myers, which is a different global firm. And a partner of mine was invited to join the administration. And he, I sort of was interested. I said, that sounds cool, you know. And so he said, all right, come along. And so I moved to Washington. That partner, as it turns out, his name is Alejandro Mayorkas, and he eventually he is now the Secretary of Homeland Security.
So is it he who invited you back?
It is he who invited me into the Obama administration, and then back into the Biden administration, and the president agreed and nominated me.
That's what a great turn in your career. But you were open to it.
I took calculated risks.
Yeah.
I was willing to move to a new city. I moved to Washington at the end of 2011 in a politically appointed role as part of the Obama team. So if Obama had lost re-election in 2012, I would have had like 10 months on the job and out.
Yeah.
But I said, look, I was like, Lynn, you don't get to time your opportunities always, and it was exciting.
What was that conversation with it like at home?
The conversation at home was supportive. We didn't have kids at that time.
Mm-hmm.
And so we were younger. It was a time where risk appetites tend to be a little higher.
Kids do change your appetite for risk.
They do. But I rushed into it, and it kind of flipped my career in a whole direction that I wasn't seeing. But I'm here for it. I love it.
Yeah. How do you sleep at night?
I sleep beautifully. I really do. I mean, it's not to say that everything's copacetic, but I just by disposition, I'm able to compartment out.
Yeah.
I also just by temperament, when a situation is really hot, my blood pressure goes down.
Really?
And
is that something you've developed, or it's always been?
I just like it. I'm okay, and I can see what's going on, and I like to figure it out. It's when there's not too much going on and I don't have enough to do that I start to get very, very anxious.
So tell us, how should we be thinking about the scope of cyber threats today? There's all different kinds. My mind right away goes to foreign bad actors, governments, government-sponsored groups, government-permitted groups, but it's internal too. I wonder, when you travel to these fancy places around the world that we get to go to, I wonder if I'm going to be in the Caribbean someday or in the Mediterranean, I'd see a yacht go by, and oh yeah, that's one of those cyber guys' yachts. There's an enormous amount of money being made around the world. I've heard numbers that knock my socks off about how much ransom is being paid every day, every week, every year. What's going on there, and what would we expect comes next?
The cyber threat is total now in terms of.
Well, I'm glad you're sleeping. I'm not now.
In terms of the what companies are impacted, there's two types of companies: those that have been hacked, and those that have been hacked but just don't realize it yet.
Yeah.
That's just where we are, and it comes from it's China, it's Russia, they're trying to steal intellectual property, or they're trying to do espionage and learn. Some of it is these ransomware.
I mean, they're
gangs.
making so much money that could support
Could be
a government.
$50, $60 million a pop sometimes.
Yeah.
It's massive amounts of company, because ransomware can bring a company to its knees operationally in a split second. And so it puts companies in an absolutely terrible position. So that's all the doom and gloom. But what I'll say is, with the right approaches, with the right defenses and the right investments, companies can protect themselves. And we've seen over and over that the bad actors will target a company, the company's defenses will repel them, and so the actors will then move on to another company.
It's behavioral. They'll go with less resistance.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the how
many hours are in a day?
It's the idea of
Yeah.
lock your front door, right? Like, it's not to say that a determined burglar couldn't get in, but they'll often just go for the one that's the easiest mark.
Yeah.
And so the strategy has to be to make your company, your organization, one that is well defended. And there are very established best practices that my department publishes on how companies can do that, including small and medium-sized businesses that may not be incredibly well-resourced, but there are basic things that can be done. And the message is, figure out what those are, and then empower your information technology team to make sure they're putting those into place. And you need to foster a culture within your business of allowing a candid conversation between the IT and the security team and the board and the C-suite. Because too often the IT security professionals don't feel empowered to raise the concerns. They get the budget they get. It is what it is. You need to have boards conducting quarterly oversight over where are we in hitting our cybersecurity milestones, what do you need, do you have everything you need? And with those kinds of discussions, companies can really level up.
Tell us about how you look at and how you think we should continue to evolve in our attitudes about public-private partnering, especially in this area. Businesses, private enterprise can't go do this on their own. They need partnership with you and your teams, and you can't do it on your own because you can't possibly have enough R&D budget to keep up. So how's this partnership playing out, and how has it changed just during your tenure here in this most recent go-round?
When I was in the Obama administration, if I'm being honest about it, our model was we would meet with a company and we'd congratulate each other on the work we do together, and then everybody would just leave the meeting and go back into their corners and go back to work. Mm-hmm. And what we have done in the last few years is we have moved to a model of what we call operational collaboration between the government's cyber defense agency and
which
companies,
is part of Homeland Security?
Which is an agency called CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency,
Mm-hmm.
CISA, which is one of the agencies within my department. And
we had someone on stage earlier from CISA.
There you go. Yeah. And we pursue what's called operational collaboration, meaning we are embedded either physically together in the same operating centers or virtual operating centers, working on Slack channels, sharing real-time information about the threats. What are you seeing? What are you seeing? What are you seeing? And then we aggregate it all so that everybody has a better threat picture. Mm-hmm. Similarly, when there's now a very serious incident, we formed something called the Cyber Safety Review Board, which I chair.
You chair, I see that. Yeah.
And half the members are all the federal leads for cybersecurity. So the head of cyber at the FBI, the head of cyber at the National Security Agency, and so on. And half the members are these luminaries from the private sector in cybersecurity. Mm-hmm. And we go in together to investigate what happened, and then to make recommendations to the broader community based on the lessons learned, so it doesn't happen again. Mm. And again, the idea is that has to be joint. Nobody has a monopoly on the good ideas.
And the good idea yesterday is not today's idea.
Exactly. So you have to do it together, shoulder to shoulder, government and industry. It's not just about lowering barriers between them. It's actually about dissolving the barriers in many cases.
We've talked all day about the impact of artificial intelligence on everything. And this year, I've become a full believer that it changes everything. How's it changed your world?
So we take this on from a few angles. So first, we at our department, we are avid customers of artificial intelligence technology. We are using it to better detect fentanyl coming across the border. Let me tell you a story about that. I mean, there was a border agent in San Diego at the border with Tijuana. A car came to go through the checkpoint to cross from Mexico into the U.S. We have AI technology that got the license plate, said, we detected an anomaly. We've seen this car in suspicious circumstances before. It returned a hit to the officer in 1.4 seconds, saying there's something that should be looked into here. The officer referred the car for further inspection, 50 kilos of drugs.
50 kilos of fentanyl.
One car.
It's enough to wipe out half the country.
So we are using this stuff. We're using it to make the airport screening experience better with TSA. We're using it for better customer service.
How would TSA?
Well, if you can get artificial intelligence to look at an X-ray of a bag to detect anomalies, it's probably going to be eventually more accurate than a human operator and also faster.
Yeah.
And so we're using it across the board. As we're approaching it from another angle too. Among many roles, the Department of Homeland Security is the guardian of our country's critical infrastructure, electric grid, air traffic control, hospital systems. As artificial intelligence is deployed into the core operations of these kinds of essential service providers, you're going to have incredible efficiency. It's a great thing, but you also run a risk there's a risk there of just a mistaken outcome. An algorithmic decision gets made that leads to a catastrophic result or something that hurts people or just disrupts the service. And we don't want that to happen. So what we have done is we have developed guidelines for critical infrastructure operators to deploy this technology, but deploy it safely and securely. And so we've said, here are the recommended practices when it comes to testing and auditing of these systems and when you need a human in the loop and how to do sort of methodical risk assessment to get all the benefits of this technology, but put a little risk mitigation around it too. So we're very focused on it from that perspective.
In the next few years in your department, what are the big challenges besides the change in leadership? But what are not the political challenges, but what are the threat challenges that they should be most focused on as you leave a note on your desk for your successor?
Well, on the note of artificial intelligence, it's going to enable cyber attackers to automate and scale up their attacks. Just by making convincing.
There won't be spelling errors
phishing
anymore.
emails and all that. It's also, though, going to empower cyber defenders.
Yeah.
So,
but it seems like the bad guys are always a little earlier.
Yeah, sometimes. But though actually the defensive applications of AI are tangible and are already here.
Yeah.
So and in use in companies around the world. Counterterrorism is different now than it used to be. Mm-hmm. It used to be, you think about the Al-Qaeda model and Osama bin Laden running command and control from sort of openly in these camps in Afghanistan and elsewhere. We're kind of past that. And it's now, we've made great strides in dismantling a lot of those groups, which is excellent. But what remains are more what we call lone wolf actors that are inspired by noxious stuff that they read online. Mm-hmm. They may well be American citizens, already here. And it's more challenging to get a heads up to even know who might be planning something like that. So the terrorism environment has changed. And then the final one is just I mentioned fentanyl. Killed synthetic opioids. Over 100,000 Americans overdosed on synthetic opioids last year. That is the equivalent of if a standard jetliner crashed every single day. So it's almost an unfathomable scale, and it's urban and rural, it's red state and blue state, it's socioeconomically distributed. It's a real challenge, and we've made some inroads, but there's a lot more work to do when it comes to fentanyl. It's just a huge challenge. It's so small that to conceal it and bring it into this country, concealed within the huge number of massive cargo containers and truckloads that are coming into this
people.
of legitimate commerce is a massive challenge. So that's something that's ongoing.
Well, I mentioned to Robert outside that I volunteered, and I'm on a long line of volunteers who would like to be his agent, because over the next 60 days there's going to be a lot of inbounds, because you're a hot property, Robert, with what you know, what you've done, your background, your education, your energy, your intelligence, your youth. I think you're going to be quite marketable. I think you're going to have some good options. How many countries have you been to in the last 4 years?
That's a good question. I don't know. It might be 20, give or take. I mean, I've racked up a good number of miles.
Any you want to go back to?
Paris, France is always nice. Haven't been there as much for work as I would have liked. But.
Well, I think you'll all join me in thanking Robert for his service 2 times now, and I think we all look forward to seeing the next phase of your amazing career. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Jim. Thank you, everyone.
Hello everyone. Good afternoon. Gina, Alex, I'm very excited for our conversation focused on equity today, but before we delve into it, I want to give a background as to what you both do. So Gina, we're actually going to start with you. Can you provide an overview of Upwardly Global's mission and how AI has been integrated into your efforts to support skilled immigrants and refugees?
Yeah, so Upwardly Global, we are a social impact nonprofit. We work with work-authorized immigrants, refugees, and asylees who were professionals in their home country, and we help them re-enter their careers. Somebody I was talking to earlier was like, well, why aren't these people plug and play? Because they're legally here, they have skills, and the reality is they face a number of barriers that limits their opportunities. And so what we do is we really start to look at AI not only as a way to enhance performance and efficiencies, but also as a way to transform systems. And so one of the systems we're most interested in terms of AI is looking at the employer system. So one of the things that we think of when we think about AI is how do we use AI to center equity into it so that we can start eliminating some of these barriers that prevent our communities from accessing opportunity.
Fantastic. And Alex, somewhat similar. Can you provide an overview of AI for social good as the head of it at google.org and key milestones your team has achieved in advancing social impact through AI?
Yeah, so hi everyone. So google.org, what we're trying to do is leverage Google's innovation and research tools to make progress on huge societal challenges. And where my team comes in is really trying to work with organizations like Upglow and try and center the problems that they are solving and try and figure out from there what are the solutions that exist. And critically, not every problem needs an AI hammer, right? So we are not AI solutionists going on there trying to figure out where is the nail that we, no. It's can we figure out what problems are we trying to optimize against and then figuring out which tools can be helpful, technical or not, and where technology can be helpful and where AI can be a useful tool, working hand in glove with the nonprofits to help them either build their own technologies or be able to leverage the technologies that might be created at the company. And kind of where my team's goals are is how do we help accelerate and create the bridge between research and practice. So how do we help shorten the time frame from where there's a research breakthrough, whether emanating from academia or from within the company, and then most importantly, how do we help create the partnerships that are needed to actually drive that to scaled impact with partners on the ground.
Fantastic. And Gina, going back to you, focusing on the workforce. How does Upwardly Global ensure that AI solutions used for workforce inclusion are designed equitably and to avoid perpetrating the existing biases that we are all very aware of?
Yeah, so I think it's interesting because there's a big conversation in AI right now that personalization is a way we're going to reach equity. Because if you can personalize the AI, then it can be authentic to you. But the reality is that's not the case. And when we do that, what we see is what we saw at Upwardly Global when we tested some career navigation tools off the shelf to sort of see, would these be able to read our community's resumes when they have international work experience, international credentials, potential gaps in their CVs. And what we found is that the AI misidentified their credentials and skills 35% of the time, and it misidentified their work experience 20% of the time. And so the idea that this is something you can buy off the shelf and that it would be authentic to every user isn't actually accurate. So what we think importantly when you're thinking about equity is most tools are designed for the average use case. And that is because it drives the most business value. But if you're a community, if you're thinking of that bell curve that sits on the edges of that average use case, then the design, the problems you're solving for are not necessarily the problems that these edge case communities face. Who it's being designed for as the user experience does not necessarily mean that these communities are represented. What data the AI is being trained on and learning from, and who is the human in the room that's also ensuring that this is all working accurately. And so for us, the who is really important, the design is really critical, and then thinking about what communities where we're trying to reach.
Using communities as the jumping off point for you, Alex, how has your team utilized AI to predict, for example, natural disasters such as floods, and what impact it has on these vulnerable communities?
It's a great question. So speaking of centering the problems that nonprofits face, I, for a long time, had worked in the humanitarian space. And oftentimes when I'm talking to large humanitarian aid organizations, think the Red Crosses, Give Directly's, International Rescue Committees, and I'd ask them, hey, in a disaster environment, so say post-disaster, what are the biggest problems that you're facing? And what they unanimously would say, it takes so much time to figure out where to try to channel the aid. There are technical solutions that could be helpful there, right? If you have a map with preloaded data on socioeconomic vulnerability, and then you overlay that with a model that helps detect which buildings have been damaged after a disaster, you now have within minutes a map of where are the areas that have been hit hardest by the disaster that are socioeconomically vulnerable. Start there. That normally would take weeks to not, if not months, of door-to-door proxy means testing that these nonprofits now do not have to do because they have good enough first draft of, hey, if I have limited resources, let me start where their data is telling me I should go. But now, with machine learning-based models that are starting to either perform on par or even better than physics-based models for predicting some of these disasters like floods, you now have a lead time. So when I talked to these same organizations, said, hey, if you had a week's heads-up notice that a catastrophic flood is going to come into an area that you're servicing, how would you like that information handed to you? What would you do with it? They're like, oh my gosh. For every $1 that we would spend on prevention and preparedness, we're saving on the order of 7 to 15 in recovery. So we could channel a whole much more of our resourcing to that preventative effort. And now you have the ability to, literally we've created programs where you're giving people cash, giving vulnerable families cash directly in advance of floods that are in harm's way. Because what you hear from user experience research, we're talking to these communities and say, hey, do you receive early warning systems? And they're like, hey, either we don't receive an early warning system, which we can now solve, or they'll receive an early warning, but they don't understand it. We can solve that. The biggest problem is we receive an early warning, we understand it, we just don't have any resources to do anything about that. And that's where now, if you have these pipelines built, you can now very quickly just deploy cash, and you'll see the preventative efforts that these organizations, that these families are taking on, are just building that resilience that's critical in a world where these areas are going to continue to be hit time and time again by these disasters.
But can I just plug a hole in
Please.
that also? Because one of the other things is disasters end up impacting women and girls the most. And the reality is in a lot of conflict-affected or fragile states, women and girls don't have access to, an ATM or a bank account. And so, I think this is this interesting point around how do we think about equity in AI? And so that when we're talking about displacement, we know that actually one of the most vulnerable populations are women and girls, but also if they're the least likely to be able to access resources because they don't have these bank accounts, how do we solve around that? And is it an AI solution to your point, or is it another tech solution or just another solution?
Well, great point, Gina. Like what we actually do is in the lead up to these disasters, we have huge, like our nonprofits will run huge bank enrollment programs, But what we also do as part of the design of the program is that we actually incentivize women heads of households to be the ones that sign up by giving them a larger lump sum. So say, hey, if you're a woman head of household, you'll receive twice the amount than if a male head of household were the one to receive that transfer.
Okay, so taking all of this, you work with funders predominantly, Alex, and you work for and run a nonprofit. So let's talk about collaboration on both ends, because this is about scaling impact at this point. So Alex, we can start with you. Can you elaborate on the role of collaboration in aligning funders and nonprofits, and how do these partnerships help to scale impactful AI initiatives for the long term? Because we want a sustainable solution, not just for the short term.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge issue that we see when we talk to other funders. When we even talk to nonprofits, nonprofits are competing for similar scarce resources that other funders are providing. So it kind of behooves us as funders to talk to each other and say, hey, what are you working on? What are you supporting? And can we complement each other's funding as opposed to duplicating? And especially when we're talking about technical projects, right? If you're funding 5 different organizations to create a very similar pest detection model, as opposed to funding them to work together, you then have 5 different models that are roughly doing the same thing, as opposed to one model that's good enough, that's going to be open source, because everything that we fund is open source and publicly available, and then organizations can build on top of that and customize to their specific users as needed. I think that's critical.
Same to you, Gina.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because every social impact or nonprofit right now is testing on what it can do around AI, but there is no value chain in the AI ecosystem that allows us to share knowledge, what's working, what's not working, so that we're not repeating failures and we're not repeating investments that we don't need to repeat. I think the other thing that's challenging is getting organizations to collaborate across sectors to be able to solve for similar challenges. So, for example, career navigation is huge for our community, right? So if what jobs do you apply for? What jobs are you competitive for? Do you need to relicense or recredential? Do you need to upskill to be competitive? That's not just a question that our communities face. That's a question that many communities face, whether it's working moms who are returning into the job market, whether it's a first generation African American family or student who's now graduating and trying to enter the professional market. But how do we then think about how do we come together as organizations to identify these challenges and then develop solutions together so that we're creating greater impact and infrastructure? Because I think the challenge is one nonprofit doesn't have a maximum ability. If you're not going to share that knowledge or those capabilities with other nonprofits, then you're really sort of marking yourself out in the space where other communities are not being able to benefit. And I think that collaboration piece is great. I think it's great that funders like Google are thinking about how do we do that and incentivize collaboration, because it's not very authentic to a lot of organizations. But I do think it's a different muscle. And I will say the other thing is as part of that, how do we co-create solutions together? And for me, having tech and social impact working together is really critical. But also because, if you want to ensure that your products that you're using are equitable, like a LinkedIn AI, you could be testing that with community partners like us to ensure that's actually working for our communities too, so that the way it's being designed is also ensured that's inclusive. So how are we as tech providers or as tech enablers thinking about how are we then also partnering with social impact partners to be thinking about how we integrate them and how we're designing solutions?
So if you had to give a couple bullet point solutions to that problem, would you say top would be incentivization or something else? And that can be to either of you.
I would say top is imagination. Like, I do think a lot of organizations really struggle with an imagination, to think about how am I thinking of what AI can do to solve a transformative challenge versus a productivity challenge. And then I think an imagination around who else should be in the room that I should be thinking about collaboration with. I think part of it is enablement. As a social impact industry, nonprofit industry, we don't have a lot of tech savvy. We don't have tech teams, product teams in the same way. And so really being able to partner to help us understand what we can do together and taking those hard skill creation building on becomes really critical. So I'd say it's imagination, collaboration, and sometimes collaboration can be incentivized and sometimes it can't.
Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, to add on what Gina said, I fully agree that there's a positive imagination, but there is magic in bringing these stakeholder groups together. When we talk to nonprofit leaders, they are the ones that are most proximate to the problems and therefore most proximate to the solutions that they know work and will work for their communities. They might be relatively less informed as to like the full gamut of what technology can do. On the engineering and product management, on the product side, or the technical folks at companies like Google, they have a really good sense of what the technology can do, but are relatively less informed on what problems do we optimize this against. Bringing those folks together, you have a really magic concoction of, cool, how do we actually start to talk about imagining the possible of uniting our forces towards addressing these critical problems? And then it behooves organizations like ours to not just provide funding, but what else can we provide to really catalyze this? Can it be compute resourcing? Can it be access to our volunteers? That's often some of our best resourcing. Can we actually provide you a product manager and software engineers to really serve as the spark plug for you to build where you need to build in service of your mission?
Fantastic. And moving on, focusing more on the success of what you both do. And Alex, I'll pose this one to you first. Can you discuss an example or two, however many you prefer, of how AI for social good has driven a measurable change in areas like healthcare, focused maybe on women and girls, wildlife conservation, or disaster response?
Yeah, I alluded a bit to some of the work that we've done in the disaster space, and just like the broad context here is like around the world, 80% of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So these are goals that every country signed up to achieve by 2030. 80% of those targets have either stalled or regressed. We've done research that shows that AI can be an accelerant and can directly impact 80% of those targets. In a world where we're regressing or stalling, that's the type of accelerant potential that we need to harness and put it in the hands of the people that know how to use it best to really make progress against these goals. When we talk to our grantees and we survey them annually on the projects that they're driving, and this is pretty robust across education to climate to health, the two stats that always rise up to the top: percent change in time and percent change in cost to achieve primary outcomes. The organizations across the board, thanks to introducing AI to the flows, achieve their primary goals, however they define them, in a third of the time at half the cost. That's that type of accelerant potential that we really need to start galvanizing to make progress and meet those goals.
Speaking of giving it to someone like Gina who knows how to use these tools, Gina, can you share an example of how Upwardly Global's use of AI has led to success for employers or job seekers in communities that you serve directly?
Yeah, so one of the things we did is we partnered with a tech company called HiredScore, and we built out a customized talent fetch. So this is AI for recruiting. And the benefit of this is that the AI capability, or the AI, scans a resume, builds a skill and task profile, matches that against job openings from our employer partners, and then automatically integrates into the recruiter's workflow by putting that in their inbox. And so it's a seamless process. We were able to test it to ensure that it was equity-based. And the reality is this AI was actually built with the intention of eliminating bias in the hiring process. It has 100% explainability, which is very rare for an AI capability, and it's ethical AI. And so we have found that it works wonderfully. So for our talent pool, they are surfaced twofold more often for open roles and skill-adjacent roles than a regular talent pool that you would find from Randstad. So that's been pretty incredible in terms of seeing the success of when we can actually build AI centered around equity with the purpose of actually your job is to eliminate bias, and how it actually works.
And knowing that we have only a little bit of time left, let's focus on where we are now with challenges in AI in your respective fields and within the next decade. What are some ideas that are top of mind in addressing them? Alex, we can start with you.
I really do think this collaboration issue is one that I really want to tackle head on. I'm trying to organize my team around this DNA of how do we help collaborate, not just with other funders, but really bringing together the right cross-sector of organizations that are needed to collaborate on shared solutions. I think there's so much that's going to be done, that can be done, it's starting to be done in the health space, in the public health space, from disease surveillance to helping you leverage language models to help people stay on their patient plan, to a lot of work that you can do in the disaster space that I alluded to earlier. Like in all these areas, what I'm starting to see is time is of the essence. And these models are really helpful at providing potential early warnings, but early warnings untethered to early action is a missed opportunity. So the collaboration is going to be key to be able to capitalize on not just the creation of early warning systems that are helpful and fair and accurate, but then can we get that into the hands of the organizations that know how to do that best to then stimulate the early action that's needed to prevent the worst of the worst.
Gina?
So I was going to say speed was the one word I was going to use. So I do think AI is revolutionizing the workforce that we need in order to fill in and do all the things that we were just talking about. And the reality is work is no longer going to be the place where you go to do a thing. It's going to be a place where you go to learn, because we're no longer working in environments that are predictable and stable, where you can have a skill, apply that skill in order to create a repeatable process where you get a standardized result. Now we're going to have a workforce that is not just skills-based, but it's going to be capability-driven. So what we're going to need is investing in our education, in our workforce, in our organizational resilience as companies that is really revolved around how do we promote agile thinking? How do we promote creativity? How do we promote collaboration? And how do we build teams that can quickly revolve around an issue to solve for if AI is really evolving every 2 years?
Incredible. Well, Alex, Gina, thank you so much for your time today. I appreciate our conversation so much. Everybody, round of applause for these two. Thank you.
Now, please welcome to the stage the founder of
Good job.
Hello. We're almost there. The day is almost done. This is a long day. This is a lot of information, but it's good information, and it's exciting information. And drinks are right around the bend, so I won't take longer than I actually have to. Exciting stuff today. We're talking about AI. We're talking about technology. This is one of the most exciting places to be at any time, probably in human history, to have such a scalable impact on humanity across the board. But it leaves open a very big question, and this is where I specialize, is how do you get you or your people to prepare for change when you don't know what change is coming? We're at the very beginning, the very early stages of massive, abrupt, incredible change. And it's an exciting time, but it's also incredibly unsettling. A lot of the work I do with executives right now, they're in a very stuck place. Business planning for next year is very different this year than it has ever been with anybody I've ever worked with. Executives are in what I call a strategic stalemate. They don't know the decisions they need to make now to impact 3 to 5 years down the road, so they're stuck. You go a few levels down, and people are frustrated because all the work they've done is outdated, and it's not going to get released, and so they have to pivot onto something else. But it's not just at work where this massive change is happening. It's happening at home, it's happening in communities, and for the first time in history, we are being slapped around in every aspect of our life, and it's incredibly stress-inducing, it's exhausting, and we have this massive collective fear of being left behind. Now, you may not, because you're in the know, you know what's happening, it's a very exciting time, but humans are adaptable. And we've heard that humans are adaptable. And I always have to begin this because we give that kind of scary moment, everything's going to be fine. But if we are adaptable, to be an active adapter, when we think about developing our people and what we're going to do with our people or where you're going to fit in the future, to be an active adapter rather than just a passive observer to all of this change, we have to shift our focus. We have to shift our focus away from the change. It's just a distraction. It's practically irrelevant. And we have to focus instead on the one constant throughout all change, and that's the person responding to it. In 2008, I was working in executive communications in the financial industry, which was the worst job at the world. PR for the banks in 2008 was the worst job that you could possibly have anywhere on the planet. But I went through, it was a very stress-inducing time. Nobody knew what was happening. It was incredibly difficult. I realize now it was one of the most intense times of learning for me that I use today when I work with teams and organizations managing change. The executives I worked with ran a masterclass in responding to change. The executives who were successful, who survived 2008, who saved The company, the employees, the clients, the shareholders, they had done all their work in advance. They had belief systems in place. They had an executive philosophy. They were comfortable with the decisions they were making. They didn't know if the decisions were right, but they knew that they were making the best decision that they could at that moment. Those executives were successful. Those who did not do the work in advance, those who did not have an executive philosophy in place, very quickly became what I call victims of a down economy. I have no idea where they are now, but they're not in finance. I learned a lot from those executives, but it wasn't until I started to focus on my own personal struggles, my own personal challenges, where I realized I needed some kind of framework to respond to change whenever something hit. And I'm glad I did it, because another big change hit, and that was a pandemic. So I can it worked. And I continue to do it every day. I'm going to give that framework today. But before I do it, I recognize there is no shortage of gurus, coaches, consultants, advisors, mentors, teachers, professors. I think that's all the names that they give themselves now. There's always something. Someone's got an idea. There's no shortage of people who are going to give you their theoretical musings on change management and how to manage change. But my challenge with them, and the challenge I have with a lot of the work they do, is that it just lives in theory. Just be yourself is not responding to change. Many people have not lived the challenges that they need to live to put a framework on whatever change that they're responding to. Because every individual's response to change requires a bespoke solution. So you can give a theoretical framework, but I like to play with theory and reality. And it has to be filled in by individuals to give them a custom solution to responding to change. Change and responding to change is a process. It starts with awareness. It's where we are now. Everybody's aware that change is coming. But once you're aware of change, you then have to prepare. And in preparing, we become learners. And when we become learners, we become wise. And that wisdom leads to the decisions we need to make when changes need to happen. When massive change hits, ultimately what separates the winners from the losers are the people who can make really effective decisions in that moment. So let's talk about preparation. This is not brain surgery, I promise you, but it works for me, and it's really impactful. And as you think about filling in your own gaps, or for your people to fill in gaps, this is what's really relevant today. 3 categories I put preparation into: physical, mental, anybody on the third? What is it? Social. Who said social? Very good. Yes. Physical, mental, social. It's my system. It works. Physical, I'll start with that. It's going to take a second. If you haven't gotten the message on physical, then I don't know what to do for you. It's your diet, your fitness, your sleep. I don't talk about it. We've heard it ad nauseum. We know it. We ignore it. I had pizza last night. It's kind of a thing that we know that we're supposed to do. The only thing I will say on physical is there are now direct correlations between the bacteria in your gut, the walk around the block, and your 8 hours of sleep on your cognitive functioning and your ability to make really, really good decisions. So skip it at your will. But physical wellness, it's a big thing, table stakes. I don't go into it, but I get into the fun stuff now. Mental and social preparation, which you can also call critical thinking and in-person social interaction, are your differentiators when responding to change. Let's start with mental. Often when we think about mental and critical thinking, we're focused on the external, what's happening to us. How do we think about problems? How do we think about the change that's happening? What's external and how do we fix that? Change is not something that we can fix. Change is a circumstance. There is a difference between problems and circumstances. Circumstances you can respond to, and problems you can solve. Most of the things that we think are problems are actually circumstances that we have to respond to. So when we think about mental preparation, we're thinking about 3 categories: self-love, self-care, and a belief system. Jean-Jacques Rousseau wrote once in a letter to a friend, "How can anyone be satisfied in life if they are not satisfied with the one person they can never be separated from?" And that's where our response to change needs to start. It's with ourselves. Ethical philosophy states that by helping others, we in turn help ourselves. But I would argue that's backwards. We can't help others until we focus on ourselves, until we take care of the challenges, the insecurities, the anxieties, the fears, the lost hopes, the missed dreams. When we think about mental and social preparation, I want you to think about confrontation, because that's the work that has to happen today before the massive amounts of change come along. October 28th, 2018, I came back from the bar, and I told my wife I needed to quit drinking. It was the hardest part of my adult life. But it was one of the most important ones. I felt massive shame, massive failure, and I made a good choice in my spouse. She threw all judgment aside, and she was very supportive. And it was great. Life changed instantly. Home got better. It was good, but it got better. My business tripled almost overnight. My interactions with people were that much better. And I realized on reflection that it wasn't shame or failure at that moment. What it actually was incredibly uncomfortable was the fact that for the first time in my life, I was almost 40 years old, I was taking responsibility for what I needed to do as an adult. Most people don't make the transition from adolescence to adulthood. When we're children, people do things for us. AI and technology does things for us. We don't have to do anything anymore. Everything is done for us. We actually have to find struggles. We have to accomplish things. We have to put ourselves forward on these different types of things. And by taking care of those needs, we can then start to focus on who we are and how we respond, and that's the foundation of a belief system. A belief system can be anything. A belief system could be, do you believe in God? What's the best way to parent? Who's the greatest basketball player of all time? It's Michael Jordan. But beliefs are not truths. Beliefs are not facts. 99.9% of the things that go through your brain are beliefs, which means they're malleable. They can and should change as your environment continues to change. Can anyone tell me the definition of a question? Most people can't. I love the definition of a question. It's a request for information where you legitimately do not know the answer. When we ask ourselves questions, when we give ourselves this critical thinking process, we're often attaching to it judgmental statements, assumptions, some kind of limiting belief in terms of what's possible and what we're able to do. So learning how to ask questions, entering into what do I believe as a wide open question is a very difficult process to go through, but it's incredibly rewarding and it's incredibly fun. Once you build this philosophy, it's going to change as you interact with other people, which brings us to social preparation. In-person social preparation. Do not underestimate the value of community. There are 3 groups you need. You need a support system. I had my wife in 2018. It's never going to be more than, if you have 5 people in a support system, you're an incredibly lucky person. You need people around you who want the best for you with no strings attached. Outside of your support system, you need newbies. I call them newbies. New experiences to challenge your belief system, to make you question all of the things that you've been told. We've been trained since we've been children to be right. How do you shed that assumption that you need to be right? And then finally, number 3, you need micro-interactions to build self-reliance. You need to argue with the contractor. You need to have a nice interaction with a librarian or the bus driver to make us feel part of something bigger. Physical, mental, social. Those are your 3 categories in responding to change. Fill in those gaps as is necessary, and it changes for me each day. Each day I go for a run and I'm thinking about something different, about something is off. Is it on the mental side, the physical side, or is it on the social side? When we become learners, it's actually the only way to prevent stress. We can talk about sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous systems and all that other kind of stuff, but ultimately the only way to eliminate stress is to become a learner. I have a theory, and I don't have anybody who's proven this yet. Children are so happy because they're constantly learning. Adults are so miserable because we're supposed to have all the answers. When was the last time we learned something new? How do we become teachable in responding to change? How are we open to new experiences and asking ourselves the really difficult questions to challenge what it is that we think? One last story. Every year on the anniversary of quitting drinking, I go for a hike on Bear Mountain. If you're from New York, Bear Mountain's just up the water. It's an awesome place. It's an easy drive for me. It takes you about an hour to get to the top. And then I take a long, like 2-hour hike through the woods to get back to my car. A couple of years ago, I went up, and it was a really difficult time for the business, and I was trying to think through things. And I finished my lunch at the top, and I was about to start my hike, and this guy stopped me and asked me to take his picture. And I know this sounds crazy. I know I've done crazy stuff in my life. I've done ayahuasca. I've done like whatever. I do believe that I met my future self at that moment. He started talking to me. I'm not really an approachable person. I don't really kind of start conversations with anybody, so I didn't. He wanted a picture of him with his bike. He rode to the top of the mountain. He wanted to prove to his wife that he biked to the top of the mountain. And I said, okay, fine. Give him his phone back. And I try to walk away, and he just starts talking to me. I find out his name is Jim. He's 70 years old. He started telling me about how he quit drinking a number of years ago because it was impacting his life and his family. And he started giving me all the solid 5 minutes. I didn't interrupt anything. He just started talking and talking and talking and talking. But he ended it with something I needed to hear that day, and it's particularly relevant today. He looked me dead in the eyes, and he said, if you don't take care of the things that you need to do, and you're waiting for somebody else to do it, you're going to be dead in a box before it gets done. And that's ultimately our responsibility. We lie in the bed that we make. It's our responsibility for our people, the people in our charge, or for ourselves, to put ourselves in the position to make the best decisions possible to respond to change. And it's a lot easier now, before the difficult times hit, than when the difficult times come. I'm going to leave you with a quote from Oscar Wilde in The Picture of Dorian Gray, which is a great book if you haven't read it. The aim of life is self-development. That's what all of us is here for, to understand our nature perfectly. We have forgotten the largest duty we have, and that's the duty to ourselves. And so there's lots to think about on that. So I'm going to leave you with one question as you go. This is something that I ponder all the time when I go for my long runs, 10, 15 miles, whatever it is. One fun, interesting question to ask as you go off. What do you believe? Thank you.
And now, please welcome to the stage Professor of Practice of AI and Innovation at Imperial College London.
Right. All right, people, are you still with us? All right, so this is our last discussion, and it's going to segue seamlessly into an open conversation where everyone can ask David questions, me questions, other people in the audience questions. We may even have room for very brief speeches, very, very brief. But it's funny, just to go back to what Jim was just saying, once again, we get to this idea of of a twin. This time, not a digital twin, but actually a physical twin from the future. But you're sort of wrestling with a similar twin problem. You want to explain a little bit about what your students think of you?
Yeah, well, so I've been teaching now for 24 years, and I feel like I get pretty good at it. I get good reviews, and I'm always excited to get in the classroom. And we like to practice what we preach. So this year we put together a Davatar, a digital twin of me. So we took about 500,000 words of my writing and stuffed it into an LLM. And then we created a deep fake, so video, lip synced. Students far preferred the Davatar to my classroom lectures. So that was a very humbling experience, but also exciting at the same time because I'm a professor of practice. I'm not a pure academic. I like to put theory into the real world. And so to see people actually trying out this technology and saying, you know what, this is better. And then as we were sort of standing at the back of the room and kind of thinking, okay, well, I had that experience. I saw ABBA Voyage in London, which if you haven't seen it, it's a great show. All digital avatars of the original performers de-aged to 1972. And I'm like, this whole conference could have been done by digital avatars. We didn't actually need to physically present here. It all could have been digital.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think they preferred the Davatar?
Well, I think two things. First, and we heard some of these themes earlier today, personalization. Right? So this wasn't them sitting in this sort of sage on a stage broadcast format. It was a one-on-one interaction. They could ask their specific questions about their specific project or whatever they cared about with AI and get personalized answers. And so, I think that was nice. And also convenience. They didn't have to get dressed, go into school, sit in a classroom at a specific time, but they could just ask their questions whenever they wanted during the day in the comfort of their own home.
So I think I mean, we've heard this story multiple times today, and it's the ability of artificial intelligence to take large sets of data, I mean, your entire career of study and academic accomplishment, and make sense of it and make it instantly available in a much more digestible, personalized form. We heard Qualcomm talking about how to do this with a car manual and in a very similar type of interface.
Yeah, no, I mean, I spent the last 6 months working on a big white paper about something called sovereign AI, which is where countries, nation states put together their own AI, and we had all sorts of collaborators, and it's a 100-page document, and we stuffed it into a Google product called Notebook LLM, and it spat out a 15-minute podcast with 2 voices, entirely generative, that were much more interesting than our 100-page white paper. So,
has anybody here used Notebook LLM? A fair number. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the demos. We talked about this last night, and I couldn't get the video in time, but it is it's a fascinating tool, and it's uncanny. Yeah. Like, I mean, the deep fakes I think have gone so far. I had no idea that you could do that.
It really sounded like, for ours at least, 2 radio talk show hosts discussing fluently, accurately, this very sort of arcane, policy topic.
So, what was the topic, the paper about? Sovereign AI?
Yeah, so there's a lot of concerns that countries have. So we were approached about a year ago by several governments who said, this Trump guy might actually win. And he's already said that he's going to engage in a trade war around technology and prohibit access to certain technologies. Maybe we should prepare ourselves. There were some other considerations, like, hey, 6 Silicon Valley guys, mostly men, between age 28 and 32, made decisions about the values inside a lot of these large-scale models that we're talking to, and that doesn't represent our local values in, Bavaria or Kuala Lumpur or various other places around the world. So they said, we want to have an AI that reflects our own beliefs. And so that sort of was the genesis of this idea. And they said, all right, well, how do we actually make that happen? So at the government level, to the point we heard from Undersecretary Silvers, government policies where you can impact a lot of people. The government level, we've been having this conversation about, well, how do you actually do that?
So one of the ways the AI conversation is being cast is that it's a race between American companies based out of Silicon Valley who are racing towards AGI and the Chinese, who have the computational ability, certainly the workforce and the manpower and the intelligence to be very, very competitive, and that this is creating 2 different worlds of AI, and we have to back one horse, otherwise the other horse will win. You're American, but you work out of London. You've got an international perspective. What do you think of that analysis?
Yeah, I think it's a very limited analysis. So a couple of points. First of all, China is very worried about certain ideas getting into their LLMs. So if there are more than 5% of politically objectionable thought in a system built by private companies, it gets shut down. So that will limit innovation. On the other hand, and this is not limited to AI, China has been very aggressively investing across Asia and in Africa, and now Latin America as well, around technology infrastructure, around physical infrastructure to extend their geopolitical reach. So on the one hand, you do have this clash of the titans. On the other hand, a lot of non-aligned nations are saying, this is a multipolar world, and we're going to create our own sort of non-aligned centers of power. And AI power is part of that discussion.
It's interesting. So it's not a dichotomy. It's a false dichotomy.
It's a false dichotomy with an important truth in it, which is there's a massive war going on between the US and China being played out on many fronts. So we heard this alluded to in the cybersecurity discussions today. Right? When you talk about bad actors and state actors, what you're talking about is China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. And they have very actively been engaging in large-scale and repeated attacks on cyber infrastructure in the US and in other countries around the world.
Do you feel like we've responded in kind? I mean, a couple of people hinted at it today and talked about redefining the boundaries and effective deterrence. How do you think the US is doing in that battle?
I have no direct knowledge, but I suspect that the US is very aggressively going after others. The thing is that in a lot of these countries, they've closed their infrastructure down. right? So I was having this discussion at lunch with a colleague who I'd worked with who was at Deloitte, Tim Schnur, if he's still here in the audience, there he is. And you know, if you narrow the aperture of attack, it becomes the attack surface is much smaller. It's much harder for someone to go after you.
Let's go to this question. Jobs came up multiple times today. For the most part, people said there'll be short-term losses, long-term gains, which is a very convenient thing to say because we can already see the short-term losses, and they're pretty massive losses in some industries, certainly at Klarna. How do you see that? Are you going to give the same answer?
Definitely not. So I will say one thing that I found really gratifying across the discussion we've been having all day is how much focused on the human factor in an AI conference, because that is the essential battleground. I agree if we say short term is 20 or 25, 30 years, and long term is 100 years. If you're like, well, we'll have short-term losses for a year or two, and then the economy will stabilize and people will get new jobs, I vehemently disagree with that. We are in for a lot of pain. The thing to remember about technology revolutions is that they play out over generations. So when the steam engine, replaced, the automated loom replaced individual tailoring, it wasn't the individual tailor who then got a job in the factory working on the loom. It was their children. There was a generation before we sort of restabilized the labor function, and this is coming at us so fast that we're going to have a lot more pain a lot faster. Yes, long term, I completely agree with the idea that somehow we will adapt in 50 or 100 years and have a stable labor function.
So what industries, we talked about call centers. I don't think anybody wants to work in a call center. I don't think we're going to miss those jobs, or the people that have them now might. Chief of staffs was an interesting job that got thrown under the bus. I know there's a couple of chief of staffs in the room right now, so fair warning. But I think that it's interesting to me that these are not all entry-level data entry jobs. These are some thoughtful jobs that are going to be eliminated.
Ilya Polosukhin, who was one of the authors of the paper that sort of kicked off generative AI, he's trying to make an AI CEO. He's like, we don't need CEOs. We can just have an AI make those decisions better.
Why is that job more automatable than any other business role?
It's not more automatable. He just says it's highly automatable. And when we consider that we pay CEOs 300 times what we pay frontline workers, think of the savings and the EPS accretion we'll get.
Interesting. So it's really just about math. And if you can do the math, and the AI can do that.
You could reach a point where if you're a board of directors and you don't appoint an AI CEO, you're abrogating your fiduciary responsibility to shareholders. So that's a really sort of provocative area of corporate law.
All right. When we get to the Q&A, I want people to chime in on that and whether or not we can automate the CEO. There are CEOs in the room too. I'd love to have one of them respond. But are there particular industries you think are going to get hit first? Like we talked about long-term truck. You tell me who you think's going to hit first.
Yeah, so we did this. So I snuck out in the middle to go visit with Julian Emanuel, who's the chief strategist at Evercore, and we put a nice piece together on labor and AI. And so the work we did on that said law, like target number one, software engineering, management consulting, finance, strategy, and then you get into things like sales and marketing, some other areas. But sort of big industries, like definitely, and you're seeing it, right? Accenture is laying off tens of thousands of people at a go. McKinsey and BCG are completely pivoting their businesses, and that's going to continue. The legal profession has been fighting a rearguard action because these, the law firms are slow to adapt, but the clients are, like, I was just at a conference last week, and on Friday, and the chief legal officer of one of the largest asset management firms in Europe came up to me afterwards. He's like, yeah, we really want to work on getting AI in here to replace all those outside law firms.
It's interesting. You listed down all the categories of people that are going to be most vulnerable. Those are all the people that go to conferences.
Yeah, and people make over $100,000 a year. It's all the jobs that you were told, go study this career in school, and then you'll have a good life.
So what is the response to that? Like if this massive disruption is coming, it is not just affecting entry-level workers. It's not just affecting any individual segment because it's going to be across the economy. How do we respond to something like that as a society?
Well, I wholeheartedly agree with the themes that we heard throughout the day, which is that people who are fluent in using AI are going to displace people who aren't. That you really need to get good with these things. Make friends with your AI buddy. And interestingly enough, so Ethan Mollick does some excellent work on this. And he found, so there's this concept of prompt engineering, that there are certain ways we can ask questions of these things, they give us better answers. But it turns out the really best, excuse me, my voice is breaking here, the best answers are when we actually start talking to it in what's comfortable for us, in our own vernacular. And we start going back and forth with this. So I have a colleague at Imperial College who's very innovative. We pulled her out of Meta. She used to run a big piece of Meta. And she used to do phone calls on the way into the office. She'd like walk in, half-hour walk, and she'd talk on the phone to people. Now instead, she pops her earpiece in, she fires up ChatGPT, and she brainstorms with it. She goes back and forth with it. And then when she gets to the office, there's a transcript, and there's a nice little summary, and there are action items. And so she uses it creatively.
So XD was talking about, he said something very similar. He's like, that's how he sees the future of Zoom. That we do video messaging, but we built this AI companion, and it will do just that. And it'll be something that you use just to get all of your work done, and it'll facilitate that. But isn't that like, it reminds me of the early days of search, where search was a little hard to use, and you needed to have good search terms in order to get decent results. Isn't that a short-term gain, though? Pretty soon, everybody's going to be good at AI?
Yeah, well, this is the issue, right? It's like cybersecurity, it's a constant race between attacker and defender. And so when you get good at AI, then the question is, do you know which AI to work with best? So, it's turned into cocktail party conversation, for me at least. Every time I start talking to someone about AI, they begin to either complain about one AI system or brag about how good another one is and which their favorite is. And so there's this sort of variegation that's beginning to emerge, and I think you got to follow that trend, right? And so the next level, so everyone's really excited about something called agentification. So the VCs are all talking about it now, which means it'll start showing up commercially next year, this idea of tailored AI agents. So once you get good at prompt engineering, then you're going to have to get good at creating and instructing agents that have different personae, not unlike managing a team. You have your marketing person, your finance person, your strategy person, your ops person. You're going to have little AI persona that do that instead of human beings.
So what else have you heard today that you responded to? Either you were like, oh, I hadn't thought of that, or that is total BS.
Well, I'll say here are some things that I really resonated with. So one was, why hasn't tech's promise been realized? Why, not just AI, but technology writ large, why has its promise not been realized? And that's a question we really spend a lot of time on. So, software engineering, in theory, you get 80-90% improvement in productivity. In practice, when we look at it, in startups, you get that. In big companies, 13% productivity improvement. Accenture just came out with a study on this.
Certainly the technology's generated a lot of revenue and a lot of profits.
13% accretion to EBITDA is a big number, but it's not 100%, right? And so what Klarna saw is huge, but it's not what we're seeing in a lot of other big companies. Another idea that I thought was really exciting was truth is expensive. This whole notion of the emergence of the truth economy, I really like that. That really said something to me.
I'm a journalist, so I'm naive by nature, but it does seem to me that that's something, that determining the truth and identifying the truth is still something that's best done by humans. Humans you can trust, humans that are fallible, that can make mistakes, but it's like, it avoids the traps of automation and scale that sort of feed into so much falsehoods and sort of the false information economy.
Yeah, and this is one of the other motivations that we're hearing from governments around sovereign AI, is this deep concerns about deepfakes and disinformation. And if you have a populace that doesn't know how to engage in critical thinking, they're a lot more vulnerable to deepfakes and to fake news.
What did you think? I don't know if you saw X's presentation about California and all the legislation that they are passing, which in the United States could have the impact of swaying the rest of the country. Looking at it from a global scale, I know Europe's been more active than the United States. How do you see the regulation of these technologies shaping up?
Yeah, well, there's a real struggle because, do you have innovation or regulation is becoming a true dichotomy, right? So a lot of my friends in the EU are worried that as progressive as it has been, so I helped advise on the EU AI Act, which is our first substantive piece of regulation around AI, And a lot of Europeans are worried this is going to stultify innovation, that Europe is going to fall behind economically because of all this excess regulation. And you know, the US is going to leap ahead because of a very sort of loose hand on the reins. And so this, I don't have any easy answers to this one.
Loose hand on the reins. I don't know if you've been following the news, but there's nobody on that horse.
No, you know, we had a U.S. executive order. It was put out. I'm going to disagree with you there. It's soft law.
It's going to be rescinded within a week.
It's soft law, yes. Well, you say rescinded in a week, but there was already regulatory capture there. There were about 10 large vested interests that had a disproportionate influence on that set of developments. So I'm actually not so upset by the idea that it might be rescinded in a week, because it was even more flawed than the EU AI Act. And the EU AI Act has a lot of flaws.
So, but I hear you saying that, you know, if both of those are flawed and rescinded, that the default path is going to be acceleration and the movement towards better and better technology products.
And it's great until we have a revolution. Remember Russia in 1917? I mean, like, that scale of problem could happen.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say we kind of had a small revolution just a couple of weeks ago, which we don't fully understand the consequences of. I want to open it up to the room and sort of take your questions. Again, you can make statements as well. Long speeches, probably not so much. You might get cut off. But just give your name and the company you work for, and we'll start right in the back. We do have a microphone. We have microphones that will find their way to you.
Yeah. Techonomy, I'll do the three-part. Games person, make video games, it's fun. Job, currently work for Meta, I've been there 7 years giving deep dive technical design feedback. Work, just recently incorporated my consulting stuff into Stella Maris. We are working to make more humane ways of working. My question for you is, one of the biggest problems that I see has been an over-indexing over the last, it's been an increasing trend on short-term thinking. And short-term thinking leads to lots of problems. Why do you extract so much from a company? Well, because the goal is just the bottom line, but that actually undermines long-term support. So how can we use all this to help fix that and do things that are more humane, what I care about, because I think it's better for all of us? How can we move towards long-term thinking, vision-based thinking?
Yeah, I mean, so this is a great one, because I have to say, I describe like this generative AI as like crack cocaine for public company CEOs. So let's think about this for a second. If you're a public company CEO, Fortune 500 CEO, your average tenure is 3.8 years. So you're very focused on quarterly earnings to boost your bonus. And cutting costs is a great way to boost quarterly earnings. Innovation has a J curve, and it takes 5 to 7 years to see the results of innovation. So you don't get paid for innovation. You get paid for increasing EPS through cost cutting. And that is a failure of corporate governance. So back to the points made several times today around incentives, how do we align incentives towards long-termism and towards a better return on equity? Because, oh, by the way, McKinsey has some really great research that shows that boards and companies that have long-term thinking have something where between an 81 and 83% better return on equity than companies that are engaged in this short-termism. And so, you know, we look at this, so I talk to a lot of, in Europe, there are a lot of large family-owned enterprises, right? And so I talked to a multi-billion-dollar enterprise. They hired a very smart Google executive to run AI for them, who's very involved in Google's AI efforts. And so the strategy they come up with for 2024, their big idea with the smartest minds in the room for what they're going to do around AI is normalize their data lake. It is boring.
Sexy.
It is unsexy. It is like the most boring thing. But it's the thing you absolutely have to do to unlock any of the other stuff that you want to do with AI. But like no one does it because it doesn't get the splashy press release and the quarterly earnings announce or whatever. But it's actually one of the smartest things that I've heard out of corporate leadership in the last 5 years.
Yeah, I think that's what H-Tech was talking about earlier today in terms of data readiness. Taking that first step is more important than building the app for your users at this point. I do think it'd be interesting to look at how family businesses approach this type of long-term thinking, because they're in it for different reasons than traditional stockholder companies. And their CEOs tend to have that longer view.
They have a 100-year horizon. They're looking at legacy. They're looking at, we want this to be more valuable in 20 years from now, not next month and then it goes off a cliff.
Yeah, I was at Ziff Davis when Masayoshi Son owned it, and he unveiled a 1,000-year plan He unloaded the company 2 years later, so at a substantial profit.
Well, there's like the 5th generation of the family is in this business in a senior role. Like, they're not going to sell it.
Yeah. Other questions? Right in the back.
Hello, my name is Brian Bird. I'm the CEO of New Breed W, and I'd like to stand up for CEOs.
I'm glad somebody should start standing up for CEOs.
Stand up for the little
Underrepresented.
guy, yeah.
Now, I have heard about the Japanese guy who married the AI doll, and the AI agents marrying each other. But I think what the AI CEOs can't do is do some of the things when you're starting up. You get people to work on options and not necessarily on revenue. And you can't have people really buy into the mission and feel like they're doing something worthwhile unless they have a human being there. But the AI can be very useful in helping the CEO accomplish objectives. So just thought I'd...
Totally agree. See, AI today still cannot give inspiration, and that's something a CEO uniquely can provide.
What about the COO? I mean, what are they doing?
No comment.
I know there's a COO or two in the room too. Other questions?
Jason D'Ambrosio, I'm a founder of Design Me Marketing and SEO by Zosi, a digital agency, and AI has transformed our business in the last year beyond anything I could have imagined. But I'm wondering what you think about the future of search and ultimately what that means for agencies like mine.
Wow.
Well, does anyone really like search engines? I mean, back to that comment about what is a question, right? You're really looking for an answer, a genuine, sincere answer to something that you don't know. I mean, that's really what we want. So search solves a problem. It's trying to find information or find something that we want, right? And so if generative AI can do a better job of doing it, then I'm all for it. It's a tool. What the revenue model looks like, speaking of disruption, yeah, so I spent some time last year advising a very large, like $1 billion MarTech company, and they are going through massive turmoil. I mean, the marketing industry is in flux right now, so batten down the hatches, be nimble, you're in for a very choppy ride.
Yeah, I'd agree with all of that. That race is on, and your competitors are moving very, very fast. They've got new tools too. 25 years of experience in digital media. I remember when Google actually returned a search result that was natural and organic at the top of the page. And now, if there are profitable search terms, you can't get to the actual first result until below the fold. And it's 5 sponsored links, a row of commerce links. And I got to tell you, I've been using ChatGPT. They just rolled out search. Both windows are always open on my desktop, and I'm leaning more towards ChatGPT, just by default. And now there's ChatGPT optimization, which I think is probably worth a little bit of investment, because getting the right info into those LLMs is an art into itself for now. And that actually I think clients would pay for. Question over on the right.
What's up, guys? My name is XIA. I'm a senior policy advisor at UC Berkeley, and had the conversation earlier on regulation. So I want to revisit it, because you mentioned it's either innovation or regulation, right? And of course, EU AI Act, we can chat offline about some of the challenges it has. I'm curious as to what you think the right balance is to be able to allow innovation to happen so that we can remain competitive on a global stage, whether that's in the UK or here in the US, while also making sure that the pace at which companies move doesn't end up running over the people who are subject to the systems.
Yeah, so I think it's a great question, and I think, look, we've lost sight of something around policy and regulation. So there is a fantastic book I recommend to everyone by Marianne Mazzucato called The Entrepreneurial State. All of this great technology that we're enjoying came as a result of government-funded programs. AI, microprocessors, the internet, the list goes on. The vaccines that let people survive a pandemic, all government-funded programs. And so, people talk about space being a colossal waste of money. Space ROI on space investment is somewhere between $9 and $40 for every dollar you spend on space. So, government intervention, government policy.
Even today.
Even today, government policy, government intervention, and government support can actually create innovation and thriving economies. And so, one of the things that gets lost in the EU AI Act is the fact that the EU also committed hundreds of billions of dollars to funding innovation and startups and to helping build the economy. And so when we talk to governments and we say, all right, here's how you want to look at kind of your national AI policy and your AI landscape, and this is something, so if you download our reports, if you go to aicollab.org, so AICOLLAB.org, you can download our white paper. We talk about national AI policy, and there's this discussion of investment for innovation, investment in human capital and skilling, and these are the kinds of things where government action can actually support a booming economy. So the notion that came in the 1980s with Reaganism of small government is good is based on economic fallacies. And I say this uncategorically. And so I think small government is bad. I think that misuse of government is also bad. And so we've got to find our way through, because you need better educated government officials to get good policy. So Brussels is struggling to figure out, how do we regulate generative AI, which is a stochastic system, when all of our regulators are trained on deterministic systems, meaning you put data in, you get the same answer out. How come when I put the question into ChatGPT, I don't get the same answer every time? The regulators' minds are blowing trying to understand how to regulate that.
Good answer. We got time for one more question, maybe two, up here in the front.
Hi guys, hi everybody. My name is Samina. I am a futurist and an investor. The name of my company is High Minded Ventures. So David and I know each other, and I'm really excited about some of the companies that you are working on and investing in, and specifically at the intersection of longevity, biotech, precision wellness. Could you give us maybe 2 examples of startups that you are super excited about in this area? So maybe Forum, which is a company that I'm taking a look at that you sent me, that you're raising around for, by the way. It's a really exciting company, number 1. And then a company maybe that the rest of us don't know about, that you're really excited at the intersection of AI and precision wellness.
Thank you. I did not ask Samina to ask that question, just to be clear. So Forum is fun. This one is an MIT spit out that is focusing on manufacturing scale-up. So after we go through $2.3 billion of spend on drug discovery to find this amazing new molecule, how do you make enough of it for everyone to have it? You may have noticed that there are shortages of Ozempic and Wegovy, the weight loss drugs that also are very important diabetes treatment, because they're really hard to make at scale. And so we've built an AI digital twin of the lab that can simulate 10 trillion experiments and come up with answers as to the best way to make complex therapeutics at scale. And so this can help with problems like longevity. The other one is, I'm not going to name the company because I haven't made the investment yet, but I'm about to make the investment. But it's the use case is interesting, which is using AI for analyzing the human microbiome and tailoring really interesting therapies in areas like oncology, which is an important part of the longevity discussion, through this AI analysis of, your individual microbiome is different than the person sitting next to you. And so why should one pill work on everyone equally? It doesn't. The dose response curve of drugs is like, it kind of works for 20% of the people and it kills less than 1%. And that's considered a successful drug. We need better therapies than that. And that's what this other company is focused on.
So we're going to have a health and wellness conference probably Q2 of next year. So hopefully you'll be able to wrap those investments up and then come back and present about them. Another question? Did I see one over on the right? All right, here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
you
sorry,
can go
this is not a peer pressure question. Hi guys, Ben Dietz, I'm an independent consultant advisor. So I was struck a second ago by, David, you saying that the truth economy jumped out at you. I have been similarly struck recently by the observation that we are headed into, because I come from a media background, the taste economy.
Did you say taste?
Taste economy. In other words, moving from massive scale like reach to a point where we're talking about much more like the one-to-one relationship between audience and author. Taste, truth, big fan of threes. What's the third T as we look forward into the future?
Oh, yeah. He picked the letter. That's a commitment. He's really trapping. Trapping? Trapping begins with a T?
Well, yeah, no, it's actually, everyone's yelling out trust. I actually don't, and I don't think that people are really looking for as much trust as people think that they are. There are a lot of people who enjoy the comfortable lie of what's a T word that begins with that's synonymous for community? I don't know. Tribe. There we go. Tribe is our third T. Yeah, because people really want. I mean, what was this whole Tyson thing was like mind blowing, but people really enjoyed the community experience of watching, like, you know. I'm not going to editorialize too much, but hey, it wasn't exciting that we all came together around it. It was like MASH. It had a bigger audience than the finale of MASH. Yeah. Let's just think about that for a second.
Yeah, that's amazing. Adetola, you get the last question.
Hi, my name is Adetola. I'm recently a appointee that just departed the Biden-Harris administration, so I can't help but sit here with the hat that I wore after leaving a couple months ago, looking after human capital and talent management. And what comes to me as I sit here, it takes a lot of, it's really important for us to realize that we have privilege sitting in this room. Right? So I'm thinking about the folks who don't have the ability or the access to be in rooms and spaces like this. And one of the important words that's come out throughout the day is upskilling. So what does that look like for the folks who don't have the ability to pay for the $20 extra subscription for OpenAI, for ChatGPT, for those who are in communities who are impacted by the news, need to understand what the future is of emerging tech, but they don't have the ability to go to a Yale or this or that, but they're in a community college or they can't pay. I just need to understand what is our responsibility as institutions, organizations, nonprofits, everybody in this room. What are you doing to upskill beyond just saying upskilling is important? I know what I can do because I've just left an agency serving 15,000 people, employees that I was responsible for, but what is everybody gonna do? But I wanna hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah, so I have good news and bad news. I mean, the good news is, so I work with over 100 governments on technology policy, and in developing economies, some of the less affluent countries around the world, there is actually significant investment in providing access to technology and access to AI, and to solve, for example, the UN Sustainable Development Goal 9, which is like you should be able to get connectivity, basic connectivity, but then you should also be able to get your education through that connectivity. So lots of great stuff going on elsewhere in the world. Unfortunately, here, now the bad news, in the most affluent country in the world, we're doing a terrible job and it's getting worse. I mean, we're gutting the public education system, which used to be sort of this fantastic opportunity to sort of create a broader middle class and create a vibrant economy, and all this great stuff that we're just trashing. So it's very sad and disturbing. In my small part that, we have this Davatar, right, that we created. Well, we're trying to figure out how could we distribute it on Coursera, which is free, right? Like, give everybody a chance to talk to an AI expert whenever they want. But that's like, one guy throwing a rock in the ocean, it's like, all right, great, but not enough. We need to agitate for better public policy here in this country around making sure that we don't leave a lot of people behind, or we will end up with a very bloody revolution. We're already seeing the seeds of unrest play themselves out across the American political landscape, and it's going to get much, much worse when people start losing their jobs to AI, when they start not being able to buy food, when they start, it's just going to get worse unless we do something about it. So let's do something about it.
Yeah.
Well, but why did we elect a new president? So I talk about this actually, my most recent book, which here in the US is called Welcome to AI. And this also happened in the UK, that in the 80s, we laid the seeds of this in the 80s when we threw a bunch of people in Detroit out of work and didn't reskill them. And then we did it again in the 90s. And we keep doing this of throwing large numbers of people out of work through automation and then not doing anything about giving them new jobs and new skills. And now we're at the point of getting ready to do it to an even bigger segment of the population. And so if you're upset about we elected someone who told the people who are out of work what they wanted to hear and that their eggs will get less expensive, brother, we've got to do something. This should be a wake-up call. We have to do something urgently around making the U.S. capable of stepping into the 21st century.
I always like to end the conference on an upbeat note. So thanks for that, David.
It's not too late.
I think we're gonna retire and head upstairs. Before we do that, Josh is gonna come on stage, and he'll actually he'll be the upbeat one. But David, thanks so much for doing this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll head off that way.
Well, thank you again. Thank you all for sticking with us for the day. It was an amazing day of conversations. Hopefully, again, you leave here not fully pessimistic, but optimistic on what AI can do for industry, for society. Again, really want to thank our partners, H-Tech. You probably maybe have met Pam and Darko and Sonia and the team at H-Tech. They were great supporters of the event. HTC Vive, Jeff, Cyranus, Civic Hall. Really, our partners really support a lot of the things we do, and we appreciate them. Our team, you saw Dan up here. Dan did an amazing job curating today's program along with Eva and Gabrielle. Greg, Ron, and Alan, our partnership side. Kim, who really held down registration and working through here. Our voice of God, Kendall. And then, of course, Paul Stimulus, our president, who really sort of oversaw the whole event. And of course, Jim McCann, our chairman, for supporting this. At this time, I stand between us and cocktails. We're going to go upstairs. We're going to do some more networking. Use, hopefully, your color codes, your yellow circle to yellow squares, and meet each other. We're going to reset this room. We're going to come back down here a little while for a final performance by Aloe Black. So thank you again for sticking with us, and we'll see you upstairs.